after. All right. So I'm tempted to jump right into the conversation, but let's hold on for a bit. Let's discuss. Okay, so first, the way we do this, of course, we get into the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours, and then we bring people up, we talk about it, and also um, before we then eventually get into the topic of today. So please, again, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. If you are here on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside Busui Oris. All right, please click on the heart icon to join the team. If you're already a member of the team, please drop a heart me or whatever gift you feel like dropping. These things help the live session, and I want to make sure that we take advantage of the opportunities that we have to reach as many people as possible. So kindly do that. Also, let's share the YouTube, WhatsApp. Sorry, I just said what I'm about to do. I'm about to share the link on WhatsApp. So please share the links, whether you're on YouTube or on TikTok, right? Um, all right, please just quickly do this. I'll get into the news. Just a second. And please, while I'm doing it, kindly do the same. All right, let's try and share the live to folks watching. Hopefully, there will be no rain. And it doesn't look like it's going to rain. It doesn't look like it's going to rain. So, no noise about Ebonyi because some people have selective memory. What happened to Ebonyi? I mean, what happened in Ebonyi? Happy weekend, sir. Omonibudo, good to see you. Thank you for being here. What happened in Ebonyi? I hope it's good news because every part of Nigeria needs good news, like more than anything else. So it would be nice if it was good news. Wait, let me even check what I'm sharing. Come on, photo ni koto long bijade. Bo. Gele ojumbi kama owe. I knew it. Now come on, so some Ebonyi people have been meeting in an so some Ebonyi people having meeting in Anambra. Please send me the link on what's on Telegram. Please, Telegram. Why would they do that? I am Anikao. That's crazy. I did not hear about it. Wow. That's sad. That's sad. Do you see poster of Lagos Igbo Hangout? Poster Bawo. They already had the event now. Nothing Bawo. Beyond the poster, they had the event already. I don't know where they were trying to hyphenize identity by calling themselves Igbo something something, Igbo Lagos Igbo. That was a while back. Another one coming soon. Okay. Where do my wish I say more? Ẹ pé wọn ní téèyàn bá ti ní téèyàn bá ti lọ́pọlọ wọ́n máa kọ́ lọ́gbọ́n láti ta náà ni. I mean tí wọ́n bá ti máa ṣe kán ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan lọ́dún. I want to do that one. Okay. Wọ́n á bá àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wọn bẹ̀. All right. So please again, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon, join the team, drop a gift, drop a heart me. I'll do this again and again because apparently these things help us with the live sessions. Also, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much for being here. On Facebook as well, let's check our folks on Facebook just to be sure that we cover all the bases and then we can really get into it. Just becoming good to see you. Welcome, 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 welcome. All right. Okay, Facebook is good. Gele Ojumbi, come away. Come away. God, I be good. Thank God. All right, let's get into the session. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for everything you're doing. Please don't stop. It's a Friday, so I want us to end on a blast. I'll be end with a blast then. So I want us to end well, right? And close with a bang. Have a fantastic session. All right. So let's begin with, please, Mr. Raju, not on WhatsApp. I can't access WhatsApp when I'm live. That's why when people send me messages, I'm not able to see it until Irole, much later. All right. Are you related to the chess master? Which one? Which of the chess masters? Which of the chess masters? Meanwhile, I mean, Tunde. No, I'm not. Tunde is from Ogun State. I'm from Ilefe. I'm not related to him. Why did you ask? Guys, we're just chatting, you know. Because I mean, we're supposed to chill. Come on, best in know, yeah, they have same style of beards. Wonderful. You know, one of the visions. What is that about? What is that? Different pattern. Wait, I think I know that name. Some from I think it's on TikTok, but it's been a while since I saw that name, so I'm trying to connect it. How is my beard like? Oh boy. All right. Um, you like who is this? Wait, give me a second, guys. I've seen this person. Ah, okay. Thank you for muting him. I was going to even try and remember. I know I've seen the person. I think it's on TikTok, but I'm trying to remember where exactly. But since you moved, we have some fantastic. More ẹjọ díẹ̀ gbà mí o. Ẹ bá ẹ ti mute àwọn ará wa lánàá o. No, maybe it's not even you. Maybe some. I think we have about 3 months, so sometimes we don't know the exact. But ẹ̀yin náà ẹ má sọ nǹkan tí ó máa jẹ́ kí mọ́ọ̀dù mute yín o. All right, let's get into the topic. The Ibodians are viciously unleashing on him on X. No, that was no. Ìyẹn ti kọjá. Ìyẹn ti kọjá. If they're doing it right now, this is just rather local. I mean, it was really terrible about 2, 3 weeks ago, and I'm sure it has helped him as well, just to be able to understand exactly who he's dealing with. Okay, so again, thank you for being here. We're going to get to the conversation right now. Let's start with uh, something that I can allow you posted I found interesting, and I feel I was going to share it. But one second, let me do this thing. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Can you see me? Guys, I think I'm able to monitor myself on another screen, but sincerely, I can't see myself on the main screen. So please just bear with me. It's funny because I can see what's happening, but now it's about to start all over again. So please, you can see me. Even me, we can see you. You are wearing red filler. Am I wrong? Red bow. Oh, red. Yeah, just give me a second. There's a little issue with TikTok on this other device, and I don't want to be having to look sideways in order to get what you're writing. Iman is here. Thank you. Two Chobs. Thank you. Guys, give me a second. Something weird is happening, but don't worry, we're going to get it back in a second. Okay, we're back. Thank you. There's this thing that TikTok drops. I was trying to use one of them and then just went off. All right, we're good. So yeah, let's get back into this. So I said I was going to share something I found on Twitter. It's quite interesting. I thought I should share with you. It's from Akinolaoye. He says, same people who called Aboyeji unprintable names for his compliments towards Malam El-Rufai 2 years ago have discovered Malam El-Rufai to be one at what today. You all possess no ideological gravitas or integrity. These old men have more shame than many of you. You know the crazy thing about the fact that people are aligned, they have an alliance or coalition, and coalition with those they called structure of criminality. It's young people who have insulted their friends, who have destroyed relationships because of this so-called saints, are now having to look like absolute fools, saying that politicians will always be politicians. I just wanted to put that out there before we get into some very, very interesting things today. So speaking of coalition, I would like to play a video from an interview granted by Chief Dele Momodu. This was on Channels TV. They asked him some interesting questions. He had some answers to give. So please, 1 second, I'd like to take a listen to this. All right, so take a listen to this, please.
PDP's future as to whether or not it was going to be the platform for a viable opposition, so to speak. Clearly, that is not working out. And last we checked, I think you were, I don't know, did you join the PDP? Because I know you spoke. Yes, you did. I mean, because you've been a member of the PDP. You actually ran as a member, as a presidential.
As an aspirant.
Yes, as an aspirant on the platform of the PDP. So I shouldn't have asked that question. But nonetheless, people are asking, are you resigning your membership of the PDP to be a part of this coalition since a party has now been adopted?
Without any doubt. People are leaving the carcass of PDP to Wike and his cronies. That's all. It was a prophecy foretold. Look, the ruling party does not want competition in 2027. So what they are doing now is to send their moles into every major formidable political party. You can see that even Peter Obi does not. Everybody keeps talking about PDP. Nobody is talking about Labour. Is Peter Obi in control of Labour today? The answer is no. Even Kwankwaso, that they are trying to woo into APC, is in control of NNPP today? The answer is no. Because the ruling party has already infiltrated all these parties to ensure that there will be no competition for Tinubu in 2027. And that is why what happened yesterday was audacious enough. I have never seen that kind of coalition. Even when we did coalition for Buhari in 2014, 2015, it was not this powerful and impactful. What I saw yesterday rekindled my hope in Nigeria, that Nigerians will not sit down, arms akimbo, and allow one man to hijack an entire country. That was the message. It's not about power, it's not about anything, it's just about the right of Nigerians to be able to associate responsibly. It's nothing personal against Tinubu. Yesterday, for me, the hero was the founding chairman of APC being present and being very active in a new coalition to unseat his own party. He told me that there are true patriots in our country. It's not about friendship. It's easier for all of us to join APC and sit down there and watch Nigeria drift into perdition. But we said, no, this is not about food. This is not about ethnicity. This is not about religion. This is not about friendship. Well, it's about patriotism.
Chief, I certainly know that we will take you up again on
I'm going to play a few more videos before I speak on this thing. So another person, Dr. Ladan Saliu, was on Arise News to talk about this coalition. So please take a listen to this.
Old faces are found all over the place. Same old faces in APC, same old faces in PDP, same old faces everywhere. Beyond the issue of old faces, to me, is the issue of a new chapter in our own political history. Bringing about a coalition of people that prioritize competence, integrity, character, and passion, if you like, patriotism, to get Nigeria out of the present state of incompetent leadership. The present state of leadership that is that lacks not only competence, lacks direction, lacks capacity, lacks focus, and you and I and Nigerians were all bearing the brunt of these shortcomings and short-circuited aspects of leadership. Where do you lay your hands on today to say as a Nigerian you're proud? You're not proud, I am not proud, with the state of insecurity in the nation, the abject poverty that is biting our people, and the lawlessness that you see in politics, where even, you're not talking about corruption in high places, no, you're talking about misgovernance within the executive and even the legislature. Our constitution has become literally a document that exists just to justify or albeit satisfy whims and caprices of the political leadership. Look at what happened in Rivers. Yes vote that's supposed to have been counted. It wasn't counted, and the administrator was even sworn in before the Senate could go ahead to even do the confirmation. Okay. So what you have is a system on the ground that shortchanges everybody, not only the political class, but youth especially.
All right.
That form 60.
To be honest, I think this whole thing about coalition is more about the politicians and the people, but we can all keep deceiving ourselves. Moving on from there, the 2023 ADC presidential candidate, Dr. Dumebi Kachiku, has spoken about not wanting to be part of the coalition because the only agenda that they have is hating President Tinubu. I'd like you to listen to what he has to say.
Rufai, I can't remember when you and I had a conversation where I said to you that I wanted to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The position I've always made public to everyone is that at every given point we have one president, we have one nation, and patriotism demands that we do everything to strengthen democratic structures and support our country so our country does not fail. So that's where the issue of any issue of supporting the government of the day or supporting our country to work. But I cannot remember ever saying I'm supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I am in the opposition. I believe that the job of opposition is to not only oppose, but to propose. So in ADC, our brand of opposition is entirely different. Now, as to what I want, it's very, very simple. Like you said, you acknowledge that Nwosu's tenure lapsed on the 21st of August in 2022. So on what basis are we having conversations with Nwosu? Secondly, if there is a coalition, as far as I'm concerned, cannot be a coalition of strange bedfellows. What's the ideology of the coalition? Hatred for Bola Ahmed Tinubu? I can't be part of a coalition that has no ideology beyond hating Bola Ahmed Tinubu or just trying to procure power. That's not my idea of politics. That's not why I'm in politics. As far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian people are my #1 constituency, is solving the problem of Nigeria and Nigerians. We have 80% of our population that are poor people, and the people yesterday who unveiled themselves are the reason why we are where we are today. And it beggars belief to hear Bolaji say here today that they created the problem, they politicians, and they should be left to solve the problem. Do you know what we have suffered as a people? Because of the problems people have created, that you just so glibly say that, oh, you will solve the problems you created. The number of people who have died because of our poor healthcare infrastructure, because of our bad roads.
Okay, maybe I heard your thesis yesterday. You're saying the same thing. I'm asking you today, what do you want? Do you want to cause trouble? You say you can't be in coalition. What do you want?
I just answered your question.
What do you want?
Rufai, please. I don't understand what you mean. You heard my theatrics yesterday. That's the main statement.
No,
what do you mean by
theatrics? About the
do you
will of
believe
the
that
people?
I came here this morning?
No, I heard your theatrics yesterday about the will of the people.
Can you withdraw Rufai, withdraw that language? That language is insulting.
No,
don't tell me I'm here for theatrics. Do you know what that means?
Which is your proposition to the people and all of that.
And I'm telling you, withdraw that language, Rufai.
With your respect,
Rufai, withdraw that language. I won't accept you using that language. I'm not here for theatrics, Rufai.
Okay. No, I said
I am not you. I don't come in front of TV to postulate.
Do maybe I said theatrics, all right? Go ahead. I'm not saying theatrics. Maybe you didn't hear me properly. I said theatrics. Your proposition to the people. Go ahead, state what you want now. Do you want to cause problem with the ADC, or you want to stand instead for the Nigerian people? What do you want? I've just asked you a basic question. If you can't answer it, let me come to Mr. Bolaji. If you can answer what you want.
For ADC, what we are saying is that Nigeria is on the brink of collapse, and that these politicians have brought us to this point, and that if we have to do anything about Nigeria, about a new Nigeria, we need new faces, we need fresh ideas, we need fresh ideals. The people who burnt our house cannot say they are the fire brigade who put out the fire. Absolutely not. This is the same song they sang when President Buhari came in. And what happened? Our country went to the dogs. And they are coming with the same playbook again. Before President Jonathan, we saw sponsored terrorism, kidnappings, bombings everywhere. And the same thing is happening anymore again. So at the equation.
All right, so that's from the former presidential candidate of the ATC, and he's talked about the fact that the people who are in that party are the same people who got Nigeria into the situation that Nigeria is in at the moment. And they had some issues with English language there. I think they didn't really understand each other. He said theatrics, not theatrics, but they'll be all right. Let's move on from there to listen to what the FCT minister, I'm already laughing but let's listen to what the FCT minister had to say. He blasted people, and it is what it is. So please take a listen to this.
What is the problem of the coalition? What did they say? Why are they doing coalition?
They want to take out this current administration and come in. And you...
Because?
Sorry?
Because?
Because they feel that...
That's angry. Fine. Okay, let me just... Show me. I'll take them one by one. Now let me ask you. I heard the man say to rescue Nigeria. Nigerians are angry. The man was Senate president. How many times? 2 times, 8 years. You know, Nigerians were happy. Nigerians were happy when he was Senate president for 8 years. And there was no single project to
Otubo. Not one. He was flying with a helicopter to go to Otubo. Nigerians were not angry then. Nigerians are only angry now. It's not correct. When Rutememechu was minister for 8 years, Nigerians were not angry. When Nigeria became indebted, Chinese loan, Nigerians were happy. It's now Nigerians are angry. He went and made Nigeria to be so much indebted with loans. That time Nigerians were happy. You see, it's unfortunate for we. You use Nigerians and play politics up and down. When you are angry with me, Nigerians are not happy. The only time Nigerians are happy is when you are in power. The moment you are no longer in power, Nigerians are angry. You quarrel with your boss, Nigerians are angry. You didn't get anything for the tribune, Nigerians are angry. I saw a Siraki, a Seriki or what? Siraki. What happened to Air Nigeria? Nigerians are happy.
You said it yourself. You play politics.
No. So what I'm asking you, what I'm saying, they are saying Nigerians are angry. They want to rescue Nigeria. So I'm asking this simple question. What happened to the Air Nigeria? The Nigerians were happy then. I'm coming. I will take them one by one. When I met you on 2000, when we took heavy loan from China, things were well with Nigeria. Nigerians were not angry. Right? When they went to APC in 2015 and took over the reins of power in 2023, Nigerians are happy.
So, but every opposition...
Who inherited... Excuse me. Was it under Tinubu's government that banditry came? Was it under his government that banditry came? It was not under his government. What is he doing? To solving the problem he met. If you... I read what former Attorney General Maladi said, that not. It's so embarrassing. He was Attorney General. You know what happened in this country? Why are people thinking that Nigerians have become so foolish? That you use Nigerians all the time. Nigerians are angry. What is Nigerians angry? That you did not make. This is a man who has just come for 2 years. You were Senate President for 8 years. Tamboy, you were Speaker for 4 years. What did you do to make Nigerians not to be angry? You were a governor in Sokoto State. Sokoto people were happy and refused to elect the person you brought. What kind of politics are we playing?
And it's even about the likes of Rahul Farag Boshola that were very close to Mr. President.
That's what I'm trying to say. When you quarrel with me, there's no way to resolve your problem with me. You say Nigerians are angry. When you are good with him, you never knew that Nigerians were angry. Look at those from River State. These are people whom I have defeated from 2015 to 2023. Nigerians are angry because I defeated them. Nigerians are angry. When you want to go to power, tell us if there are people who have not been in power in this country who are coming with such an idea. I can listen to them. But not people who were the ones at the heads of affairs of this country for how many years? Look at where this country. If this president did not take certain decisions he has taken, which may be very challenging, you would have known where we would have been by now. A president came and said it's a scam. Took that bold step We will not allow that. States are getting more money. Nigerians are angry that states are getting more money. Nigerians are angry. Nigerians are angry that we are providing infrastructure in Abuja. Nigerians are angry. I cannot say that there are no challenges. There are challenges. But for Christ's sake, stop using Nigerians.
So I think that last bit was what I was waiting for. I don't think any sane person would say everything is rosy and that there are no challenges. But this whole thing where people say things like people are hungry, even they use it on Twitter as well. People are hungry. I'm like, because yes, it's true. But using that as the basis for to launch whatever it is that you want to do doesn't really make sense. So that's that from him. But there are other things that he said in another interview. We're going to listen to a number of stuff before I read this morning or this afternoon. At another event, Vicky said something about this while he was inaugurating newly rehabilitated Aguma Palace Radio Nigeria New Market. Listen to this one, New Market Road. Yeah, while he was inaugurating the road. This is very short. Take a listen, please.
I never knew that people were suffering to that level. And that's why I ask people. They say coalition has started 18 months ago. Mr. President had been in office 2 years. So you started coalition when he was in office 6 months.
6 months.
18 months ago, you started coalition. Then when you were in office for 6 months, you started coalition. When will you stop deceiving Nigerians? When will you stop deceiving Nigerians? Somebody came into office 6 months. Then you started coalition. That the man has not performed. 6 months, you started coalition. But you had opportunity to be Senate President for 8 years. You had an opportunity to be Speaker for 4 years. You had an opportunity to be Minister of Transportation for 8 years. You never made angry Nigerians to be happy. But people stayed in office for 6 months. You started telling people how Nigerians are angry.
All right. So the other interview that he had with journalists in Abuja, he was talking about Chief Dilimu, and I want you to, I don't know if you've heard this, but I want you to take a listen to this as well. Yeah, this one.
I was here, and sometimes you don't really need to call their names. This boy outside told them, he says Victor Banjo's name. It's big. I don't know. He said, okay. I don't really remember his names.
He was your friend.
He had not been my friend.
Really?
There are things I won't tell you. This is somebody who said he ran for president. No, he didn't get one vote. So that is the coalition that you tell me when you see him there.
Yeah.
I mean, we would like people who appear on television, on is it sunrise? What do you call sunrise? What do you call it? Sunrise. What do you call it? Is it kakaki or what?
No.
They appear and you give them what you have to show.
Body show. Honorable.
All right. Moving away from that, there's something I wanted to share. All right. So there's the national spokesman of African Democracy Congress, the ADC, Musa Mutara, spoke about the process that was followed to conduct the coalition being undemocratic. He is the national spokesman, so I'm trying to understand something that not started within Daru Kolonshano, but please take a listen to his own view. He had this to say in an interview on Arise News.
Precisely, you cannot say we are not welcoming these coalitions. Any coalitions that will make the country to succeed in terms of providing all the necessary things to the populace of the country is a welcoming idea. And at the same time, when you see a group of like-minded people who have all it takes to change the narratives of the country or to change the situation and conditions that people facing in that country, it is a welcoming idea. We really welcoming the idea of coalitions on its own as an idea. We are not against it. But what we are stand and challenge on this coalition or the so-called coalitions is that the modalities and the process that was followed to conduct this coalition, it was totally undemocratic. It's totally undemocratic in the sense that the people who are the bona fide members of the party, people who are the card-carrying members of the party, people who are registered members of the party, they have been in the party for long. Even those that came today have been mocking them, have been snubbing them and saying that you carry this, you take this, your party is not going anywhere. And you just come and bring them into the party without proper consultations, without any proper informations, and carrying the members along through the process of the coalitions. That's what we are against now. Because things have to be in a democratic way. We are in a democratic society. For just one single person or a group of people to go and sit down in their own comfort zone, you understand, to start declaring this and that in a party which is belong to all Nigerians, I think this is not fair at all, and it is totally irrational, because you need to rationalize things before you come up with it.
All right. Moving away from that, I saw something quite interesting about this whole coalition thing. A guy on Twitter said something like, actually two guys, but you know, algorithm can be funny on Twitter sometimes. One says, if Peter Obi wouldn't be the presidential candidate, they better let Tinubu stay there until Jesus comes. And then another person, who is not responding to this one, or another post, entirely different post, says, let me be very clear from this very beginning. If Alhaji Atiku Abubakar does not get the 2027 ticket in ADC, then BAT must complete his tenure till 2031. PO would never be president before AA. In other words, Peter Obi would never be president before Atiku Abubakar. So it's actually quite funny. A house divided against itself, I cannot stand. But everybody will be fine. Whatever they do, I'm sure they'll be okay. Moving away from that, just a couple more things before we get into the conversation, or before I bring people up. Good news, actually, this one is good news. A gentleman called Saeed Ahmed, the University of Ibadan's veterinary student, who has just been crowned the world's best veterinary student by the World Veterinary Association, WVA. This exceptional final year student has proven that Nigerian talent knows no bounds, showcasing a winning blend of academic excellence, leadership, and community service. Ahmed's prize package includes a €5,000 cash award and an exclusive trip to the 2025 World Veterinary Congress in Washington, D.C. As a former national president of the International Veterinary Students Association, Nigeria, Ahmed is no stranger to leadership. Now he is set to make global impact, focusing on critical issues like global health, One Health, and antimicrobial resistance. With a passion for mentorship, Ahmed is poised to inspire a new generation of African professionals. His outstanding achievement makes him our Nigerian of the Week. That's from the National Orientation Agency of Nigeria. And I thought that was really good, and we should share it. I think for the most part, we spice it up with good news. I think there's one more thing I want to talk about before the last thing that I will say. By the way, people are dragging certain people on Twitter because they insulted everybody and called everybody clinical structure of criminality. All right, let me say something about this Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch thing. So I got a message from someone yesterday. You know, when we were discussing yesterday, I said no Yoruba person presented themselves to be voted into office as chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association in Lagos. You know, I then got this message from a gentleman yesterday telling me that actually there is an agreement to rotate leadership between Yorubas and Igbos because they are the ones dominating the Nigerian Bar Association in Lagos. So they have this agreement where one ethnic group will produce the chairman for 1 year, for 1 term, and then the next time will be the other. So the outgoing chairman is Yoruba, and so the incoming will be Igbo. When I heard that, I thought it was even worse than what I said yesterday. What I thought. It's stupid. And this, see, Yoruba people, you have to wake up, Sha. Why on earth would you be rotating something between Yoruba and Igbo people in Yoruba land? How about the Ishekiri man? Sorry, I don't even have to separate the Ishekiri anymore. How about the Fulani ones? How about Idoma? What of the TV lawyer? What of the BBO lawyer? Why not? If you're not going to open it to everybody, it must be Yoruba. It's Yoruba land. There's nothing like we are rotating anything. Like, who are you? Say it's dominated by people. And by the way, this thing, I can assure you, I know this to be true because I've seen it in different scenarios. It is the Igbo way of sharing power. It's what you see, for instance, in Alaba. If you are Ebonyi, you can never be chairman in Alaba. So the idea is that you share the power so that you can take this one, you can take that one. The Yoruba person who agreed to this rubbish needs to really, really sit down and ask themselves, do I understand what it means to own something? I don't think we understand the concept of ownership in Nigeria. Why would you rotate power between two ethnic groups, one host and one foreigner? Again, foreigner. People have been writing those things on my YouTube saying, are they foreigners? Yes. You are not part of that space. If I go to Anambra today, if I'm going to be a foreigner in Anambra, I'm a foreigner in Sokoto. We're all Nigerians, but I'm in a totally different space. And they have a totally different culture and different way of doing things. Why on earth would any sane person agree to rotate between yourself and another group just because they are like you, the dominant group in the dominant ethnic groups in the branch? Nonsense, Bogbele. So, number one, these are lawyers. Oh. I'm not saying you're a foreigner in my space, but I own your space. Yes, you're a foreigner in my space. I'm a foreigner in your space. I'm not saying you're a foreigner in my space, but I own your space. I'm saying you're a foreigner in my space, just as I am a foreigner in your space. It's a particular word that somebody used for me this morning. He thought that it was insulting me, so I said, I'm going to even use that word. If you want to hug Transformer, go and hug it. If I travel to Anambra, I am a foreigner. Like, I'm a stranger. In Anambra, I am a stranger. In Ebonyi, I'm a stranger. In Kaduna, I'm a stranger. And when I move there, I move with sense. Why do people not tell you guys the truth? What do you think you are in Yoruba land? We all don't own the place. Of course you're a stranger. Why don't we tell ourselves the truth in this country? King Bogbora, rather, this one's you're a stranger. I will be a stranger in your space as well. And it doesn't mean that you are terrible people. It's just that it's not my space. It's yours. I'll be a stranger, and that's fine. Imagine me going to Anambra State and asking them in Anambra that we must rotate. You will never. Anambra guys cannot even rotate anything with the Ebonyi people, let alone with me. It's only Yoruba land that people think of all these. Let's share what? Which is the same thing they are thinking about when it comes to national politics. If you come into, listen, this is what I will say. If you come into Yoruba land, whether you join Nigerian Association or Market Women Association, whatever association you join, there are only two options. Number one, it's either you allow anybody from anywhere to become the Oga, which is The second option, actually. The real option is that the Yoruba person is the one that will lead that thing in Yoruba land. The second option is that any other person, if that means that an Ishekiri man, an Ibibio man, an Isoko man, anybody should be able to. I'm going to do a session on this thing, not on this particular topic, but on the evolution of power sharing in Yoruba land with Igbos, because it has been happening since the 1950s. And it happens usually among the crew of clowns who believe in all this, we are all together. NCNC sponsored that thing because they had this nationalistic mindset. And the crazy part is that you don't even see that when the people you are doing nationalism with, when they got hold of that party, they made it tribal. Again, we don't really know what we're doing. It's either that place is open for all or it's reserved for us alone. You can't be doing because you have another ethnic group that has Guinea. Sorry. You can't be telling me that there's another ethnic group that has dominance, they have numbers, and so what? If you have numbers, vote for my people. If you don't want to vote for my people, don't come for our meetings. Or you can go and do Igbo Lawyer Association, which I'm sure they'll probably have. Somebody said like Labour Party. Everything you saw in everything you are seeing in LP right now happened in NCNC. I jacked the party, turned it into something tribal, denied Yoruba people of posts in that party in Yoruba land. In Ikorodu, by the way, TOS Benson. And it wasn't the only one. It happened in Ikeja as well. Yoruba people in NCNC were essentially pushed out by Igbos who were sending message to Enugu to talk to Michael Okpara about the fact that they don't want this particular person to represent them because they are more in that area. Even though, interestingly, that man that they're talking about actually married an Igbo woman. It doesn't really matter to these guys. If you like marry, the marriage has to benefit them. That's it. Again, I'm not saying this because of anything. Read the book. I've shared it here several times. I'm not going to read it this morning. Read Jake Bokwe's book. Who is NKCTW? I don't know who you are. Don't come here and don't be stupid. Don't farms like that. I don't know you. What do you mean it's becoming something? Are you insane? You guys just go around talking. Okay, find somewhere to sit, Jerry. You will act like clowns. People cannot speak. Once you speak, he's a bigot. And I'm actually shocked that people find it crazy. Like, what do you expect? This pandering is the reason people are talking to you anyhow. As you write, just talk. You're raising young people, they can't speak. Everybody is joining obedient movement, not because of anything, but because of pressure group. Sorry, because of peer pressure. They're going to look like a sore thumb amongst their friends, so they have to join because they don't have the backbone to say no. There's absolutely no sense in joining that group, by the way, just in case people don't know. Obedience is one of the most stupid organizations or movements to join ever. The only reason that thing happened is because the guys were already angry. See, when you are angry, you don't see clearly. The anger was with NSAS. Whether it was good or bad, that's not the point. They had an issue already. They were angry about something. Then they felt, we can do it through this person. And guess what happened? Folks, because of the anger, did anything but APC. Look at what happened in the Tiosa. Banky W was running. Yoruba people joined others in the name of want something that is Nigerian. Ensured Banky did not win. The person who won has not done one thing. They're talking about tech, entertainment. Etiosa is the richest place you would find in this country in terms of local government, constituency. Why? The companies there, VI, Ikoyi, Lekki, all those places, Etiosa. Nothing. Why? Because you must have LP top to bottom. In Yoruba land, the point is not, it's like you don't even care if the person really has plans for you. You just want to show that you are angry. So your anger, and what has it done for us? You're so angry, you are letting things go. You are letting things slip away because you want to build You're going to build Nigeria by building constituent units based on the way the people in those places want to build their space. So if the Igbo want to build something, they can build a Dubai there. The Igbos can build Dubai in Anambra, which would be fantastic. This was what happened in the First Republic before Iransi came to destroy everything. Everybody was doing what they were doing at their own pace. Igbos can do what they want to do, Yoruba can do what they want to do. If people can plug in or get angry, they're usually angry. I'm going to have another session about that. What happened. Like I said, after this whole thing about Victor Banjo, we're going to go into the Willings Commission report and history of state creation in Nigeria. When you go, because I think that the reason we are like this is because we have no idea what has happened in the past. And let me tell you something. I've said it before. The reason I'm passionate about this is this. It is not history. It's not just history. It's like history rewriting itself. And I've said it several times. History doesn't actually rewrite itself. It's those who don't learn from history who rewrite it. How can you make the exact same mistake? How can, I don't care about that. You Yoruba, how can we make the same mistakes that our forebears made just 50 years ago? Thrive in Yoruba land, prosper, do well. But anything political out, you're not getting it. And if they're getting it right now, somehow, just watch. Just watch. But you see, I don't really have issues with them as with the Yoruba people that sat down to say, let us rotate between the two ethnic groups. What sweet thing is this? In a nation that has, which ethnic group is not in Lagos? Are you telling me that even if it's just one lawyer from TV land, all these rubbish laws we are doing, say we are doing gentleman agreement, this is what will happen if certain people have power in Nigeria. And I'll say something. Someone reached out to me and was surprised. And I said, things like this happen because those of us who know, I mean, maybe not, it's not like we know everything, but we know a little bit. We don't talk. We don't speak. We are busy with which is but you have to think of your land. No communal spirit, no sense of ownership. We are all just getting by and just working and making money. So, see, why do you do this? I'm like, why not? We will blame the people who don't know it. We know it, but we don't talk. Why? Because we want unity. That's not unity. That's stupidity. You've got to be able to speak up like, this is how this place should be governed. And I'm not saying that chase anybody out of anywhere. I'm saying if you are going to have leadership in NBA, any NBA, I don't care whether it's in Lagos, Ibadan, or you're anywhere, if it's in Yoruba land, it's either it's only led by Yoruba people or everybody has equal access to it. In other words, an Idoma man can decide to run. Is it people? These are lawyers, though. These are lawyers. Imagine what will happen in the market. So you should understand what would happen in Ajepo. What would happen in Alaba? If lawyers are doing this, rotating chairman, and they wrote it, I saw that one, the guy that sent it to me. They wrote it as if they said there is something smart. It's an agreement, we rotate it between, because the Igbos and the Yorubas are the dominant groups in the Lagos branch. Therefore, one would do another term. That's why I was saying yesterday, no Yoruba person even ran this election they had. On top of waiting. Am I saying this because of NBA? No, it's a mindset problem. NBA is not my problem. It's a mindset issue. You think just because in church, and again, I'm a Christian, a proud one at that. I love God, I love people, but guess what? I love my people. I love people, but I love my people. In church, there is neither Jew nor Greek. Anybody can take any role. But once you step out of that place into this space, it is governed by the people, and it doesn't matter. We're not just talking about the governorship or House of Assembly or House of Reps. I'm saying even Market Women Association has to be Yoruba woman. It's not like it should be. I'm saying it must be. And guess what? There's no place in Nigeria where they have to even say this for you to understand. If you go to Area Market, guys, please, I've been to Area Market a number of times. Area is in Abia State. Tell me one Yoruba person, and they have people shopping there, who can lead anything inside Area. Should the Yoruba person be able to lead Nigeria? To lead the Nigeria, also are human beings like you now. Yoruba human beings like you. If the Hausa cannot lead everybody in that place, why on earth would you want to lead anything in Yoruba land or in Hausa land? it's someone say, what are Lagos people doing? They are supposed to protest against this. No, it's an association thing. Lagos people cannot protest against it. What people in the association? But it's not really about the association. It's about the mindset that we have that makes us just become so lackadaisical about things and just say, oh, we are all one. There's nothing so called. Because, and if you do something again and again, after a while it becomes the culture. It becomes a culture. And so you begin to transpose it. So once it has worked, right, you just keep replicating that system in every sphere. So for me, it's not about, I'm not a lawyer. What's my business? I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a wig. I have a Yoruba cap. I'm not a lawyer. I feel I'm on day. Which, by the way, is also nauseating for Nigerians to be wearing wig. It doesn't make sense. But it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. But it makes sense. It makes sense because a lot of them are looked forward to wearing it. It doesn't make sense because of the history behind that wig that they're always wearing. But it's fine. But the point is that whatever happens amongst them, they're lawyers. But I'm saying that the larger conversation, or the broader conversation, is that if folks don't talk about things like this, you will see it in churches. Have you not noticed in the entire country, there's a particular group of people that say things like, I won't mention the church. This church, is only Yoruba people that they have leading them. When those churches were building 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, the major, well, most, not all, most of the leaders in that church are from east side of the country. Why? Because they started when they were in school, and they went to school in that part of the country. I have a spiritual father, I have a mentor. My mentor, just about every one of them are Yoruba. Why? Because they started in Lagos. What else would you expect? People have this weird expectations of Yoruba people, like we are Father Christmas. No. Like I said, I want people to, I like to say this thing. If you have heard me say it and you're always wondering why I'm always repeating it, it's because when talk about Wobai, you have to add caveats, so that people understand where you're coming from. I don't mind people prospering in Yoruba land. I think it shows that our land is blessed. Succeed, do well, prosper. But you see, when you start coming to representing the people, you know why? Because historically, and even in recent times, many people from other groups who get to have something of power or whatever in Yoruba land never represent Yoruba people. They always represent their own people who live in Yoruba land, which is the minus in it. Because if you really understand the concept of assimilation and integration, let me give an example. If I move to Kaduna, let's say I'm living in Kaduna, I'm living in Banawa or something, and I decide to run for office, I'm not going to be having kini with Yoruba people in Kaduna. Part of Kaduna. So I'll be thinking of what will work for Kaduna. But clowns in this side don't think like that. Once they get there, it's about what will work for their own people in Yoruba land. Sometimes at the expense to all Nigerians. And any sane person will not have a problem with what I just said right now. If you have a problem with it, I'm sorry, you are insane. It's Yoruba land. It's either exclusive to Yoruba people or open to all Nigerians. People want to actually vote for people from their own ethnic group to win, but they'll be the one to tell you that it's about competence. Competence, my foot. All those competence nonsense they're talking about. Who is competent? That it's just mouth. And yes, we will speak like this. If you know me and you feel bad about it and you don't like it, that I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Because at some point, you carry your bag and go back home. It's like be a wulu for me now, and thank God I go that was Gesi. My father used to sing a song. No, don't let me sing it here. But you know the one, the Agudo Jelabe Gesi. Agudo Jelabe Gesi. So there's nothing like do you know that? Listen, in Christ we are one. We are all brothers and sisters. The politics of the land, at the people of the land. And we want to make sure that we're not just talking about Nigerian politics or Lagos politics or your politics or Ibadan politics. We're talking about even the small things. What happens in the they see things. We don't want them to be exposed to this thing because, and this is the crazy part. I'm going to move on now. The crazy part is that it's not just a song by Orlando. It's actually a saying. It's like an Owe Aguda. By the way, Aguda Ojalabe Gesi. Aguda is referring to Portuguese, and Gesi, of course, is English. All right. So Aguda, that's what Yoruba people used to call Portuguese and Catholic Church. Even till today, we still call the Roman Catholic Church Ijo Aguda because the Portuguese brought Catholicism to Nigeria. So Aguda Ojalabe Gesi. In other words, the Portuguese don't need, it's not like they need the English in order to survive, all right? They're not looking up to them. So if you have a problem with it, again, that's the answer. What was I saying? Folks from this part of the nation do not share nothing with anybody. Nothing. I just told you yesterday, someone went to the House of Representatives, 860 people working in the College of Education in Anambra State. 811 of those people are from the state. I'm not saying from the region. See, if it's from the region, I'll be like, at least you are helping your people. 811 were from Anambra State, 30 from Enugu, 1 from Bayelsa, 1 from Ekiti, 1 from Kano, in a federal government institution. Ebonyi itself, who will even bring Ebonyi? Who rates Ebonyi? All these people that tell you about Igbo, they're always insulting me. Tell any one of them, look at him and say, you are Bakaliki man. See how they will tear you into pieces. In their space, they will not allow an Abakaliki man to have anything of power inside Anambra, but it is in Yoruba land that we can share. Share what? No, there's nothing to share. If you want to share, just share the grace of God. You know, let's rest and abide with us now forevermore. Amen. After that, you're going to have to find your way to get into the culture of the people. When you are in Rome, if you have sense, you behave like every single thing has, especially when it comes to, so, and by the way, you know, let me tell you the truth, and I'm going to end with this so people can come up. It's not like there are no folks who are not Yoruba who can represent Yoruba people. The real problem is that there are folks who don't care about Yoruba people, but who are desperate to lead something in Yoruba land. Those are the people I have a problem with. Just pushing Igbo people in different Yoruba states as a party. What's the desperation? You're trying to fulfill a goal. Actually, it's a goal, to be honest. It's a goal that's started in 44. Don't worry, we know the story. But no, it's not going to happen. It's going to be a nightmare. That dream will be a nightmare. And if you have a problem with that, sincerely, I don't really mind. Okay? Even in Osun State, yes, because we are all one Nigeria. But an Abakaliki man taking your house, don't come and give it to me. I'm not that liberal. Speak up. You know why? Let me tell you why it's important that those of after a while, I know book, they will push you to one corner. Those boys that you look at and say, Lagos is full of Kineko, I want Agbero. When those Agbero come, you understand that and I'm praying it doesn't happen. So it's important that people actually speak up right now. Create your own structure for yourself and don't just keep quiet in the name of unity. Speak up with love, with respect, but firmly. Because if you don't, and you now go and hear that, so I hope we all learn, but Yoruba, there is nothing like rotating anything between Yoruba and Igbo. That's even disrespectful. On what basis? I'll bring people up now. We'll have some conversations that will get into the topic of today. Thank you very much. And if I sounded harsh, take it like that. It's a serious matter. This is not see, if it's personal, there are things that people do to me personally. I don't even talk like this. That's the funny thing. In real life, That's why people are surprised when they see the videos and they reach out to me. I just chill. Like, but you see, we're talking about Yoruba land. This is Oro Panoshin Sono. So all this I'm not. I'm going to bring people up. We're going to give, and then we'll move on. Move on to the next thing. So 2 minutes each, please. I'm going to bring everybody up. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute yourself. Thank you very much. Thanks for the gift. And please, when you come up, we'll move on to the topic. All right? Okay, so let's start with Dark Poet, and then we'll take it up from there. So please, strictly 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Ẹkáàsán, Prof.
Yes, sir.
You see, this issue of the coalition, I laughed because I've been calculating the political or the election outcome of this country now for a while now, and I don't think I've ever missed in presidential election and maybe mostly governorship, because these things are there. It's there to see. David Mark can say he wants to rescue Nigeria. David Mark of all people. I mean,
Senator David Mark, Senate President for 8 years.
Senate for 8 years. David Mark, he did not sponsor. A Senate President that did not sponsor any reasonable bill. Even in his own, he can't even help his own people that are so close to him. Look at the place he came to. God knows he wants to come and rescue Nigeria. I don't need to talk about Obi in Anambra and Tambua, who is the speaker, also who is the governor for. That's why the first person that you play this tape, I support what he is a good analyst. He calculated very well that these people have been here before. Like a fella talk, the same old politician. We win Nigeria before, same old politician. And them they there now. They don't come again. They want to give us words again. And aside that, see, this Nigerian Bar Association, we just need to. We know they are the one that needs to take we just need to encourage them, maybe through posting some part of what we're discussing about the whole situation, so that it can get to them, because thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping the time as well. Go to the next person, Mr. Martin, please. 2 minutes.
Mr. Busuya.
Sorry about that. I was trying to unmute you.
Mr. Busuya, yes, sir. Thank you, everybody in the platform. My concern about this issue we are talking about, these people. I'm just sick and tired having know their objective, and we are not being proactive. We know them; they are short resources, and human beings we always trying to take advantage. Their behavior will not change, no matter how we scream and rant. They want to. Bible see, even told that in their domain, they are renting silly to build house. They are buying decking to build house on the deck. So they don't have resources, and they will definitely look for a way to ameliorate those kind of shortcomings. We saw it that happen in Ghana. They are buying land to have colony in Ghana and have a king in Ghana. These are the pattern of these people. So my own thing is this: when we see a problem, how are we going to solve it? That should be my own priority. Ethno-geographical governance. That's the only way we can buffer ourselves away from these people. No matter how much we talk, we scream, they will definitely want to have their way. Definitely. It's human nature. We struggle for resources. In South Africa, that's the behavior of these people. They are newest tribe. They were naked. They are poverty-ridden region.
Mr. Martin, there's no reason for that. Echo.
No, somebody triggers you.
No,
I didn't mention anybody's name.
No, I know. So hold on. if whenever you hear me speak like that, it's because somebody is triggering me or someone is insulting Yoruba people, I'm giving back to them. Without that,
Okay. Last time we spoke, we said something Yoruba people in their region, how are we going to do them? We can evacuate them. Olukome people, there are about 6 community in Olukome land there. We have one Yoruba land. No, let me explain my view, Mr. Busui. My opposition.
It is their land. Hold on. It is their indigenous land. They own it. You don't move people and say evacuate them. It is their land.
Yeah, excuse me. Mr. We have history.
Anyway, thank you.
Let me explain myself. Let me say my home. Let me say my home, Mr. Busui. We had in record all over the world. It happened. You will evacuate people in Eastern European. It happened. We said, Indian evacuate from Uganda. It happened. It's not a new thing.
Hold on. All right. Thank you very much for your time. But time is up. Let me just explain something to you that you're making a fundamental mistake. The people that were evacuated from Uganda who were Indians are not indigenous to Uganda. They took them to Uganda as indentured servants to work for the British. They were Indians. When they had the problem with in Uganda, the British evacuated them. The Olukumi in Niger Delta are not people who went there to work something. That is their land. This is different from a Yoruba person going to Aba to work. Olukumi are indigenous to that space. The people that surround them, many of them actually met them there. So when you talk like this, sincerely, I point for. I hear you. Thank you very much for your submission. Let's go to the next speaker. It is well. The next speaker, O3 Ole. What kind of name is this?
It's Lekan.
O3.
That's Ola Lekan. Ekushe, takuntakun. And mo de kí everybody tí lórí platform yìí náà. Actually, in èmi náà fẹ́ sọ ó tilts towards the last speaker, but maybe in another dimension. Tí ó máa jẹ́ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ká mọ ogun tó ń jà wá nínú tá a fura sí. Especially àwọn tí wọ́n kì í tán láròjinlẹ̀. Olóyìnbó kan tẹ́ ẹ sọ ní social understanding lẹ́yìn sọ láìpẹ́ mo ti kà ní. So ó kàn open platform nǹkan tó ń dùn tó lè jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ South Africa ní láárí tán lè ní lọ síwájú. Would you believe pé mo rí àwọn guys yìí 3 of them wọ́n dẹ̀ ń sọ ìsọkúsọ nípa ìlú yìí tó yẹ pé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ń sọ nípa Nàìjíríà ẹ máa wò ó pé kí ló dé ẹ ṣe hate ìlú ibi tẹ́lẹ̀ ti wá báyìí all in the name pé wọ́n ṣáà in tí ó wà ní mind wọn.
Understand. I have to bring up some other people. So just becoming 2 minutes, please. Go on. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to comment on what you were saying earlier. I didn't think you were going to bring it up, so I would have explained to you yesterday. It was a trick, and all the Igbo written. So
it's not non-Yoruba. It's specifically Igbo.
No.
It is not non-Yoruba. I'm talking about what lawyers. Hold on. I'm talking to what lawyers in Lagos said. It is because Igbos and Yorubas are the dominant groups in NBA Lagos, not Yoruba and non-Yoruba. If it was Yoruba and non-Yoruba, why would I be angry? It is Yoruba and Igbos because they are the dominant. I have lawyer friends who sent these messages to me yesterday. 2 of them. They are lawyers in Lagos. Okay, so I don't know but I spoke to.
And he told me it's supposed to be non-Yoruba in general, but the Igbo decided to dominate it. So it's actually for the Highland version, because there's a Keja version. So this is the Island version. And I was told
this is not the Island version. This is not the Island version. This is the Lagos State version.
Lagos State? What is the island?
This one is Lagos State. It's not Island. Listen, let's try and understand. This particular thing I'm talking about is not Island, it's Lagos State. Maybe the person who is talking to you about what happens in Island. I'm saying this particular stuff is Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, not Island. Lagos State.
Well,
it is dominated by 2 groups, not Island.
Well, they said she's supposed to take over in 2027, and they've decided that after that they'll stop the rotation. And I said that is not acceptable. Then they need to cancel it and do a new election. And if they want a female version, they should give it. They should give it to. They said it's going to go to courts, and I said I don't care. They need to cancel. If they want a female version, then they should get a Yoruba woman to do that. Anyway, the other thing I want to bring up is the, I don't know, you didn't mention it, and I was trying to type it in. Is the or what you call it, the indigenous bill. They've added more to it, and it's very bothersome. And I think we should start talking about it now, because they've added citizenship for investment to it. Like if you invest in a place for 10 years, you can become indigenous to the space, and that's the new thing that they're doing now.
No. So sorry. It's not new. It was part of the original one. Citizenship is not based on indigenship. It's a totally different provision in that bill. The idea basically is not, and it's not about the 10 years. So citizenship by investment is what happens all over the world. It happens in the US, happens everywhere. So, an Igbo person doesn't have to be a citizen of Yoruba land. He's already a citizen of Nigeria. So the concept of citizenship has nothing to do with ethnic spaces. It has to do with the nation itself. People, for instance, if you want, you can become a citizen of St. Kitts. For instance, a lot of Nigerians now, they do Vanuatu or St. Kitts in order to get passport, right? So if you have St. Kitts, you're able to travel to, I think, about 160 nations or so. Therefore, a lot of people would invest in St. Kitts and then get the citizenship of that space. What they are saying is that people can decide to invest in Nigeria and get citizenship of Nigeria. And there are many people who are in Nigeria who are not ethnically Yoruba, Igbo, or any ethnic group in Nigeria, but they are foreigners who live with us, who are also Nigerians now. Many of them Lebanese, Indians, who are also Nigerians. So that's different from indigenship. And it's not new. It was part of the original bill. But it's not a problem because it happens everywhere in the world. People can become citizens of a particular place by investing in that place. But they will tell you the exact amount you have to invest, and then the process to becoming a citizen in that country. But it's different from indigenship. That one is the one where it says that those who have been staying in a place for 10 years can become indigent, which is what, like you, I'm also against. I hope we're able to quickly talk about that. Yeah, but thank you very much for bringing that up. But it's in the original bill. I had a session on that a while back. Maybe another time, we can still talk about it. But thank you. Let's quickly, by the way, guys, I'm talking very fast because of time is past 3. We haven't gone to the topic of today. Secret, you have to wait. The place is full now. Just hold on. Let's take Perism, please. Perism, then Mr. Remy. 2 minutes, please. Go on.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Yes, Kushena. Yes. In fact, when I saw the message on Twitter, I was seriously devastated. I just don't understand. And when people like you are, because that's even my own grievance. We are doing this thing, but they are pushing back a trade back to us. Do you know, not quite long, a certain man who is representing Lagos, he went to the house and he was pushing bills that will represent his people. The speaker need to tell him, Oga, you are representing Lagos. That is the problem. I have, like I said, I schooled in the East, and I have a lot of them who are assimilated into Yoruba culture. One of my friends, Igbo, he wanted to go out that day. I think he was attending a marriage and said, please, I want to put on your cap. Where should I put it? Is it to the right? Just like you put your own. You know, you have a sign. If you put it to the left, you are married. If you put it to the right, you are a bachelor. He need to ask me, and I need to explain to him. There's no way I will not define such a man. But look there's a particular man on Twitter. There is no day that will not abuse Yoruba land. And he's farming in Ondo State. He has a big farm in Ondo, prospering in Ondo, and everything you do against the Yoruba is just to denigrate them, to call them names. Any small thing is against the Yorubas. That is my problem with them. Our liberalism has opened a lot of. In fact, I don't know, like what one of the first callers said. How can we solve this thing? And I think the best thing is to vote in a conservative leader. That is what we need at this time. let anyone who will be ruling us be conservative. Pure conservative. All this liberalism is enough. We are not praying for people like Sanwo-Olu again. Conservative, top to bottom in Yoruba land. That is what we cover this nonsense. Thank you.
Actually, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Perism. Perism sounds like your nickname, so I just say Perism. So let's quickly go to Mr. Remy.
Professor Dusui, I'm just giving like.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Sorry, like I mean.
I understand. I understand. I come in 2 minutes, please. Go on.
All right, sir.
We're almost done. We'll not be bringing new people up because of time, please, guys. Maybe one more person. Please go on, Oremi.
All right, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, it's really disturbing. Emi will say if we have much problem with coalition, I don't really have much problem with coalition. But if I say NBA, whatever. Sincerely, Egmo, I remember when I was much more younger, you know, this saying, this scripture in the Bible that says we have been called out of different tribes and different nations. I think that's Revelations 5 verse 9, if I'm not mistaken. You know, I used to have that mindset. It's not like I don't still have it, I have it. But just like you said, in the church, there's no Greek, there's no Gentile. But, you know, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile. But, you know, when we step outside there should be the the distinction is there. And when it even comes to this church thing as well, even if you go to their own space, you'll still find out that most of their own leaders there, even from their own space as well, are from their own ethnic group as well. Even in some churches that, you know, such as the Catholic, that is not only just in their own ethnic space, most of their leaders, even in this country, are also from their space as well. So, you know, it's so disturbing, sincerely, so disturbing. And then, you know, one thing that baffles me a lot is that they are the same people. They ridicule, you know, they bastardize the image of this country so much, you know, in the international scene. And at the same time, they are the largest benefactor, you know, they are the largest, sincerely, they are the largest benefactor of this country. And and at the same time, they are the one that, you know, claim, just do all manners of stupid things that you can't just imagine of a normal human being. They are the same people that would, you know, bastardize the image of the country outside there. They are the same people that will come and still be doing the same thing, still saying we are one Nigeria. And, you know, these people cannot leave Nigeria, honestly. You know, I was watching one this thing that case that was sued to the fight before in the Supreme Court in 2022 and all. All right, sir. And then one of their lawyers was saying, I think that case was filed by the Northern Nigerian elders or there, but one of them was saying there's a distance on ground. People have said they want to be part of Nigeria and whatever that is a referendum. They are not ready to leave, but at the same time, they are bastardizing the system of this country. At the same time, they are still doing whatever they like. Can these people be trusted with power? They are not in power. They are pushing for indigeneity bill. It's so unfortunate. It's really sad. And a lot of things must be done to them. And before I drop, sir, let me ask you a question, sir. I don't know. I just want to be clear about it. She indigenous bill, yeah. Morobia wants to about any. But that's just my submission, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. About but I don't know how far it has gone. Maybe I will even check now. So usually there is a first reading, second reading, and then I think there is supposed to be committee, then public hearing, and then the third reading. I hope I'm actually itemizing it in order. So there's first reading, second reading, there's committee, there's public hearing, then there's, I think, third reading. So it was a second reading, Lode, when, you know, when we caught wind of it and people started speaking up about it, stuff was, petitions, because of course you can't just pass a law in the House, you have to have public hearing. I'll see if I can find where it is, because there's a way to find it in the National Assembly to know exactly where the bill is, you know. So I'll check it and I'll get back to you. Thank you very much for your submission. We have Beloved. Good afternoon.
Me? Circuit or who?
Beloved.
Ẹkáàsán ẹ̀gbọ́n Bùsùyè. Ẹkáàsán gbogbo ilé.
Ìṣẹ́jú méjì.
Okay. I keep to time. In got to confess on many that coalition is not going anywhere. It's dead on arrival to me, because there are a lot of interest and also ego among themselves. And if it are that in Marini, if it were like Bele on the primary election, because nobody wants to step down for anybody, especially Obama. Nobody wants to step down at all. That is that. I want to talk about the Lagos State Bar Association. I think we need to understand some certain things, and we need to understand a culture preservation among ourselves. And also, we just need to enlighten ourselves that this space belongs to us. Like you have rightly said, it belongs to us. Even we should be the one to even decide that, okay, nǹkan tá a fẹ́ lélẹ̀. Kò ń ṣàwọn olóyè kó máa decide fún wa. And àwọn ará ẹbí, even àwa gan tá à ń gbé ní diaspora gan, the way and manner, wọ́n yẹn máa bà Nigeria jẹ́. Because I went to series of seminar in where I reside now, the way and manner they desigrate Nigeria. Ama will be Nigeria what that Somalia. Because although I'm not saying that Nigeria is the best country in the world, we have our challenges, and it's not that we don't have these challenges, but Nigeria is still better in some ways. Yet, but to finalize my submission is that our fúnra wa la máa mọ̀ bá ṣe máa ṣọ̀rọ̀ live wa ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Esheun, thank you very much for that submission. Thank you. Secretary now. 1 second. Mr. Remy, are you available? Before Secretary, I want you to be the last person so that.
Oh yes.
Please, Secretary, just let him speak and then so that
Professor Busoyi, I'm available now.
All right. All right. Mongboy.
Who, me?
Yes, please.
Should I go on?
Yes, please.
So, yes, Professor, when this news broke out, you know, we were on Madam Obatala's platform, and the lawyer came up. And, you know, we say at times too much education is just too bad for us. Because if you listen to the argument of this lawyer, saying like we agreed with them, like to share power and everything to rotate these things amongst Yoruba and Igbo. And I was like, are these people like, I guess it's one thing to be educated and it's another thing to be intelligent. Because like, even my great-great-grandmother that did not man at all, how would you think like you have to divide power with you like in their own space, what you would not allow in your own space at all, and what you would never even try in the north? And again, you will see Yorubas that even come out and say, oh, yeah, we are one Nigeria, there's nothing bad in it. And at times I fear for my people. I really fear for my people and my land. Thank you, Professor Busoyi, that you are at least making people like, you know, seeing things and that are just abnormal, that will not happen anywhere else in the world but in Yoruba land. Thank you so much for the job you're doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that submission. And the last thing you said is actually quite important. You don't see this happen in Kaduna. You don't see it happen in Kano. Why do I speak up? Why do I speak up? Because if it can happen in Lagos State, then it can happen in Oyo State. Then it can happen in Ondo State, Ogun State. People, and that's the argument for, you know, we can open up our space. My question is, all these people are always saying that your land is cosmopolitan. Why is your own space not cosmopolitan? One. Number two, there are other cosmopolitan places. If you're looking for options, I'll give you three. There's Kaduna, there's Zaria, there's Kano. Kano, of course, is number one. Please go and do that thing there. If you can't do it there, then just enjoy the land, thrive, but that desperation will be curbed. All right, we'll have our final speaker and then we'll move on to other things. Secretary, please go on. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, mo kí lè o. Mi ò ní ọ̀rọ̀ kankan láti bá.
mo kàn change username mi Yorùbá ni mi so mi ò ní ọ̀rọ̀ kankan láti bá àwọn ará bí I don't have anything to talk to the Easterners. I think the core is to we Yorubas. I think it's just two things to what he might probably do before his second term end. He really needs to do state policing and he really needs to restructure the country. We need to just, it's almost like existential survival is bent on it, right? Then secondly, I have major things to say to Yoruba bots, right? This is historic. It's not happening today. Certain Yoruba bots or anime from Fulani, the people that invaded Oshogbo in 1840, even not for the Balogun Oluyole, and the people that stopped them in Oshogbo and beheaded all the Yorubas that Agbabode for everybody. That's how they would have done disastrous things. So these innate abilities for us to always take outsiders' people's position before our own self-preservation, our own interest in the form of gullibility needs to stop. We really need a Yoruba conference, and it's dire, where we need massive orientation. Because the people we are dealing with, they didn't start today. They started with their neighbors. Go and ask Port Harcourt people, the queries today. Go and ask, in fact, Ibibio till tomorrow, they are still claiming all the lands Ebonyi and Abia states collected are their own lands. Ibibio are still disclaiming it today that Igbos expanded into all those territories and intermarried with them and intermingled. So these expansionist things didn't start today with them. They've had a lot of tests, assessment, and they've actually even dominated lands with that strategy. So bringing it into Yoruba land, this is their, how I put it, their Champions League. They really need to infiltrate. It's we probably because the civil war didn't really come into the Southwest. Our national consciousness has not really been that ignited. We're a bit too passive, right? But because they fought the civil war, it actually happened in their doors well. So all their generations, everything is banging on their head on their own, whatever national interest or self-preservation initiatives they are pushing. So basically, it's all on us. They say a house divided against itself will do what will fall. So if we are all united, we understand where we are coming from and where we are going to, it's very easy. All these people are not, they don't hold a candle towards us. It's we the Yorubas I'm scared of. All these stupid things about trying to rationalize all these things doesn't make sense, right? At the end of the day, they've started taking themselves for fools, especially the Yoruba board that are supporting Obi and seeing how it's moving now. So I hope we really have a national conference meeting. And two, I really hope Tinubu does really do that restructuring thing before it ends, because it's really pivotal, or else. Okay, I'll end it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that submission. Okay, thank you very much for that. But thank you very much for that submission. I have some people on YouTube as well. Let me just read a few things. Nigeria will be a better place if you don't do to others what you won't take. A simple yet often ignored path to peace. Thanks for your efforts, Prof. More grace. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, so it's been a wonderful time. Thank you, everybody, for coming up to speak. We're going to go into the next section of today's session. All right, thank you, beloved. Thank you, Circuit. Thank you, Mr. Emi. Thanks, everybody. While we're waiting, I would like Afenifere to do some things, because there's another organization that hopefully very soon they're also something's going to come out of there very soon. But I think at the end of the day, what we have right now, we can still use this platform, and also let's share it let's share the thoughts, with our people. Love everyone, like be fair to everybody. I'll do that because I'm Yoruba. I'll do that because I'm a Christian. But I'm not going to be stupid to open my house in the name of I want to have unity. That's not unity. It's important to speak up. Meanwhile, I'm not. You know what? I think I've already said enough. Let's move on to that topic. Whatever happens, if you're a Yoruba person, proudly defend your space. Again, if you do it respectfully, at least in your heart, you know that you're good. Somebody said, Afenifere is not compromised. Okay, somebody said this thing yesterday. I didn't say anything. So let me quickly respond to this. There are two factions of Afenifere. Afenifere is not compromised. There are two factions. The faction that is the noise-making faction is the one that is compromised. There is the original Afenifere that still exists. The leader of that group is Papa Shoroti, and sorry, I'll call him like the patron, but the present leader is Oba Olufalaye. That's the real Afenifere. That other one, they make noise, they're very loud, but there's no substance. That's the one that you have issues with, not Afenifere go 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 go. So that one is a faction. That's Victor Banjo's faction. To make Nigeria feel comfortable. Again, what do people gain from these things? When you Obatarale Lokpo, Obatarale Lokpo Olerira Long. All right. Before we go on, there is something somebody sent to me. It's actually quite shameful, and I thought it's quite apt for this conversation. Ebonyi massacre survivor recounts horror of Anambra attack. Following the brutal massacre of Ebonyi indigents in Ogboji, Anambra State, a survivor has shared a chilling account of how gunmen stormed a peaceful community meeting, opening fire and killing at least 11 people while injuring many others. Onuoha Godwin, a member of the Ebonyi State Welfare Association in Ogboji, was among those at the meeting and narrowly escaped death, though he sustained serious injuries and remains deeply traumatized. Speaking from his hospital bed, where he is being treated for gunshot wounds to his hand and stomach, Godwin described the horrifying moment armed men invaded their monthly gathering with a clear intention to kill. A video of his testimony delivered in his native dialect has gone viral on social media. Godwin, who hails from Iyimagu in the Equal local government area of Ebonyi State, recounted how the assailants opened fire without warning, turning a routine meeting into a scene of terror. Quote, "We used to have our meeting 2 times in the month. That day was our general meeting of Ebonyi State Welfare Association in Ogboji," he said in a faint but steady voice. Towards evening time, when we were about closing the meeting, some people carrying guns came in. We thought they were policemen that came for mass arrests. We didn't know they were on a mission to kill us. The first thing they asked was, "Who is Augustine Odogu?" Then they ordered everybody to lie down, Godwin recalled. Augustine Odogu, the chairman of the Ogboji branch of the association, appeared to be their main target. They dragged me up and asked me what meeting we were doing. I told them it was the general meeting of Ebonyi indigents. They said we were kicking against them and then they shot me, he said. The attackers, he said, fired several shots into the air and threatened to kill everyone if Augustine wasn't identified. They came to me again and asked me to show them Augustine or they would kill me. I pointed at him. They brought him out and shot him right there. Then they shot me again. May you so rest in peace. The video is here, but we're not going to understand it because it's in Igbo. Meanwhile, that's a transcript we already read. So I pray for peace in Anambra. And yeah, quite sad. I don't like scoring any points on people's death, so I'm just going to move on like nothing happened. But may there be peace in the state, and may God rest the soul of the dead. Let me read something from one of the lawyers in Lagos so that it doesn't even look like I am just making what I said up about Yoruba and Igbo. Somebody asks, what's happening in Lagos branch of NBA? Please, how does this work? Isn't it supposed to be a Yoruba zone or is it a federal thing? I'm asking for clarity, please. The lawyer says, since you asked for clarity, NBA Lagos branch is dominated by Yorubas and Igbos. There is a rotational arrangement where a Yoruba person pilots the affairs for a tenure and an Igbo person takes over after that. The outgoing chairman is a Yoruba man. Uchenna is an Igbo lady. You are welcome. This is the one to even confirm what my lawyer guy told me. So the point is, it makes no sense. It is ridiculous. It is unacceptable, not just for the lawyers, for anything happening in Yoruba land. we cannot share anything with anybody. It's either we hold it exclusively ours, because again, it's our land. If you don't like it, you can always get back on the bus. Or we open it up to everybody so that an EBBO man can run. And by the way, why not just say Yoruba will do this one, then EBBO will do the next one, then Induma will do the next one, then Hausa will do the next one? How can a group of lawyers come together and come with this ridiculous idea of having two ethnic groups rotating power amongst themselves because they are the dominant group? Is that the basis of democracy that they are espousing as lawyers? I don't even care what they are espousing, as long as it's Yoruba land, sha. Anything, even if it's Phone Repairers Association in Yoruba land, is Yoruba people that did it. What I want to say about what just happened, I'm just trying to move away from it because somebody died. So let's leave. May the dead rest in peace. All right. Something is making me want to. No, I will not. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to move to the topic of today. What I wanted to say is actually based on what happened in Ebonyi State. So in Anambra State to Ebonyi people. And, but you see, once a life is lost, we have to now begin to watch certain things. All right. So we've been talking about Victor Banjo for a while. Oak and honey. No, America, don't worry, we'll talk privately. Oh, praise God. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all His saints below. Praise Him. Mwa wenyo. Heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. All right. It's been a fantastic session. Somebody say, why an ethnic group? It's a cultural issue. It's evolutionary. It's an evolutionary problem. Apologist. Someone's asking a question on TikTok. It's an evolutionary issue. And the reason it has not been solved is also evolutionary. It's double whammy. But everybody will be all right. Maybe. Hopefully. All right. Let us adjust and get into today's topic. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a wonderful session so far. It's 3:45 p.m., so we're going to get into the conversation on Victor Banjo. We've been talking about Victor Banjo for a while, but as you know, we've not just been talking about him as a person. We're talking about the events surrounding, circumstances surrounding his activities or his actions. And we've talked about different things from when he was, from when he was born to how he went to school, how he went to the UK, went to Sandhurst, after joining, of course, then joined the Nigerian Army as a warrant officer, eventually went to study mechanical engineering at University of London, became the first Nigerian mechanical engineer in the Army Corps. Sorry, mechanical engineering corps in the Army. So arrested on the 17th of January after helping Ironsi get into power on the 16th. On the 15th, when the first coup happened, one of the people that spoke up for Ironsi, especially when it came to getting the northern folks to support Ironsi, was actually Victor Banjo. Now, that part of history is not usually discussed, but I think it's important to mention it for a particular reason, because what Ironsi did the second day after he got into power, that same power that Victor Banjo helped him to get into, what he did the very next day was to plan for his assassination. Whether he planned it or at least was to see to his removal, whether it was by assassination or by whatever. And we know that because when you read the book by Adeton Ogunsheye, the book is called A Break in the Silence. She talked about it. And beyond that, as a matter of fact, there was also a letter that he wrote from Ikore Ekpene on 1st of June, 1966. So he was arrested on the 17th. The coup was on the 15th. He helped Ironsi, gather the troops, ensure they worked with him. 16th, Ironsi got into power. That was on a Sunday. Monday, 17th of January, he was in the office to say hello to Rossi, having been summoned. And while waiting in the reception room, two officers, Kurobo and Awuna, asked for his. They saw his gun. They thought it was fascinating, and then they took it from him. And they thought, okay, just my guys, take the gun. They looked at it, though they really liked it. Next thing, they turned it against him, and they were going to kill him. And the crazy part, why do we know they were going to kill him? Because there was a report already at that particular moment talking about his death. And they said he was killed while he was attempting to assassinate the head of state, which means that they already planned for him to die before they even went to meet him, right? And then, of course, he was arrested. He was sent to the naval ship, from there to Kirikiri, from Kirikiri to Aba to Ikorekpene, and eventually to Enugu. And it was while he was in Enugu that Ironsi was assassinated on 29th July 1966. But before then, the two guys who got him in that problem were promoted. And he mentioned that much in his letter on the 1st of June 1966. And not only that, man, as a matter of fact, 3 months after Ironsi got into power, 18 Igbos were promoted in the army. And they would have just stopped with 18 Igbos, to be honest, because that's what he wanted to do. But then they felt like, it's going to look as if we had been two Igbos. So they looked for 30 people from the north. But in taking those 30 people from the north, they bypassed 5 Yoruba officers and made sure that 21 people were promoted, but 18 of them, of course, were Igbo. You find this, of course, in 2 books. You see it in Anthony Nauro's speech in 1968, 12th August at Addis Ababa. Then you also find it in the book by Adewale Demoyega called Why We Struck. Anyway, the people who got him in trouble were promoted, which shows that they actually got promoted for doing a great job. So it apparently appears like this was all a setup. And while he was there, the coup happened. We talked about the pogroms that followed, the killings that followed in different places in the north and also in the east. And by the way, let me pause to quickly say something. Someone sent me a link yesterday of Chimamanda talking about the war. And for the first time, not the first time, to be honest, but for a while there, I thought, did this person make that TED Talk speech? You know that TED Talk speech, that TEDx speech? The danger of a single story. And I wrote it there, and then I put a link of what they did in Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. It's amazing because they keep saying this thing of the federal government hated them. It was because they were Christians. Imagine somebody who is educated, though. They were Christians, and then the oil, and that was the reason for the war. These are educated, influential people. Agba Okogbon. This is a very influential person that people listen to, including Yoruba people, the young ones. I've said this. See, fiction writers from the East should just stick to writing fictions because the idea of history is warped and it's just propaganda. But I put a link there, Sha, just in case anybody wants to watch it. But I just wanted to put that out there, that even the killings that people talk about, which was terrible, not only did it happen in the north to the easterners, it also happened in the east to the northerners. And it was as gory and it was as terrible. And it's terrible on both sides, but it's important to mention both sides. Why? It helps you understand that you are not the only victim of this story. You are also a perpetrator, you're an aggressor in many instances. For instance, in the Midwest, they were an aggressor. So after, of course, this man was released, I want to go back because I want to follow the timeline. After Victor Banjo was released from prison, the Yoruba people sent delegates to him, sent a message to him through his sister to get him to work for Yoruba people. He didn't bother joining us for whatever reason. People have speculated, was it because he could be court-martialed if he was in Nigeria? Was it because of any other reason? We would never know. I'm looking for a book. I read something about that in this morning. Okay, I remember the book now. It's Nelson's book, Nelson Otta's book. Different, calculations like kilo le she tofi padawa ja. Anyway, he decided to stay with Biafra, and then he raised a militia for Biafra, and then eventually he started the 101st Brigade of the Biafran Army that he decided to call the Liberation Army of Nigeria. Now, from the very word go, he had never believed in secession. And I remember telling us about a few days ago that as a Yoruba person, this whole thing of the naivety that you see in the Yoruba bots is actually quite, is funny. Okay? So you don't believe in the same thing with this person. He has a different vision. I remember what I was taught years ago. I was in uni. My mentor taught me something. He said, if you have a vision, and you're working with another person, and that person has a different vision, what you have is division. You don't have vision. You have division because already you have two different paths. So what they taught me in my 20s, well, it was in his 30s at the time, so maybe they didn't teach him. The point is that he had a vision to liberate, I don't know what he's liberating from, say the feudal north. The feudal north was controlling the army. We want to liberate Yoruba people, liberate the entire Nigeria. But he didn't like the idea of breaking the country. And this much you will find in the broadcast, the transcript of the broadcast, which we read a few days ago, that he made in Benin after occupying and invading Benin. Anyway, he took his liberation army on the orders of Ojukwu, went into the Midwest, occupied the entire place. And then, of course, he went with 3 brigades, the 12th, the 13th, and the 18th. And those brigades, one went to Aochi, Agenebode, and Okene. The other one went to Warri, Sapele, and Ugeli. And then the third one went to Benin. And contrary to popular rhetoric, when they got there, especially, I mean, all of them actually, you will read from Michael Gold, for instance, that when Victor Banjo got into the Midwest, nobody was killed, it was cool and everything. Yeah, but while that may be true, it's not true for every part of the Midwest. For instance, we read a few days ago what happened at Osiomo River, how Biafran troops went into that place. It's a lepers colony. Lepers lived there. About 1,200 of them were there. Biafran troops went through the Igbo area, crossed to the other side, which is dominated by Benin's Yorubas and other people. They went through the Igbo area, went to the other side, and killed people there. Anybody they could find. These were lepers, right? We hear a lot about the atrocities of Nigerian side, but again, it's terrible on both sides. But you see, while I can easily acknowledge what Nigerians did wrong, I think it's also important to cast a spotlight on what the other guys did wrong. You know why? So that nobody goes around blackmailing anybody with crocodile tears. You gave, and you received. Glory be to the Lord. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. So may we not give terrible things, because people will probably want to give it back to you. I should repeat the leper story. Okay, since I've already said it, let me read it to you. Maybe that will give you what you want. The details you're probably looking for. Give me a second. Give, it shall be given unto you. I don't want to give because you da. Let me read something to you from Uilawa Uswan Lele. All right. It says here, let me start from the beginning. In his study of the Biafran War, Michael Gold claims that Banjo took Benin without the loss of a single life. Indeed, the inhabitants gave the invading troops a jubilant welcome. But this claim of Biafran occupation is not true for all areas of the Midwest and its people, as it caught the non-Igbo areas unawares and was achieved through sporadic fighting and violence. In other words, the part that welcomed, the part that welcomed Victor Banjo was the Igbo part, which is understandable, by the way. You remember what we read a couple of days ago, how Midwestern Igbos traveled down to the Midwest with Eastern Igbos to convince the Midwestern Igbos that they were from Arochukwu. It's that bad. It's all propaganda. It's been on for a while. Anyway, let's continue reading. So it says, an Irish priest report. So I said that to say that it makes sense that a lot of Igbos will be happy that Victor Banjo's troops got into that place. But that's not where it ends. It says here, but this claim of Biafran occupation is not true for all areas of the Midwest and its people, as it caught the non-Igbo areas unawares and was achieved through sporadic fighting and violence. An Irish priest reported the violence that was perpetrated by the Biafran soldiers who took Benin. The leper settlement in Osiomo had about 1,200 residents before the war. Divided by the Osiomo River, the Igbos lived on the east bank, and Benis, Yorubas, and others on the west bank. When Biafrans invaded in August, they swept through the Igbo side and, crossing the river to the west side, killed all the Benis and Yorubas they could find. 6 weeks later, the Federals came from the other direction, set up the artillery on the Benin side, and shelled the Igbo side, after which they crossed the river and killed any Igbos remaining. This morning, for whatever reason, I decided to read There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe, and I was like, how can you be like this? We'll read some of those things this afternoon. What it does is it would show you the evils of Nigerian force. And again, it happened. But for whatever the Igbos did, in fact, let me read something to you from what he said, which I found quite interesting. The book is called There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. I read that book because I just want to know what he thinks, not because what he thinks actually really matters, to be honest, with all due respect. Let me read to you what he says here. Where is the Shemo? I'll find it later. I thought I opened it. I don't want to start searching for anything right now because of time. But I promise to read it. 1 second. I wrote it down somewhere. Umbo. I found it quite interesting that he would say about the massacres of the north of the Nigerian soldiers, how terrible it was. But then when it came to what Biafrans did, he said it wasn't corroborated. You don't need any corroboration to believe whatever it is that people say about. Oh, shoot. Here's the problem. I think it's one of my weaknesses. I have mentioned something. I have to find it. Chinua Achebe. Guys, do me a favor. I can't find what I typed, and that's my note for today. Jesus is Lord. Okay, it's another device. Again, I want to read something to you because I think it's going to help the conversation, so I'll make it worth your while. I apologize for the short break, but it's all working together for good. We're almost there. Okay, all right. I think I found what I'm looking for. Let me find it. Chinua Achebe. It's weird. Just a second, guys. Trying to open the page. I found it. All right, so let me read to you what Chinua Achebe said in his book, There Was a Country. He says here, the Nigerian army pushed back the Biafrans and arrived at the outskirts of the Republic of Benin in September 1967, led by Murtala Mohammed. His 2nd Infantry Division mounted a resurgent attack from 2 fronts, defending their advance and pushing forward in a classic Greek army offensive. The retreating Biafran forces, according to several accounts, allegedly beat up a number of Midwesterners who they believed had served as saboteurs. What do you see there right now? 2 things he did there. Number 1, he said allegedly. In other words, I cannot really confirm it. The one that happened from the north, from Nigerian army, he was not there, but I could confirm that one. But the one that happened to the Igbo people, that one is allegedly. I only think allegedly because I'm on Twitter. Allegedly. Then he said They beat them up because they believed that they were saboteurs. In other words, let me try and excuse what they did based on their belief. But that's not the end. It says the retreating Biafran forces, according to several accounts, allegedly beat up a number of Midwesterners who they believed had served as saboteurs. Nigerian radio reports claim that the Biafrans shot a number of innocent civilians as they fled the advancing federal forces. As disturbing as these allegations are, I have found no credible corroboration of them. That's Chinua Achebe. That's the person we're supposed to take seriously on matters of history. Like I said, I want to know about Okonkwo, Things Fall Apart. Read that book. It's good. When you're talking about the real events, no. Chinua Achebe is just an interesting person when it comes to the way he expects us to believe that everything that he wrote, he was not there. He did not fight though. He did not get there, but every single thing he wrote about Nigerian army, which I'll still read later, it made it seem as if they did it. But whenever they say, oh, but the Igbos did something, say allegedly, it was because. But this is why, if you read, don't even read. Okay, read the book if you want one shot. The book, it makes you look as if they were just this holy saints that Nigeria just hated. But everybody will be okay. Let's continue. So yeah, that happened there. A lot of things happened in the Midwest. About policemen were killed, Hausas were killed, Northerners were killed, houses were looted in Warri, in Sapele, in Hugeli, in Benin, all over the Midwest. They were just on rampage, and they would take stuff and sell stuff, and loot and take cars and send some of those things to Benin, and that was exactly what happened. And a lot of people had something to say about that particular period in their history. Having said that, I'd like us to now get into some of the events that happened before he then had to move. That's Victor Banjo now to Ibadan. Now, there's something I saw in 1 second. I want to know which one where I saw it. Remember, I don't know if it was. I think it was in Madebo's book. This is the disadvantage of many books, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. So we're going to keep reading many books. So let's see. Let's go back to this book now. So we established what happened until they got to Midwest. We also talked about how the federal government, that's the Nigerian army, eventually came and liberated the Midwest from the Biafrans, which is why they are always angry about it, but everybody will be fine. In case you were not here yesterday, let me just quickly read a few things. That will be towards the end of this work. It says, while the federal government and the local Midwest administration were reining in the federal army and non-Igbo mobs, the retreating Biafran soldiers were attacking civilians in the non-Igbo areas, particularly in the villages. This person who is writing here is writing from the account of Midwesterners. That one that this guy is calling allegedly. But let's continue. So he says they attacked civilians in the non-Igbo areas, particularly in the villages. There were reported cases of seizure of vehicles and other properties by the retreating Biafrans and killing of the owners. In Abudu, a Benin Edo border town with the Ika Igbo speaking, retreating Biafran soldiers were alleged to have killed one Anthony Stevens, a British teacher, and stolen his car. They were also accused of killing over 300 inhabitants, whose bodies were dumped in the river, destroying the bridge and vandalizing and looting the teachers' college. In Uronigbe, another Benin Edo border town with the Ukwani, Igbo speaking, similar atrocities of killings, looting, and vandalization were reported. These reports suggest a pattern of killings of non-Igbos in the Midwestern Igbo areas before these areas were liberated from Biafra and came under full federal control. All right, so we're going to move from there now and go back to today. I want us to get to Ore. Okay? I want us to get to Ore. So even if we don't get to the execution today, I don't think we can, but we'll see how that goes. But let's finish what happened at Ore. And I have Mumbo, there's something I need to read. Shoot, where's this book? Okay. Before we get into, to give us the basics that we need, we're just going to read some things from Alexander Madiebo. By the way, I hope you notice that these books are not all written by Yoruba people. So all those people that were shouting, we are reading from everywhere. Kolon Shanua. By last light on the 8th of August. Sorry. Oh boy. It's going to be a beautiful session. Guys, let me just open at least 2 or 3 books so that it'll be easy for me to move from one to the other. And thank you for liking the live on TikTok. Please don't stop. On YouTube as well, Facebook, please let's like the live and share as well. Thank you very much for your support. I was thinking of saying some things. I think we're good with Midwest, Abby. We're good. Let's just move on from Midwest because there are some other things I found in another book. We'll read it later. We'll still read it, but we'll do it later. All right. So let me read something to you from Alexander Madiebo. The book is called The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War. It says here, by last light on the 8th of August, all troops taking part, including the militia, were already concentrated at Onitsha. After a couple of hours of unexplained delay, by the way, if you also read this man's book, anything that has to do with Banjo, you will find a way to insert something there, like he's a bad guy, he won't say he's a bad guy, but will say something to make it look as if he wasn't good enough. And you understand that when you read the book by 2 books, when you read A Revolutionary Betrayed by Nia Borishade and Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. Thanks for the gift. The whole idea for him is, I don't even think it's a problem, but it's just that they always hide behind one finger, like, this. But let me read you what he said so you'll be able to get this. So it says here, the introduction of Colonel Banjo into the war marked a very rapid decline of Njoku's participation. It also marked the beginning of disasters for the 51 Brigade in particular. All activities of the colonel were clouded with unnecessary secrecy and mystery, and invariably failed totally. This was true of the Midwestern Nigerian operation. Now, when you read this, again, Igbo writers must assume their readers are dumb, but we are not dumb, because we're able to tell that in Komi Wambe. When you read Colonel Victor Banjo's book, you discover, Nia Borishade's book on Colonel Victor Banjo, you see how when he was asked to take over the militia, one of the major people that were against that idea was Madiebo himself. And it was because of his ethnicity, which is not a problem, but they will say it's not because of it, which is what makes me angry. Like, just say it, and nobody will beat you, So essentially, he said the same thing about, Colonel Banjo, after a couple of hours of unexplained delay, Colonel Banjo arrived, and he moved with his troops across the Niger Bridge, Onitsha, in the early hours of the 9th of August 1967, and the chase to various objectives began. As was expected, Benin was taken early that morning without a single loss of life, amidst frantic jubilations by the entire local population. Please take a listen to this. For reasons best known to him, Banjo conveniently ignored the importance of speed. Who is writing? An Igbo writer. Madiebo. He has to show who he is. He says Banjo conveniently ignored the importance of speed as a principle of war and chose to remain in Benin to reorganize the troops that had not yet fired a shot. Much time was lost while the arguments raged between Benin and Enugu on who was going to be governor of the newly acquired region and the nature of the broadcast to be made. Now, put a finger, you don't have the book, but just in case you have the book, please put a finger there. Let me read something to you from this book. Why did Banjo stay? There are many reasons. One of those reasons, I'll read it to you from this book. The book is called Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. It says here, I spent the day with Chukwuka in Warri Chukwuka, Chukwuka was one of the planners of the January 15 coup. He was the one who led the battalion that rescued or set free or set Klorokwe, Ademoiga free. All right. So he said, so this is Adewale Ademoiga speaking. I spent the day with Chukwuka in Warri. He had instructions to send me to Benin as soon as I was released. But he was yet to gather the arms and ammunition which he was to send with me. There and then, I understood that all kinds of military stores were in short supply in Biafra. Rifles, machine guns, ammunition, artillery, armored vehicles, planes, and whatnot. I was no longer surprised because Nzogu had written about this much earlier. In other words, they were going to carry the guns from the Midwest, which you will find also in the book by Ilawa, how, for instance, people like Wanwo had already taken took the keys to the armory and packed all the magazines before Biafra invasion. So the point is that one of the reasons was because they didn't have enough weapons, but that was not the only reason. There's also the reason of how are they going to organize the place that they just took. He wanted Ejo to take over. Ojukwu had his own idea, eventually put an Igbo man there. That's true. By the way, I say these things, I mentioned this thing because that's actually the only reason that man was appointed. It wasn't because there was nothing like competence. It's not competence, it's ethnicity. Let's just be telling ourselves the truth so that, say the truth and the devil will be ashamed. All right. So we're trying to respond to Madebo. I'd like to read a book called Nigeria's Civil War. This will take us back a little bit, but it's going to also move us forward eventually. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. He says, a little before dawn on 9th August, the elaborate roadblocks at each end of the Niger Bridge were quietly removed. Revving engines, spinning and crunching gears, and muffled voices floated thinly through Revving engines, spinning and crunching gears, and muffled voices floated thinly through the damp night mist to the waiting soldiers at the Asaba end. And then moving with a slow menace, a seemingly endless convoy of vehicles rumbled across the broad expanse of the Niger into the Midwest. Ojukwu with a gambler's throw was striking, as they put it later, at the serpent's head. By dusk, Benin, the southern river ports of Sapele and Warri, the oil center at Ugeli, and virtually the whole of the Midwest had been overrun. Contact between Benin City and Lagos was lost at about 10 a.m. Vague rumors spoke of fighting between Biafran and Midwestern troops. More substantial ones described a continuing Biafran advance along the main Benin-Lagos trunk road towards Ore in the west. Let me just quickly pause to say this. The two happened. One moved towards Ore. The others occupied different towns in the Midwest. So the two things happened. But let's continue. At 3:30 p.m., a broadcast on Benin radio declared the Midwest had been saved from the dark shadows of Fulani Hausa domination as a result of the Liberation Act by Midwestern troops, backed by friendly forces from Biafra. One second, guys. The operation had been a spectacular success. In retrospect, it could have been said that the Biafran strike through the Midwest was the Nigerian equivalent of General Lee's march north to Pennsylvania in the American Civil War, or the German Panzer thrust through France in 1939. And in strictly relative terms, there are many similarities. But there is a continual danger of examining the military operations during the Nigerian War through heavily fogged European spectacles. Thus, though the effect of the Biafran invasion was one of a blitzkrieg, that's a German word, I hope I pronounced it correctly, the term and others like it give a misleading impression of what really happened. The Biafrans stormed through the Midwest, not in the usual massive impedimenta of modern warfare, but in a bizarre collection of private cars, mammy wagons, cattle, and vegetable trucks. The command vehicle was a Peugeot 404 estate car. The whole operation was not carried out by an army or even a brigade, as the Biafrans claimed, but by at most 1,000 men. The majority poorly trained, poorly armed, and many wearing civilian clothes because they had not been issued with uniforms. That was the part I was looking for yesterday, I think. These are the people that will go to Ibadan. At Agbo, on the road to Benin, the column fanned out into 3 directions: south to Sapele and Warri, north to Auchi, and straight on for the Midwest capital. Not a shot was fired in anger until Benin, and then it is believed it was a result of a misunderstanding. The other Midwest towns also fell without even a token resistance. It was only when the Biafrans penetrated the western state more than a week later that the fighting began. But however much the Biafran invaders resembled Fred Kano's army, the seizure of the Midwest had the desired effect. Lagos was thrown into a panic. The city had been bombed the day of the invasion. Enugu called them warning bombs, and the federal government was caught badly off balance with the bulk of its army in the north. Let me just quickly explain that. And you see this in Anthony Naoro. Let me see if I can quickly find it. He mentioned what happened on the 9th of August. So let me quickly read from Anthony Naoro. He says here, on 9th August 1967, in fact, let me go back just a little bit. On 23rd July 1967, we have to go back again. Sorry, guys. Please, you have to power tap on TikTok, or it's showing inactivity. So if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you. 106K, we've tried. Well done, everybody. But let's try and continue. Let's break our record. You know, it's Friday, eh? So we can end on a high note. So let's start from Ojukwu cut off the electricity supply to the Midwest textile mills at Asaba and to Asaba town, which normally came from the Afam power station in the eastern states. The federal government had to restore electricity supply through other sources on 20th July 1967. On 23rd July 1967, police discovered another petrol tanker loaded with explosives outside a house in Lagos. By the way, something similar happened on the 18th of July 1967 when Ojukwu sent somebody, his name Maurice Chima was the owner of the tanker. But let me read this part of it. On 18th July 1967, Ojukwu's agents replied to the appeal of Major General Gowon by causing another explosion in Yaba, Lagos. An oil tanker owned by an Igbo was left in front of a cinema house by an Igbo driver with explosives inside the tank. The explosion caused great damage to the Inland Revenue buildings, the cinema house, killed many people, and wounded several others. Then it says, on 23rd July 1967, police discovered another petrol tanker loaded with explosives outside a house in Lagos. The police established that the tanker belonged to the same company, Maurice Chima and Sons of Aba in the East Central State, which owned the tanker which caused the earlier explosion in front of a cinema house at Yaba. On 9th of August 1967, Ojukwu's rebel planes bombed innocent and defenseless civilian populations in Lagos, Kaduna, Kano, Lokoja, and he raided on a Sunday when people were at church, and he did that also in several towns in the northern states. Also on 9th August 1967, Ojukwu's rebel soldiers infiltrated into the Midwest and in collaboration with Igbo officers of the army in the state, staged a coup against the legitimate governor of the Midwest. This coup enabled rebel infiltrators to occupy the state from 9th August to 20th September 1967. The rebel soldiers during the occupation of the Midwest state looted the treasuries and the central bank, despoiled markets, and killed many innocent civilians. We're going to go back to the other book now. I just want to tell you what they did in Lagos on that particular day to explain what John Desenjo was trying to say. So he says here, however much the Biafran invaders resembled Fred Kano's army, the seizure of the Midwest had the desired effect. Lagos was thrown into a panic. The city had been bombed the day of the invasion. Enugu called them warning bombs. By the way, it killed people in Lagos. And the federal government was caught badly off balance with the bulk of its army in the north. Its military resources were now stretched over a 1,000-mile front from Ogoja to Boni. In Lagos, there were about 500 men of the crack federal unit in effect, Gowon and the government's bodyguard, and a few support units. the West was also lightly defended. The days immediately following the invasion were charged with drama. Excuse me. Anti-Igbo riots broke out. I wanted to read this part. I just remembered now. Thank God I found it. After the invasion of the Middle, if you read go on the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Isawa Eligo, he made it very clear that, and then of course there's another book you should read, Awolowo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, The Political Moses by Odugua. That Awolowo was sitting on the fence until the invasion of the Midwest. Awo joined the government on June 12, 1967. The war was declared on 6 July 1967. Midwest was invaded on 9th of August 1967. It was that invasion that actually changed Yoruba people's minds about Biafra. Until then, these were the words they used in that book. We were sitting on the fence. In other words, we're talking to Biafrans, don't fight, Nigerians, let's stop it. We're trying, by the way, I went to Enugu on 6th of May, 1967, to talk to him. And he told Papa, he said to him, regardless of what you are saying, we're going to fight. And when he asked him, what are you going to do about, the idea of the North? What are you going to do? He said, we're going to meet at the battleground. This you find in the book by Wole Soyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. You find it in Anthony Nauro's speech at Addis Ababa on 12th of August, 1968. You find it also in that book by Odugua, yes. The idea basically that we were on the fence. But since you invaded the Midwest, it meant that anything could happen to any other region, which of course is going to be Yoruba land next. So let's listen to this. It says, one second. Yeah, the days immediately following the invasion were charged with drama. Anti-Igbo riots broke out in the federal capital and Ibadan. The West, finally shaking off its fence, was showing signs of severe shock, induced by simple fear and ironically called urgently for the very federal troops it had been trying to rid itself of for the past year. Awolowo, also realizing his fence seat was equally no longer tenable or desirable, jumped down and with amazing aplomb declared that he was irrevocably committed to Nigerian unity. The Yoruba people had constantly supported unity, he went on, and they must now be ready to resist any attempt by rebel forces from the east and the Midwest to violate their territory and subjugate them. May I just read something to you from that speech itself? He quoted the speech, but I just want to read something to you from the speech because I think it helps. And why this helps is because before this moment, right? What book is that? Okay, Mambo. Before this moment, this man, Banjo, had sent letters actually to Yoruba leaders and also to Wole Soyinka. Let me read something to you from Wole Soyinka, Olusegun Obasanjo, and then call your Motosho. Please stay with me. We'll do it one by one. All of this just to help us understand exactly what happened. I have a gift for anybody that knows the song. That song I'm just humming. Let me give you a hint. It was by Niniola. Don't worry about it. Gift is over. Let's continue. So we're now in the book by Wole Soyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. It says here, this is the crux of Victor Banjo's message. So the one is sent to the Western leaders through Wole Soyinka. It says, let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation made up not only of Biafrans, but also... No, I'm starting in the wrong place. I found the page. I'll read that place later. It says, the face of the war. Man, Daryl, you want to win want to give you away. I want to give you away for humming a song. But okay, do you even know the song? You don't know the song, so let's just go on. All right. The face of the war was about to change dramatically, and I was the only one who could transmit certain crucial messages to the other side. That is, to the leaders of the West, both military and civilian. This is Shinka speaking. But especially to a certain Lieutenant Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo, it was there, right there in Victor Banjo's command room, that I heard that name for the first time. By the way, all that rumor that maybe Obasanjo and Soyinka had one girlfriend in one secondary school, they went to Baptist Boys High School in Abeokuta. That's where they've been fighting. I've been hearing that rumor since for many years. It's a lie. They didn't even know him until this moment in Enugu. So he says it was there, right in Victor Banjo's command room, that I heard that name for the first time and was informed that Obasanjo had only recently been appointed commanding officer in charge of the Western Area Command, with its headquarters in Ibadan. Obasanjo had once served in a subordinate capacity to Victor Banjo. His response to the message I would take, Banjo stressed, would be crucial to the changes that were being contemplated on the Biafran side. So what's the message? The crux of his message was this: let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Make the governor of the West and other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about a Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. Of course, that's a joke. The only people who think like this are idealistic and naive human beings. You are working for Biafra. You have not even left Enugu. You are saying that you're not trying to subjugate anybody. A couple of weeks after this was around June or so, June, July, thereabout. By August, they moved into the Midwest, and everything we read yesterday and 2 days ago happened in the Midwest. And they were now on their way to Yoruba land. Let me quickly tell you what the conversation they had. That's between Wole Soyinka and Olusegun Obasanjo. It says here, I was left only with an individual on Victor Banjo's call list, the most critical, Olusegun Obasanjo, officer commanding Western Zone. It was the moment of truth, the hardest, most risk-laden decision of all. Obasanjo's junior officers, with whom I had maintained steady contact since my return, warned me to beware. In the same breath, they clearly wished me well. Maybe if I weighed the risks. There were difficult days for objective, rational choices. While I hesitated, Victor Banjo broke through to the Midwest, but now he paused to secure the Midwest militarily and politically, making inflammatory broadcasts. The West became confused and awaited direction from its leaders. I called Obasanjo over a secret telephone in his bedroom, of whose existence he had not known. In his memoirs, which we are going to read, Obasanjo tells the story of how he had to search for the source of the mysterious ringing that he eventually traced to a wardrobe in his bedroom. One of the few details in that narrative that can stand the test of veracity in the midst of so many half-truths, outright lies, and coy adumbrations. Now let's quickly read what Obasanjo himself said. Obasanjo's book is called My Command. If I had my way, I will play music while saying this thing, because Orima help, but then YouTube will give us copyright strikes. So let us maintain our space. Where were we? So the book is called My Command by Olusegun Obasanjo. And it says here on page 44, such pressure was applied to me by someone who later turned out to be a... No, let me go back just a little bit. On receiving the news of the events in the Midwest on the morning of 9th August 1967, I made efforts to strengthen the roadblocks at Ore, Ifon, Irwa, Sobe, Igbataro, Irele, and Okitipupa, with a view to preventing easy access to the western state by the rebels. The 11th Battalion headquarters were ordered to Akure and later to Owo. A timely visit to Ore thwarted the first determined rebel efforts to break through to Ibadan and Lagos after an attempt to achieve this by overt political pressure and maneuver had failed. Excuse me. So he said after an attempt to achieve this by overt political pressure and maneuver had failed. Such pressure was applied to me by someone who later turned out to be a celebrated playwright who was acting for and on behalf of Victor Banjo. On the night of the rebels' invasion of the Midwest, at about half past midnight, a normally silent telephone in my bedroom came alive for the first time since I occupied the house. On it, a reasonably confident and articulate voice told me he had a message for me and would ring back. 2 hours later, the same unidentified man rang to give me a message from Victor Banjo that I should not worry and that I should remain steadfast without indicating what really was happening. Of course, by daylight, the picture became clear when the news of the rebel invasion of the Midwest broke. Soon after, the head of state and commander-in-chief and I had useful discussions on the events of the previous night, and he gave me a serious warning in respect of certain personalities in the West and their covert support for the rebels. By the way, a lot of you rebels were supporting these guys. Shinka just went to prison for it. 20 months, 20 months. Yet, the children of those people he went to prison for are the ones insulting him on Twitter. Let's continue. Later that afternoon, the same caller of the night rang me in the office. By this time, I had grown impatient and inquisitive about my unidentified regular caller. I then asked for a meeting, choosing as a rendezvous the petrol station at the junction of Ibadan Polytechnic Road and Oyo Road, and a time of 8 o'clock at night. The man, who is also a renowned social critic, turned out promptly at the appointed place and time. I invited him to my car, and for almost 2 hours, we drove round Ibadan and discussed Banjo's request for me to grant him unhindered access to Ibadan and Lagos at any price. Both the request and the price were turned down. I found out later that the man and his friend who brought him to the rendezvous nicknamed me "My duty must be due" for turning down the request. Surprisingly, I also realized later that unknown to one another, we both made plans to be shadowed by friends. Frederick Forsyth, in his book Biafra Story, asserted that Banjo passed on message to Chief Awolowo, probably through the same emissary, for a grand design that would eliminate Ojukwu and depose Gowon, leaving the leadership of Nigeria free for the picking. Let me quickly say something. What Frederick Forsyth said was a lie. How do I know? Let me tell you how I know. Let me read something to you from Shinka himself. He says here, moving as rapidly, this is Wole Shinka now. So Frederick Forsyth is telling us that Banjo passed the message to Awolowo, and this man and Obasanjo is saying that this must be through the same emissary. That would be Wole Shinka, because he was the one who went to Enugu, right? But in actual fact, Forsyth is writing nonsense. See, the more I read many of these books, the less respect I have for certain writers, especially all those Eastern motivated people. Let me tell you what the person they sent the letter through, what he said. Shinka says in his book, moving as rapidly as I dared, since it was clear that I had come under heavy surveillance, I carried out my mission to the civilian leaders, with one exception, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Even before I left Enugu, I refused to accede to Banjo's insistence that I speak to Awo. After my meeting with that politician, I simply felt intuitively that the approaching conflict was not one in which he should be involved. Did Victor Banjo send a message to Papa? Yes. Did the message get to him? No. Why? Because the person who brought the message, the bearer of the message himself, chose not to relay the message to Papa. Therefore, it's not true because Frederick Forsyth wrote it. Be careful of books from the East, including Forsyth's book, because like he said he said something in his own autobiography, in his memoir. The memoir is called The Outlier, that he was already on the Biafran side and that he was not objective. He knew. At least that much we can appreciate him for. Having read that, one more book before we go back to the main book for today. Well, it's not the main book, but before we go back to the Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, I'd like to read something to you from Just Before Dawn. So the one we read by Shinka is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. The one by Koliomoto Shaw is called Just Before Dawn. It says here, essentially it repeats everything that they're saying here. He found a telephone that worked in one of the unused government houses somewhere in Agodi. What he wanted to know was, let me just read it. All right. On August 9, 1967, a lot of things are said about August 9 because it's a very important date. On August 9, 1967, Victor Banjo led Biafran forces into the Midwest and threatened the western state and Lagos. Panic spread throughout the country As soon as they got to Benin, Banjo contacted Wole Soyinka through a telephone number in the University of Ibadan. He gave him the names of some military personnel he should see and asked him to confirm their support for his move into the West. Of these people, the most important was Olusegun Obasanjo, commander of the Nigerian forces in the West. Wole Soyinka contacted Obasanjo and they talked on the move, driving through the silent night of Ibadan. As soon as Obasanjo dropped Wole Soyinka off at the petrol station where he had picked him up earlier that night, he contacted Gowon to report that it had been proposed that he led Victor Banjo into the Western region. Wole Soyinka was later picked up and incarcerated for the duration of the civil war. In Benin, Banjo waited for the outcome of his contacts in the West, spending the time meeting various people. Thank God. I just remember something. One of the reasons, this is one of the answers to Madiebo's ridiculous claim. By the way, before I continue, so that I will know that you are all with me. What did Madiebo claim? Can anybody tell us in the comment section? We are in class, Abby. What was the claim I said Madiebo made that is ridiculous? I promise to read it if eventually, but I just want to ask, just to know if everybody is with me. Does anybody remember? We are in class now. Let me read something to you from the book, in case you forgot. The book again is called The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War by Alexander Madiebo. This is what he says. He says here, as was expected, Benin was taken early that morning without a single loss of life, amidst frantic jubilations by the entire local population. This is where I'm going. For reasons best known to him, Banjo conveniently ignored the importance of speed as a principle of war and chose to remain in Benin to reorganize the troops that had not yet fired a shot. What this man that sat down on his butt in Enugu, what he did not know is the fact that the man that was supposed to get him a message, get his message across, had not gotten back to him. So think about it for a second. Banjo was in Enugu, was planning to invade or to use the word liberate, which is just interesting. Liberate Yoruba land, Western region and the Midwest. So before leaving Enugu, Soyinka had come to Enugu. To visit, and he met with not just Ojukwu, but also Victor Banjo. Banjo thinks this is a fantastic idea. I'm going to send you some letters, right? Give this one to the politicians in Ibadan. Give this one to Olusegun Obasanjo, who is the commanding officer, of the West, of the troops in the West. Give this one to Awolowo. He then traveled down to Ibadan, chose not to give the one to Awolowo because he didn't want to get him involved in the whole wahala. But he saw other civilians, and then of course he saw what's this man's name? Olusegun Obasanjo. Now, having told Olusegun Obasanjo that, Olusegun Obasanjo, according to this book that we're reading now, again the book is called Just Before Dawn by Kole Omotosho, then reached out to Gowon. Now listen, somebody has contacted me. He said this and that. They then picked up that man, Wole Soyinka. After picking him up, Victor Banjo had already left the East by this time. He's in the Midwest. He's calling Soyinka to know what's up, like Shotigba, as they agreed to the terms. He's not able to reach Soyinka. He's not able to reach Olusegun Obasanjo. And he wanted to do exactly what Ojukwu had done in the Midwest, which was to get in. The way Ojukwu got into the Midwest was by working with Igbos in the Midwest. People like Conrad Nwawo, people like Okwechime, Isiche, Ochie. Those people were the people that opened the door for them. Therefore, he was thinking of, from everything you are reading right now, that it would make sense to have somebody like a collaborator in the Western region, so that, for instance, the soldiers wouldn't even bother disturbing us. We just go because we're on our way to Lagos. Which is ridiculous, by the way. But again, if you're Yoruba bots and you are this, all these idealistic people, you don't really think of the details. I'm just trying to explain that, contrary to what this man is saying, to make it look as if he didn't know what he was doing, he didn't want to get into Yoruba land blind. But let's continue reading. Again, the book is called Just Before Dawn by Kole Omotosho. It says, in Benin, Banjo waited for the outcome of his contacts in the West, spending the time meeting various people of the Midwest region and making speeches, which at first surprised, then enraged Ojukwu, shouting that the man in Benin will soon be giving everybody cocktail parties instead of getting on to Ibadan and Lagos, according to his instructions. In Lagos, Murtala Mohammed once more found himself rallying to help clear the mess that Gowon seemed to be getting the country into with his soft approach to the problem of Ojukwu. Again, Oju bọ̀rọ̀ gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́ lọ́rọ̀ àwọn arábí. Àwọn arábí tí mo sọ ń sìn èèyàn kan ta ló mẹ́ tó máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní 19 èèyàn kan sọ̀rọ̀ ó pa àwọn èèyàn kan ní àwọn arábí ní 1964. Ẹni tó bá mọ̀ kó wí fún wa o. While I'm looking for what I'm looking for. Ta ló morúkọ èèyàn yẹn? Ó pe àwọn èèyàn kan ní Nàìjíríà ní àwọn arábí. Just becoming gba ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ẹja ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fún jema náà gba ẹja pàtẹ́wọ́ fún mo bọ̀ ọ́ a ti pàtẹ́wọ́ fún yín o kí gbogbo yín kẹjọ pín àtẹ́wọ́ yẹn láàrin ara yín ẹ ṣé o. All right. But thank you. That's actually true. That's what Rakintola called them, which is of course is what Yoruba people call people. That's very say. Tábà fẹ́ lọ sàn ṣùgbọ́n a fẹ́ hùwà pé a fẹ́ sọ̀kò ọ̀rọ̀ òrò àwọn ará ilé ẹ̀ àwọn ará bí you get it. All right, let's continue. So again, it says here in Lagos, Murtala Muhammad once more found himself rallying to help clear the mess that Gowon seemed to be getting the country into with his soft approach to the problem of Ojukwu. In Ibadan, some people were already preparing the songs of welcome for the Army of Liberation. Which people? While others screamed over the radio, insisting that the West must not be used as a battleground for the contest between the East and the North. By this time, Wole Soyinka had stopped contacting Banjo from the telephone in his house on the university campus. He had found a telephone that worked in one of the unused government houses somewhere in Agodi. Oh, they had not picked him up yet, but he's not able to reach him. Let's just continue, because somewhere in this story, you heard the name Jimmy Sholanke, the same Uncle Jimmy. But let's continue. It says what he wanted to know was when Banjo would arrive. When would Banjo arrive in the West? What Banjo wanted to know was the nature of his welcome if he went to the West. So, Soyinka wanted to know when Banjo would arrive. Banjo wanted to know what would be the nature of his welcome if he went into the West. At this point, they have not been able to get across to each other. The two questions were unheard by the parties to this dialogue in the lines as the lines were not clear, and so no answers could be given to either question. Soyinka waited in Ibadan, and Banjo waited in Benin, and Ojukwu losing his temper in Enugu. Soyinka then placed Jimmy Sholanke, an actor-musician colleague, by the side of this telephone with a specific message for Sholanke to relay to Banjo. And this is the message. Unless you give specific instructions by tomorrow night, the doctor cannot. The doctor will not perform the operation and your old man will die. You are the only person who can do anything about it. The doctor has submitted his report and there has to be an operation. You must give instructions for the operation or else it will not be done. It's a code message. It's a coded message, I meant. Jimmy Sholanke sat by the telephone for almost 24 hours, but it never rang. In the meantime, Ojukwu called Victor Banjo back to Enugu to inquire what kept him in Benin. The Midwest and the Biafran army disintegrated with the active support of the local population. Suddenly, signs as Uruboman lives here, Benin Man's shop, and One Nigeria appeared in front of buildings like the The Midwest and the Biafran army disintegrated. We already know why they disintegrated, because of what happened there. We read that yesterday, how they were killing people, stealing their stuff, raping women. Who are the people? Biafran soldiers. Looting houses, selling properties, taking cars, killing folks. So it says the Midwest and the Biafran army disintegrated with the active support of the local population. Suddenly, signs such as Uroboman lives here, Benin Man's shop, and One Nigeria appeared in front of buildings like the protective smear of Passover blood, which demarcated the doors of the Jews and protected them from the angel of death. So that Those who suffered most were the poorer Igbo men and women and their children who could not find transport back into Biafra. Since the Biafran soldiers had commandeered all transport vehicles to get themselves and their booty back to their headquarters in Biafra, by September 20, 1967, the federal forces had driven the Biafran forces out of the Midwest. This was the first major setback that the Biafrans were to suffer in the process of the Civil War. Bo, I want to know if I should go on or just go to another book. Let me read a little more, just a little more. Years afterwards, it was said that the federal soldiers kept civil service office hours fighting between 7:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. on weekdays and half-day on Saturdays. That the armies on both sides fraternized across the lines, going to play football with one another until... I want to read that slowly. Years afterwards, it was said that the federal soldiers kept civil service office hours. Sorry, let me just take it slowly. Years afterwards, it was said that federal soldiers kept civil service office hours fighting between 7:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. on weekdays and a half-day on Saturdays. That the armies on both sides fraternized across the lines, going to play football with one another, until Ojukwu ordered some federal soldiers who had come to play with his own soldiers to be executed. You know, I don't know if you've seen this movie of during the World War II, when German soldiers and the Allied forces, I think, they met, they played ball, shared gifts during Christmas. Well, something similar happened in Nigeria. They were fighting each other. They're soldiers. So they had breaks to play football. And it's not new. Like, it's not like it has ever happened anywhere else. They played football. Ojukwu then ordered that the Nigerian soldiers who were playing football with the Biafran soldiers should be killed. That Yakubu Gowon's chief of staff, Supreme Headquarters, was busy doing a part-time law degree at the University of Lagos. This emphasized the lack of seriousness with which the Civil War was being fought and directed. The single serious issue in the Civil War was that ordinary people were dying, and Sebastian Okoro was determined to be one of them. And Sebastian Okoro was determined not to be one of them. This is a story of another person. That's why I wanted to jump this story before, but we might as well just read it. Remy Guy, yeah, it's World War I. Thank you for the correction. So he says Sebastian Okoro was determined not to be one of them. He would speak to no one, not even his wife, about his feelings on what was going on. There was so much hysteria that one did not know who to trust. He joined in the demonstrations in support of Biafra and made the expected noises of solidarity with the new state, but inside himself, he remained neutral. He could not choose between the noise of the state and the noise of the state seekers. The minorities of the river state, but he listened to them all on his transistor radio, which never left his side. The idea of boogeyman and saboteurs ravaged Biafra. By the way, there's a story of Sebastian Okoro. I'm trying not to get into it because it's not part of our... So let's just continue. The idea of boogeyman and saboteurs ravaged Biafra, and the execution of Victor Banjo along with 3 others did not completely satisfy the people who wanted to find scapegoats for the defeat of the army. We're going to get to this eventually, how Victor Banjo was killed. The federal... Okay, I didn't finish that thought. The idea of boogeyman and saboteurs ravaged Biafra, and the execution of Victor Banjo along with 3 others did not completely satisfy the people who wanted to find scapegoats for the defeat of the army in the Midwest and the capture of Enugu soon after. The federal soldiers under Murtala Mohammed had begun the fight for Onitsha. Somehow, it became public knowledge. Listen to this part. Once I read this part, we'll go back to John Desenjo. It says here, somehow it became public knowledge that once the federals took Onitsha, Ojukwu would leave the country. Colonel Effiong would take over and renounce secession, and that would be the end of the troubles for the ordinary people. But this was a pipe dream. There were still many deaths to come and many arguments to go before the war would end, with Ojukwu fleeing the country. The crazy part is that this man is not worthy of any honor. Considering how many people died because of his strong head, he should have stayed. Having read that, let's now go back to. So we have an idea what happened, why it didn't go immediately, because his contact in Ibadan was not getting back to him, and he couldn't go in blindly. One. Number two, they did also have ammunition. No arms, no ammunition. As a matter of fact, they were stealing Nigerian weapons in Warri and Benin in order to go and fight in Ibadan. That's how prepared the biggest, strongest army in Black Africa was. According to Ojukwu, it was the biggest and strongest army in Black Africa, but they didn't even have basic stuff. But guess what? Madiabo would insult and question, question this man's loyalty. I said I was going to read something from Odugua. So while all this was going on, what is the YouTube handle Busui Oris, please? Busui Oris works. Thank you. All right. While all this was going on, while he was trying to contact Shinka, people started hearing about it. Everybody started noticing that it'd be like something won't happen. So Papa made a statement, a broadcast on August 16, 1967. This was exactly 7 days after the Midwest invasion. It's long, but I'm just going to read a part of it. It says here, on board. One second. All right, I found what I'm looking for. So about the idea of what's his name, Victor Banjo coming to Ibadan. It is true that, like I said, Shinka did not reach out to Papa, and that was his choice. But that's not to say Papa did not know about the fact that he wanted to come. So what did Papa say? He says here, in the first place, I think I am voicing your deep and abiding sentiments when I saw that we, the sons, or when I say that we, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, I'll take that again. In the first place, I think I am voicing your deep and abiding sentiments when I say that we, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, are not under the bondage of the Hausa Fulani or of any kind to shake off, and accordingly do not require the assistance of anyone. Yoruba people in 2025, you have to have the same mindset. You are not in bondage to anybody, home and abroad, right? And it says, I'll read it again. We, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, are not under the bondage of Hausa Fulani or of any kind to shake off, and accordingly do not require the assistance of anyone. Igbo says you want to come and by the way, have I read this thing here before? Okay, let me put it this way. If you have never heard YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok, if you've never heard of some details from the letter that Victor Banjo, Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo, please just write in the comment section. If you have, don't write anything, please. But if you have not heard it before, like you've not heard anything about it, I cannot even read the whole letter, but there's a video of it on the YouTube, in the YouTube channel. I may just read part of it. If you have never heard anything from the letter, let me just say I haven't or something in the comment section, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube or TikTok. You have never heard of the letter? Really? Wow. Okay. Really? We have a lot of people who have not heard of it though. Okay, the full video is on YouTube. I'm going to read part of it so that you can have an idea what Ojukwu was planning. and why Papa will say what he said. Papa said, I'm going to read it, I promise. It says, we, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, are not under the bondage of the Hausa Fulani, which is the same they tell you now. If you are talking, they say, the Hausa Fulani have done something in your land. The Hausa Fulani are doing something. I'm not saying that the Fulani people are peaceful, for the most part, especially for what you're saying. Perhaps it's the ones who came from outside the country, but there's a lot of terrible things going on right now. But you see, the issue is not to measure evils or say, oh, this one is a bad person, this one is my friend, this one is from the south, this one is from the north. That's not the point. The point is that you are not going to hide behind Hausa Fulani to come and cause trouble in my land, and I should shut up because you are not Fulani. If Fulani does something wrong, I will tell Fulani what he's doing wrong. If you mess up, I'll also tell you what you are doing wrong. Not saying that, don't talk about me, just focus on Fulani, Bambe. And the person who is trying to help you against the Fulani also has his own agenda. We're going to read it from the letter that Ojukwu wrote. But before we get to that letter, let me finish this one. Papa said again, in the first place, I think I am voicing your deep and abiding sentiment when I say that we, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, are not under the bondage of Hausa Fulani or of any kind to shake off, and accordingly do not require the assistance of anyone. In the second place, even if we were under the yoke of an oppressed, I assert without fear of contradiction that we are quite capable of fending for ourselves and preserving our autonomy and freedom as a national unit in Nigeria. We would therefore not need the help of an outsider. One more thing that he now sent to Aotevewa. He says here that it is since January 1966, the crisis which was proposed on the Yoruba people of Western Nigeria has spread with increasing venom to the other parts of the Federation. What Alaji Miri, you are a stupid person. You are Igbo typing in Yoruba, and again you are stupid. And one of the reasons I know you are stupid is that right there on your. Let me tell you why I know you are Igbo. Number one, the way you typed Yoruba showed you are a retard. Right, you're actually retarded. Number two, on your own bio you wrote Igbo there. So again you are stupid. Tell your parents to take you to a river and go and wash your head. They should take Bible along. Go and meet the Woli, because Orotie or Ayelon share. You think you can come and be typing? How do I even mute this one, Seth? Wait, guys, sorry, I have to mute this one. Thank you, just becoming. Don't worry, I can't look on and they have to mix it. You guys go everywhere impersonating. I'm going to finish what I'm reading. It says here, since January 1966, however, the crisis which was proposed on the Yoruba people, by the way, they proposed crisis for Yoruba people from 1962. And the people who proposed that nonsense was the Northerners and the Easterners. And that's why I say to people, listen, love everybody, but don't assume that one group is better than the other, especially knowing that everybody has his own agenda. And I don't even think it's bad to have your agenda. You know the person I blame if your agenda works in my land? Me. Because I want to a clown. You actually, on your bio, there's Igbo. Oh, God. Since you understand Yoruba, you probably understand that one. Oh, God. You're very dumb. Let's go back to what we're reading. It says, since January 1966, however, the crisis which was proposed on the Yoruba people of Western Nigeria has spread with increasing venom to the other parts of the Federation. What the rebels in the Eastern and Midwest states are now asking us to do is to allow the wakes of Holocaust with which the areas temporarily under their control, the afflicted or threatened, to be reflected back to Yoruba land. We will do nothing of the sort. On the contrary, the urgent task to which we should now bend all our physical, mental, and spiritual energies is to make it impossible for a single rebel, no matter his ethnic affiliation, as thus are those who are not with us, be they our closest relations, must be denounced as being against us. As it is for Victor Banjo, so it is for the person whose name you are writing in the comment section right now. He says, Papa says, those who are not with us, even if they are our closest relations, must be denounced as being against us. And that's that ordinary nonsense you are saying. That's exactly what it is. They are against us because they are not for us. Anybody to bá lè jẹ́ àpòpọ̀ mọ́ ẹlòmíì láti ṣe nǹkan lẹ̀ Yorùbá, contrary to what will benefit the generation of Yoruba people. In other words, what they are doing is really to help the outsider. That person is a persona non grata in Yoruba land. This was why Papa said Victor Banjo should not bother coming. Why? Number one, you are coming with an alien force. Number two, the place you occupied is under siege. There's killings and lootings and rapings and all kinds of things. And then just like Papa knew, again, Papa made this broadcast on the 16th. 6 days later, Ojukwu writes a letter to Victor Banjo. Let me read that letter to you. Not everything, but like I said, if you want to listen to the entire letter, it's on the YouTube channel. But let me read to you part of what he wrote in the letter. And then you discover that I say something a lot. Our elders were wise. And the best way to live life is to learn from whether their mistakes or their wisdom. And we're thankful that they didn't hide their mistakes from us, and they also did not shy away from revealing their wisdom. Anybody who is against Yoruba interests, even if they are Yoruba, they must be denounced in Yoruba land. Anybody who will say Afeni Ferry belongs to all of us, he is not for us. Because what you are doing is that maybe you don't even know, maybe you just have, and again, for the most part, these people are not bad people. That's the crazy part. And that's the confusion that Yoruba people have, especially the younger ones. Victor Banjo was not a bad person. Ademwega was not a bad person. Dele Farotimi is not a bad person. But if your naivety is going to cost us, you are going to be you'll be together where you're supposed to be. It's not like they are bad people, it's just that they're naive. And this is what happens when you learn nothing from history. You can be 70-10, not just 79-80. You can be 75, 70-10, 80-10. You can be old, but you can still be ignorant. And I say that because some of these people, there's a particular one of them, I cannot mention his name out of respect, who essentially destroyed, or almost destroyed Afeni Ferry. It's not about age. Some people, I think it's personal interest, Shao. But for the most part, I think some people just want to change Nigeria and just change things. And in their naivety and their idealism, like I wrote something on Twitter the other day. There are two things that you notice with, you will notice with Yoruba bots. They're idealistic and they're naive. Idealism is nice if it is grounded in reality, so you become a pragmatic person. Idealism plus naivety is a terrible combination because you will kill yourself. Look into the history now. Close your people. They will get there, if not today, maybe on Monday. They killed Victor Banjo. They imprisoned Ademoyega. They imprisoned Foloyewole. Everybody who fought on the Biafran side to help Igbos who were Yoruba, they got in trouble. It's a law. You cannot change it. Why? Because listen, you read this book by Madebo and you will not believe that this man actually died for them. They were, even Achebe said it in his own book. He talked about the fact that he was convicted of treasonable felony and he was killed by Biafra. And I was like, he just said it in passing, as if it was not somebody's life. This is a person who fought for you while you were sitting down somewhere in one radio cooking up propaganda. This one was on the battlefront fighting. And then you kill him, and then you write about it, and you just write it like a would that be footnote? Let me see if I can quickly find it, because it's just crazy. And this is what happens to people who just between one Nigeria. I know you see me. Let me read to you what Chinachebe said about Victor Banjo's death, without going deep into it. We'll go into it much later. It says, the exhausted fleeing let's continue. The exhausted fleeing Biafran soldiers crossed the river Niger and arrived in Enugu, Biafra's capital. Their actions had unanticipated consequences. Ojukwu, nursing the wounds of, as they saw it, a self-inflicted defeat, summarily court-martialed the leaders of the exercise. The accused men, Brigadier Victor Banjo, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, Sam Agbamuche, and Major Philip Alale, were found guilty of planning a coup d'etat to overthrow Ojukwu's regime, a treasonable felony punishable by death. All four men were executed on September 25, 1967. He just said it like it was just another Thursday. And he did something. This man is smart. Well, he was smart. He's dead now. He was smart. But guess what? Kilorinti Ashake Kono. Tí wọ́n bá ti gbọ́n àgbọ́njù, ó máa mú ọlọ́gbọ́n gọ̀. Ẹ ti mọ̀ yẹn. Lonely at the top. Well, there's some more time to carry. But you get the point. Let me tell you what he did that was ọgbọ́n tó lò fún wa. He says here, they were found guilty of planning. He says they were found guilty of planning a coup d'etat to overthrow Ojukwu's regime. He now added a phrase, a clause. He did it intentionally. He's called it a treasonable felony punishable by death. In other words, I am going to justify the killing of those people because it's of erosion. What the rhyme of ocean erosion? What are you looking for in the midst of erosion? What are you looking for? Stay at home. Stay at home. Stay at home. Be fair to everybody. Love everyone. But stop fighting people's wars. The craziest part is this. Dele wrote a book. Don't die in their wars. I read the book. I think it's fantastic. But it looks like he's dying in other people's wars right now. And if a young Yoruba person, understand this, whatever you choose to do in terms of who you support is entirely your right? But once you start, when you say things like, if you're an APC, you are, who remembers what this line they used after Peter Obi lost? If you're, Motorati, if you're in APC, you're after my life. I'm not in APC, I'm not after your life. But the point is that when you begin to work with certain people, you are literally after people's lives. In Yoruba, you're after people's lives. And when Yoruba people notice it, guess what we're going to do? We're going to do exactly what Papa did. He said, close the door. I'll read it again. It says, what the rebels in the eastern and Midwest states are now asking us to do is to allow the wakes of Holocaust with which the areas temporarily under their control, the afflicted or threatened, to be reflected back to Yoruba land. In other words, where you are coming from, the nonsense you have there is what you are trying to introduce into Yoruba land. So he says, we will do nothing of the sort. On the contrary, the urgent task to which we should now bend all our physical, mental, and spiritual energies is to make it impossible for a single rebel, no matter his ethnic affiliation, even if it's Yoruba. Then he says, as thus, are those who are not with us, be they our closest relations, must be denounced as being against us. I'm not talking about APC, PDP. More conventional example. If you move against Yoruba interests, even if you're an APC, Yoruba people will denounce you. And what I'm trusting God for, really, with all these things we are doing for Yoruba people, is that we're going to have an army of very intelligent, moderate, and conservative people, not the extreme ones, but very, very intelligent, moderate, conservative. They can literally tell you why they are doing what they are doing without having to shout, without having to insult you. They will tell you, until, of course, you insult them. Then they will insult you and insult your father. Because some people in Nigeria, their parents started this thing. Their fathers caused the wala, and the children. So, and when we finish, we now pray for you that God will give you sense. And guess what? God is a miracle worker. He just might do something for you. Moving away from that. So that's why Papa said, no, he's not coming in. We're going to shut the door. And I'll say this, in our generation, we must have the same mindset. Anybody who is against the interest of Yoruba people, I don't care their party. I'm not a party person. APCO, PDPO, LPO, Ojuju, ADCO, SDP, SYQ, anything they call themselves, if you are against the interest of Yoruba, you are out. We must think like that. And I see some people in the comment section, can you call APC? It's not me, I don't care. What I care about is Yoruba interest, as far as this is concerned, and then Nigerian interest. Who taught me this thing? Is that if you don't like it, I can give you his address. She said, I can actually send people to Awo, but I won't be the one to send you there. You will find your way there yourself, but I'll tell you how to get there. I'll tell you where to go. You can now find your way to get there. But you have to be pure in heart, or else they will not accept you where Papa is. When you get there, he will not tell you exactly why he taught us what he taught us. Then you cannot make up your mind if you like it or not. That will be entirely your business. Love to all, malice to none. Yoruba interest is primary, and of course, Nigeria must be better. I want you to be blessed, Shao. I want everybody to do well, but not at the expense of Yoruba people, especially in Yoruba land. All right, having said that, let's now go back to the book by John Desenjo. I just went through all of that to explain the statement that he said when John Desenjo said, Awolowo, also realizing his fence seat was equally no longer tenable or desirable, jumped down and with amazing aplomb declared that he was irrevocably committed to Nigerian unity. The Yoruba people had constantly supported unity, he went on, and they must now be ready to resist any attempt by rebel forces from the east and the Midwest to violate their territory and subjugate them. No, Yoruba boats will not end up under 6 feet though. No, they are still our own. But they will be shot outside, they will be left outside the gates. The sad part is this, for the most part, those people that they really like, once you lock the door, they will hate it there. They always hate it there. Once you shut the door, they hate it there. And it's in everything. Lombenisin, Benios Marini, Bagbo, Aya, Nipekun, Army. Be like saying, waiting they have with that. So just shut them out unless they repent. Faji was not a Yoruba bot, though. Faji was not a Yoruba bot. What did you do that was a Yoruba bot? Faji was not shot outside the door. Faji chose that. So when you have conversations about you, those people should not be part of it. You know why? They are not fully developed. They are not fully developed. And the issue is that they don't... See, let me tell you the saddest part. There's nobody who knows everything. But one of the things I've noticed about knowledge, well, at least for me, some people, interestingly, I've noticed that some people become very proud when they know things. But I think knowledge shows your ignorance. Because you're reading a book, and then you're like, wait, I did not know this. This happened to me years ago. I read a particular book. When I didn't even finish the book. Till today, I've not finished that book. I just got to a particular point. I was just angry. I was angry with my teachers. I was angry with my parents. I was angry with everybody. I was like, how come nobody told me this? I was angry. Then later, I resolved the anger in my own self. Like, how come I was ignorant of this? Then I said to myself, if I was ignorant of this thing up until this moment, how many more things am I ignorant of? In my own experience, knowledge humbles you. Unless, of course, you're a proud person. Well, I'm not saying I'm humble. I'm just saying that knowledge has a way of humbling you because you're like, it exposes your ignorance. I said that to say this. If those who are shouting they are doing great things in Yoruba land, they want to change Yoruba land, if they even know how dumb and ignorant they are, at least they will now want to interact with knowledge. But this idea of assuming that you know everything you are doing, you don't. You don't. And I'm saying this with all the meekness I can come up with. You don't. These people, ask them that on this particular matter, how many books have you read? The ones trying to lead everybody. How many, like, let's even leave books so it doesn't look like we are trying to be, actually, let's not leave books. Should they say readers are leaders, Abby? How did you, let's even forget books for a second. This opinion that you have right now, tell me how you formed it. Let's even leave book. This opinion that you have, how did you arrive at this point in your life? How did you come to decide on this? And the point is that for the most part, they said, they said, that's how the opinion came together. There's nothing like, and when you say, what did you hear? It's usually rumors. So I'm just asking respectfully and humbly, if you are a Yoruba person and you are caught in this web of idealism, obedient, whatever, please ask yourself, how did I even come to decide? How did I arrive at this thing of again, somebody sent me a message today saying, I wish you didn't go partisan. I'm like, I'm not partisan. I just don't like obedient, or I just don't like Obi or his movement. And I like Tinubu, but I'm not in APC, and I don't support APC. But this particular government, wallahi, is perfect for where we are right now. Oh, you shouldn't be partisan. I don't really care. I don't belong to any political party, but I think this man is doing a fantastic job. And I know things are difficult. I know things are hard, but I see the effect of this policies that is putting out there, and I'm like, this is going to work for us in the long run. This is going to change everything. This is going to change everything. This structural stuff that is doing, whether it's the regional development commissions, or the tax reform bill, or the local government autonomy, or the subsidy removal, or the floating of the naira, all these policies, if you notice, I'm not talking about they gave us food, they gave us rice. I'm talking about policies that are structural, like it can affect the structure of the nation. It may take a while, and it's true, and people are going through stuff. But guess what? This is just part of the process. And even before he came up with anything, when I looked at what he said and what the other person just shouting consumption to production, China went to China, there's no correlation. So I ask you, why do you think this person even makes sense to lead anything? I'll say it again. I want Tinubu to be there, and I want Tinubu to, by the grace of God, create a structure and share a vision, right? Folks like him, just like he did in Lagos, in Nigeria. The next president, of course, will not be Yoruba. It can be from the north, anywhere. But the president should also have that same mindset to grow Nigeria, regardless of what people think, and continue with the good works. Let's have continuity for the first time in our lives. I said this. I know I've left the topic. I'm coming back to it. I said this some time ago that the governors in Lagos are smart people. Everybody since Tinubu, whether it was Babatunde Raji Fashola or Ambode or the present governor, Jide Sanwo-Olu, they're fantastic guys. And they're doing, they did great work, and the one there is doing great work. Excuse me, and I know he's not perfect, but he's doing well. But you see, the structure that Lagos has today, the reason I tell people continue to vote APC in Lagos, I'm using that party specifically in that Lagos, not Nigeria, but in Lagos, continue to vote APC because they have a structure, there is a vision, there's a blueprint. When they get in there, all they do is plug and play. Everything the next governors, let's say the next 3 governors, what they will do, they don't have to think it. You just, okay, if it's not bad day, you build on it. If it's not bad day, you build on it. Do you know what Cross River State will look like today if what Tinubu did in Lagos, Duke was able to do it in Cross River? I don't know if you ever visited Obudukato Ranch. I don't know if you ever went there, or to Tinapa, or to Marina in Calabar. I mean, I went to those places. Fantastic investment. Right now, it's just a shadow of his former self. There's no continuity. Everybody's just shouting. Plan, no plan. Everybody just wants to get power. That's all. What he did, go see continuity. And, you know, someone said that you're not really successful until your successor is doing well. Actually, not somebody, is me. Because without continuity, you can't really claim to be a success. Because what you spent all this energy building is just destroyed by which is why I say that in Lagos, that party, at least for now, the way I see it, they should just continue with that blueprint that they're doing. If it's so bad, don't worry, leave it like that. There's blue line, there's red line, yellow and purple are coming. So thank you. You don't have to like it. And they now plug that into the Southwestern Development Commission and Southwest Development, is that commission? Yes, Southwest Development Commission and Don Commission. Plug those two things, and then we are talking regional development in Yoruba land. And thank God, these guys have worked for the last 12 years, developing, you know, a framework for the development of Yoruba land. I'm talking about the Don Commission, the think tank. They came up with fantastic stuff. I'm just praying that these SWDC guys get started and they just plug in there. And they have a budget of over 400 billion naira this year. I don't know when they're going to start working, but I hope they start fast. That's what we are thinking. But then at the national level, I hope he actually is able to recreate that thing. How he's going to do it, I don't know. But he's who he is, so he has a plan, by the way, which he shared in one interview. It's not like I went to his house, so he shared it in an interview. Those that are not Yoruba will not let you work. That's not, no. Don't talk like that. Let me say something to, we're going to continue. Let me just say something to our people. You see, you are right that there are people who would not want it to work. But the question is there a way to make it work? And I think there is a way. And I'm not saying it will work. I'm just saying it's possible that it works. It's possible. And I'll tell you why I say that. You know, sometimes Amang Boaruwaja, Papa tried to do it nationally, it was blocked. Exactly. That's where I'm going. Papa tried to do it nationally, it was blocked. Tinubu tried to do it nationally, nobody could block him. That's the point I'm even trying to make. Papa tried to do it nationally, it was blocked. Tinubu wanted to do it nationally. Nobody. Did they block him? Of course they blocked him. They blocked him. They did everything. We were here. Naira issue. People suffered. All because you don't want people to become president. But guess what? He did. Why? He worked with others that would help it, that would make it happen. That's why I always say that. We'll get there. Because as the Yoruba people separately knew Nigeria, we'll get there. Papa got to a particular point. Nobody's taking it further. The generation will take it further. And hopefully, I think it's not impossible because Papa even did this thing. We don't talk about it enough, to be honest. There were nothingers in AG. There are people who won positions in the COR, who were an action group. Action group was majority Yoruba, but there were members of the party who won in other parts of Nigeria, right? Especially in the COR. So it's not impossible to have that kind of influence. I don't know how easy it will be, Shao. I don't know. I'm just saying this is what I desire. Either that, or we have a structure that doesn't even care what happens at the center, which is what I think Princess was trying to say in the comment section. That structure may not, but we have to also be careful of, we're going to have a session to discuss the kind of structure. I try not to talk about it a lot here because, no, Joseph Tucker had his own party. It wasn't in AG. It was in AG. He had a different party, or UMBC, I think it was called. United Middle Belt Congress. I think he had it. Yeah, it was in UMBC. I'm not sure, but they had an alignment with AG. With AG, yes. But I will say this, that for those who are always asking for regional government, we'll get back to this topic in a bit. See, that regional government, can we have it? Yes. Is it going to be like the one in 6s? No. And the answer to that is around. I've shared it here before, but I don't talk about it as much as I used to. But maybe one of these days I will share it again. The kind of structure what we had in the 60s cannot happen again. It cannot. At least not across Nigeria. I think Joseph Tucker was arrested when Papa was. Yes, he was. You're right. Akonjola. Tucker was also arrested with Papa in 1963. They were jailed together. Papa, Tucker, Anthony Nauro, Omishade, Jack Conde, and the rest of them. Why? And one also put more as Papa. Where do you get in regional government in a new structure? Exactly, Said Ashela. God bless you, sir. So, what we are looking for, again, one thing that we also have to be very careful as Yoruba people is that, Sherry, don't know about Sherry, I know. Mo fi lè ṣe àpẹẹrẹ. Ọ̀nà tó máa gbà ó lè má jọ náà tá à ń fọkàn sí. Ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà míì, I think some of us are too concerned with how, no, let me not put it that way. I don't want to say it though. With the way that we know, thinking that that's the only way to get it. Not knowing that there are different, what you are looking for, you are getting it, but you are not getting it the way you thought you would get it. Therefore, you are assuming you don't have it. But you actually have something close and it's actually working in line with it already. Which is one of the reasons I like 3 things. Number 1, the Southwest Governors Forum, how they work with Dawn Commission and the Southwest Development Commission, those 3 groups, plus Odua group of companies. But that one is on one side. See those 3 groups, Those 3 groups. You'll be shocked at how much faster we would grow. So we are getting there. We're getting there. And it will work. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. I said all of that to say that I like what Tinubu is doing. I think he's doing fantastic work. He's focusing on structural issues, and he's doing a fantastic work. And I think we should support him. And next election, I would ask people to support him. Most of the ESCO of MB is Igbo. Can you believe that? I want to discuss it. No, we already discussed it already. We discussed it already. They can make laws to destroy what we are building now. No, that's not. It's not. Who are the they? Please don't say that. Let's stop. Who are the they? See, those who are clamoring for a separate nation, please let's be careful. Count your blessings. The one you are trying to get, how is it you think is going to be? Who are the? Okay, so who are the they? What do you want to do about it? Okay, no, let's even stop this for another 5 minutes. Princess, they can slow you down. So what are you going to do about it? Guys, just watch this drama let's assume you are correct, Princess. What are you going to do about the fact that they can slow you down? Please let us know. We have a couple of minutes for you. Just this is for you. I'm dedicating this section to you. What do you think we should do about the fact that they might destroy the plans that is putting in place? Remember that these plans is doing, these things is doing, is not just doing it like based on his whims and caprices. This is going through the legislature, right? There are laws for these things. Like now, Tinubu is just here to do, and they want him out. That's not the point. Don't tell me the problem. This thing you are saying they can stop the thing from working. Please give us the example of what we should do about it. This is why I don't like these things that we do. Celebrate the good work he's doing and build on it and see the possibilities. If what you are saying is that, oh, if he leaves now, another person will now come, will not destroy the work. Okay, so what are you going to do about it?
Let me tell you something. People who say this thing, I've seen only one thing. Break out of Nigeria. I don't agree with it.
Let me tell you something. People who say this thing, I've seen only one thing, break out of Nigeria. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it because there's no substance to the saying. It's just a rhetoric. What's the plan? There's no plan. It's just vibes and inshallah. I can't espouse that idea because I don't even actually understand, but I can't say it because and the reason to break out, I don't want to go into, if you're not going to answer us, I'll do as if I don't know the answer to. Oh, when they come, they will stop it, Okay, when they announce, okay, let us hammer on change of constitution and have a regional government. Who would give you regional government? It's not the same people you are saying will change it. Guys, please give me 30 seconds. Let me ease myself. You said they're going to stop the Kiniko. Who will stop it? Number one, this they were always saying is not they are Yoruba people too. Yoruba people are part of the they in the National Assembly. They are the ones who make our laws, right? If they are going to change anything, those they are the ones who will also give you the regional government you are looking for. So if you are not careful what you are saying right now, we might end up becoming like the Eastern region because there is no other way to get it apart from fighting. Is it good for us to go for regional government? I promise I'm going to respond. Let me just ease myself, please. Let me crave your indulgence. Just 30 seconds. I'll be back. Thank you for staying tuned. Let me just say this before we move on. I think if we can get regional government, then we can make our own law. How will you get the regional government? You are jumping the gun. How will you get that regional government? Let me tell you something. I think a lot of us feel helpless in Nigeria. I want to tell you something. That helplessness you feel is learned. There's something called learned helplessness, or some people call it learned helplessness, but it's learned helplessness. If you think, Kubu on YouTube, Ẹkáàbọ, if you think we cannot build anything until we get out of Nigeria, you are not right. And let me assure you, when you study Nigerian history, the 50s and 60s were more difficult than now. Yet, Papa built. It was damn difficult. 50% of the parliament in Lagos was Hausa, was Northern. Now everybody is having 3 per state. It's just like maybe like 3 or 4 near one Northern Afiju Yobalo. I don't Fiju the rest of the country though. Back then they had 50%. Regional government will give us more autonomy. You guys don't get it. You are preaching to the choir. Don't tell me what regional government will give you. I'm telling you, how do you get it? This thing that people are doing in Yoruba, let me just tell you something. Before what this thing you are saying, I've already talked about it. I want it. It will happen. As a matter of fact, we're already on the path. But the point is that we don't even know that we're already on the path. We are still looking for it because we expect it to come the way it came in the day of Awolowo. Meanwhile, Awo himself was saying that the one he had was not good. Did you know that Papa did not like the regional government that he was working in? That was what is the definition of regional government, though. People think that if we can just go back to 1950s in the terms of Awo, Papa himself did not like that system. His own definition of regional system was ethno-linguistic, and that's not what we had. But guess what? The one we can have right now will actually be what he wanted. How do we get that one? I've had a session about that before. Another day I'll talk about it. But when you say things like, we need regional government, I know. Is it not the same people that you are saying will destroy Tinubu's work that will work to give you the regional government you're looking for? That means that you've got to play the game. You've got to be involved. If you keep saying these things like they will destroy it, oh, Nigeria will destroy Yoruba land, oh, we don't even need these people, what do? You pull out. So what do? You end up like ESN. And why do they have ESN? It's not because they are bad people. It's because they got disillusioned. If a person promises you something over and over and over again and sets date, moves it, sets a date, he moves it. There's a scripture in Ecclesiastes, there's a verse in Ecclesiastes, it says, the labor of the fools wearies all of them because they do not know how to get to the city. Because they don't know how to get to the city. So the people get weary. After a while, any way becomes way. Any way now way. Before you know it, everybody's carrying guns. That should not happen in Yoruba land. The group that did it in Yoruba land, that's exactly what happened to them. And when they started having their meetings online, I used to look at them like, they make themselves happy, promising themselves fantastic things that you cannot find any basis for in the reality. Somebody said, I had a dream. In the dream, somebody said something in the dream. Then I read something. Then this is it. I'm like, are you serious? We don't even need Nigeria. Politics Nigeria, we don't want to be part of it. Okay, how are you going to get out? Who will vote? One, I remember one, it was 2022, 21, 22, thereabout. We must not vote. People were breaking their cards in the name of agitation. Okay, you don't vote. Igbo wins Lagos State governorship. Igbo wins Oyo State governorship because you didn't vote. They win Ogun State governorship. They have, Hausa is in your local government. Fulani has taken over the place. Idoma has his own place. You are not involved because what's my business? I want my own nation. While you are doing your wonderful work in the spirit, they are taking your land physically without even having to fight. Why? Nature abhors a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. Once you leave that space, it will be filled by others. I'm saying that to say that this thing, when people say things like, if people just leave, they will scatter everything. Who are the they? And can that day, can they work without us who are in that space? If those of us who are in that space are not doing well enough for Yoruba land, why is it that those of us here who have all these wonderful ideas, why are we not trying to get into the House of Representatives or House of Assembly or National Assembly? The people there, they're smarter than us. Who is there? I was listening to one elderly man the other day. He said, our leaders. And I was like, I mean, to be honest, he didn't have political office. But the point is, he was blaming the leaders for something. I mean, I was like, there's a place you get to in your life. You just take your L. Just take your L and move on. I said all of that to say this, guys. We are the ones we have been waiting for. That's the point. All this, if you can get this, okay, how do you get it? You have to get people in there that believe in that thing. Okay, then do something about it. Or you have to write petition to get people in the National Assembly to do your bidding. Do it. Whatever you have to do, do it. But don't just say, excuse me, if Tinubu leaves, they'll spoil it. Okay, so what are we going to do? That is actually where the work of a leader comes, and I believe that all of us are leaders. All right, after all that break, we'll come back to this regional government someday soon. But just know that while it is great to have a separate nation, and I like the idea, I love the idea, but I'm not going to work against what the president is doing right now, like some people are foolishly doing, I might add, without respect, by the way, because respect is not needed, foolishly undermining his work in the name of something that they really want. What you want is what he's doing. What you want is what he's doing. But, you know, there was a day they interviewed the president. This was long before he became president. And they're talking about the particular group, and he said, if you're a true Yoruba person, you know what exactly he just said without saying it. There's a way you have to move in Nigeria. There's a way you have to move in Nigeria where what you want to do, you are doing it, but you're not doing it the way everybody will see it. Because if they see you coming, it's over. If they see you coming, it's over. So you have to sing the song by Ashake. They never see me coming. In fact, on the second, but in terms of silencing, auto jokoti. Let's move very quickly. 2 days after the invasion, I'm reading the book, The Nigerian Civil War by John St. Joe. 2 days after the invasion, Gowon ordered total war against the Biafrans. This, he said, was in retaliation against the bombing of civilians in Lagos and elsewhere. Converted Dakotas and jet trainers bombed Onitsha and Enugu the next day. You will hear about the bombing of Onitsha and Enugu, but you will not hear about how Biafrans bombed Lagos. So he says converted Dakotas and jet trainers bombed Onitsha and Enugu the next day. Federal troops were sent to secure the west and midwest border, and a small seaborne force landed on the island of Escravos in the estuary, leading to Warri. The eastern blockade was extended to the Midwest. There were reports that a contingency plan had been prepared involving the transfer. By the way, sorry, Princess and the other people who talked about the original thing. I'm not discounting your thoughts, so I'm not. And what you have said is valid, though. I'm not me for you to look at so because of it. Taban sokin le alera ba se nso yi tó bá débi kan àwọn kan máa bínú nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bàdàn lọ́jọ́ sí tí má bínú o pé mo fẹ́ dára dúró nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bàdàn lọ́jọ́ sí ó lè tún lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ again. It was those rhetoric of we must get out, we must have King Kong, they will destroy it, we need to be alone with all those things. That's what caused what happened in Ibadan. That's the reason I spoke the way I spoke. It's not because I'm looking down on your thoughts or your opinion. You are right. It will be great to have a nice space, but Shishi and Teleni. So let's work with the president, and let's not lose hope. Right? Things are changing. If you read what's happening right now, you can tell that a lot of what we're actually looking for as Yoruba people, we're actually getting it. Some of those things you will know. Yes, there's something that you will know, but you cannot say. Because if you say it, people will not even. It's like we are just there are things he's doing. Sherry awa ni ọ̀rọ̀ regionalism ìjẹ́lógún jù ní Nigeria. Àwa là ń parọ́ ẹ̀ látọjọ́ ẹ̀. Àwọn yòókù gan ẹ̀ lè ṣe region ní north mọ́, kò possible. Ẹ̀ lè ṣe region ní east mọ́, there can never be an eastern region again, never. Do you know what work they did to even break out of that region? We'll talk about it after this series. They can't be a northern region anymore. They had to work their lives. They are still working their lives to get out of that arrangement. Because we are homogeneous. And even in our homogeneity, we still have some people who are outside our space. Omar, also, sorry, what do you mean also? Do you want to like ask properly so I can know how to answer the question? If you look at the structure of the nation and geography and the contiguity of our, they are only bosheri. Àwa la mo sọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ mo sọ Yorùbá ni. Àwa ló pé, àwa ló fẹ́. Nígbà tán lọ ṣe ìpàdé ní 2000, ẹ má bínú o, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí máa ń ká mi lára torí mi fẹ́ kí ẹni tó jẹ́ Yorùbá kó má rò pé bí àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹsà sí nǹkan tán sọ. Nígbà tán ṣe ìpàdé ní 2004, àbí sorry, 2014. Nígbà tán ṣe ìpàdé ní 2014. Àbọ̀pàdé yẹn, ǹjẹ́ àkọ́kọ́ ti ka àwọn àbọ̀pàdé yẹn? Why is it impossible for others to have regional government? Because they don't have the kind of structure that we have. They don't have the kind of homogeneity that we have in our space. You cannot have a regional government in the East. It will never happen. Never say never. I'm saying never. It will never happen. They are not homogeneous. And when they were in the East, it was the Eastern minorities that bore the brunt of whatever dreams people in the core Igbo heartland had. It was at their expense. They started fighting to break free in 1955. They could have gotten it in 1957. Any moderator there, please just mute the video. You can source Sigbo go Jadanu. There's going to be another class. There can be an eastern region, there can be a northern region. Because neither of those regions was homogeneous. They were mixed. And the majority, the minorities did not feel seen. One of the mistakes we make as Yoruba people as well is that when we think for ourselves, sometimes we don't think for others. And you see, if you're going to negotiate properly, as you are thinking for yourself, you also have to think about the other person. That other person, what if what I want, it doesn't want it? Where do we meet? Is there any middle ground? But that's a conversation for another day. That middle ground, they already arrived at that thing. There was a middle ground that was arrived at years ago. That is what we're supposed to be talking about. But I don't think a lot of us even know that middle ground. So when I say we want regionalism, okay. Are you saying they should give Yoruba regionalism or they should break Nigeria into regions? What are we really saying? And if we say break Nigeria into regions, are we saying the 6 geopolitical zones should be regions? And if the 6 geopolitical zones are regions, what then happens to the real idea of regionalism by the person who actually introduced it to Nigeria? And the person who introduced it, we want regional. How do you get it? You know what? We're going to have another session. All you are saying is what you want. What about what the other person wants? You are talking like Ojuku. You are speaking like Pink Diva. My sister, you are speaking like Ojuku. We want regional. We want regional. We want regional. Okay. We want Aburi. On Aburi we stand. I'm just joking, no. No, Ojuku just say on Aburi we stand. On Aburi we stand. Even when they get, listen to this is the thing we should be careful of. Even when they gave Ojuku Aburi, Ojuku rejected it. I think I should do a session on this thing. It's going to be interesting. When they gave him, he said, on Aburi we stand, on Aburi we stand. They gave him the Aburi Accord in a law, in a decree number 8 of May 17, 1967. They gave it to him and he said no. But that decree, according to his own people, contained 98% of what they discussed in Aburi. 98%, and he said no to it. You know why? It didn't come the way he was expecting. It came in a different package. We're too enamored with the idea of package. Somebody said, you're not listening to me. I want regional system. I'm saying that the way you're going to get it is not the way it was back then. We're going to have another session on that. I've spent too much time on it. Our time is fast spent. Let's jump back into this. What did you do, Misha? They're alone, Misha. What do me? 2 days after the invasion, Gowon ordered total war against the Biafrans. This, he said, was in retaliation against the bombing of civilians in Lagos and elsewhere. Converted Dakotas and jet-trained trainers bombed Onitsha and Enugu the next day. Federal troops were sent to secure the Midwest and Western border and a small seaborne force landed on the island of Escravos in the estuary, leading to Warri. The eastern blockade was extended to the Midwest. There were reports that a contingency plan had been prepared involving the transfer of the federal government and its financial reserves to the north if the Biafrans got any closer to Lagos. Later, an inner war cabinet was formed to prosecute the war more vigorously. A dusk-to-dawn curfew was clamped down, and troops and armored cars them in. I already talked about this a number of times. The bank of the psychological factor, not unimportant among the unseasoned soldiers. That because real. I mean, you're going to enjoy it. So this is a production by a little naive, sympathies basically pro-federal, closely identified with Ironsi, at school with Ejo, and protected by him when Northerners were gunning for him after July counter-coup. Charming, smooth, very ambitious, trusted by Ejo, and a strong influence on Uwanwo, probably most determined pro-Biafran plotter. Number 4, Major Samuel Ogbomudia, most senior non-Igbo officer in garrison from Bini tribe, QMG, that is in charge of the armory, as a quartermaster general. In charge of the armory, pro-federal. Number 5, Commissioner Joseph Adeola, Midwest Police Chief, non-Igbo, old-style British policeman, opposed to meddling in politics and implacably loyal to constituted authority, that is the federal government. And then lastly, Brigadier Victor Banjo, commander of the Biafran Liberation Army, Yoruba, made alleged attempt on Ironsi's life after January coup, alleged though. Detained in the East, formerly an electrical engineer, good soldier, highly popular with his men, confident, intelligent, and very charming. Apparently, a one Nigerian radical at heart, certainly a confused idealist and intensely ambitious. Confused. Supporting cast, the Oba of Benin, the British High Commissioner, 6 more Igbo colonels, policemen, Nigerian and Biafran soldiers. Prologue. Let's just read this thing. Prologue. Let me see if it's necessary. Mobo. We already talked about some of these things. I'm looking at time. I think we already talked about it when we were reading the book by Uilawa or Swanlele, how they opened the door, the things they did. So let's just move fast, please. Don't worry, we'll do the drama later. I'll read the epilogue. A few days later, Adeola and 3 other leading non-Igbo Midwesterners are sent to Enugu to discuss with Ojukwu the administration of the Republic of Benin. Now well installed, confuses which no people will be dominated by other people. He adds that Ojukwu had promised his assistance in these undertakings, but apparently Ojukwu does not share this view. Presumably, he did not give command of his army to Banjo to fight for Nigeria, and Banjo is abruptly recalled to Enugu to explain himself. A not untypical Nigerian law sets in and the scene fades. A week later, the Biafrans were on the move again. Enugu Radio called upon the Yorubas to rise against the federal government. Banjo, who had returned to Benin, had lost his job as administrator of the Midwest but retained his command at the head of the army. As informative as ever, he telephoned Governor Adebayo of the West and told him he was coming to take over his state. Ojukwu appointed a little known, so I'm going to do it very fast. I hope this is the part of the drama I think is going to work for us. All right. Banjo telephoned Governor Adebayo of the West, told him he was coming to take over his state. Ojukwu appointed a little-known Midwestern doctor, Major Albert Okonkwo, as Banjo's replacement in Benin. Okonkwo, a vain, ambitious man, had been trained in the United States and joined the Nigerian army as a doctor not long after the war broke out. He was in charge of Benin Military Hospital and at the center of the 1 o'clock meetings of Igbo conspirators. His appointment was not calculated to reassure the Midwest majority non-Igbo population. In his first public statement, however, Okonkwo announced that Brigadier Ejo, whose fate had remained a mystery since the invasion, was alive and well. Please, I have to change the audio source. Well, I'm changing the audio source. Let me just see what people are having fun in the comment section. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Great Ashi, what's this? Tom, ẹni sùúrù, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? What's happening? Kí ló dé, kí ló fa gbogbo? Ikú ò ní pa ẹ̀rọ kan. In fact, let's meet both of you for a while. Let's mute you for like a minute. I can't even mute you. That's the problem. Moderator, please let me mute both of them for like a minute, please, because kí ló dé? I wasn't even looking. I didn't know that was going on. Kò lè tó yẹn. It should be blocked. Based on, I don't even know what it is that you guys are fighting about. By the way, for YouTube, sorry, we are trying to understand what's going on here. What's going on here? Oh yeah, ẹ má bínú. Gbogbo àti àtàpá tún àtàpá sí ẹ má bínú. Sorry about that. I apologize. Ìkọ́kọ́ ní òní ṣòfò. Dáadáa gbogbo a máa ṣe orí rẹ̀ gbogbo a máa ṣe. Ọmọ ìyá méjì. Kábàdé wò sí ìbáyìí sí. Ó lè tó láǹsìn kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa jọ dá okòwò pọ̀. Just go that you share the same interest. Before you know it now, you are doing business together. You see? Ẹ má bínú. Ẹ méjèèjì. Ẹ jẹ̀bù rẹ̀. Ó ti tó. Just because, okay, let me do it on this device. I said, please let me mute them for like a minute. You are begging them. They won't listen. Me too, I was begging them, but I don't think that's... I want to beg them after I've muted them. Who's next? Who's the other person? Oh, it's just a minute. Am I worried? Just calm down. Just calm down. Error. Just for... not for the life, oh, just becoming... just for a minute. Just because you can mute for 1 minute or 3 minutes or 5 minutes for our young maybe I be schedule call schedule meji. I want burúkú yẹn máa ń ṣe for entire life. Wọ́n rán lọ sí ẹ̀wọ̀n gbére. Thank you, Judge Bukomi. Thank you for the great work you are doing. Bele, how are you? Yeah, ẹ ṣé o. Ó yá ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ̀yin méjèèjì ẹjọ́ tó lọ ẹ má bínú. Let's rush. Let's run. I can't believe that we're not going to get to Ore today. And now we have issue with inactivity on TikTok. So please be on TikTok. Kindly power tap. Let's like the live. Please. Eshe. On 17th August. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Imani, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you. Oh, God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for that gift. I really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, that's what they call gifts on TikTok. That car I just drove in front of me, that was a gift. Will I enter the car after the show? No. Later I can cash a part of the money from TikTok. Thanks a lot, Imani. All right. You didn't send me that message, Shah Imani. You didn't send me that message. Maybe I'll just enter the car and then I'll drive to the place. How you sent me the car, so I want to get into the car and drive to the place where the message is supposed to be happening. Anyway, thank you so much. Let's get back into this. On 17th August, Biafran troops crossed the Ofusu River after a small skirmish and were in the western state. The following day, they reached Ore. Praise God. Mama share. Okay, Motigbo. We're at Ore now, so let's get into Ore. I see the fact TikTok sharing gifts with you. Send money. If you cannot share gifts, send money. We put the bank details out from time to time. I'll do it again this evening. Send money. Or ask me for account. If I don't ask me, I'll put it. If you can ask me, Shaba, I'll put it up in a bit. Once you start bringing people up, I'll put the account details. If you don't want to do TikTok gifts, send money. Don't worry, my bank account can take it. $1 billion is not too small. All right. Felix. Yes, you did. You did. Thank you. So we're finally in Ore. So let's get into, I want us to see what we can do with Ore. So when we come next week, we just talk about the trial and the execution, which is a very sad story. On 17th August, Biafran troops crossed the Ofusu River after a small skirmish and were in the western state. The following day, they reached Ore. This was it, by the way, this is the day after Papa's broadcast in Ibadan. So it says here, the following day they reached Ore, 17 miles inside the west, a small but strategic town. From here, 4 roads intersect, north to Ibadan, south to Okitipupa, the creeks and the sea, and west 135 miles to Lagos. A federal spokesman announced tersely, quote, "The next 24 hours will be crucial. Every available soldier, including the cooks and bottle washers, were thrown into the defense. Radio Biafra came on the air. It could be heard clearly in Ibadan and Lagos. An attack on Lagos was imminent. It said, quote, Biafran troops are also advancing towards Ibadan." In other words, from Enugu, they were broadcasting the fact that the Biafran troops were entering into Yoruba land. So we could hear it in Ibadan. When I say we, you know what I mean. I wasn't born then. But you get the point. We could hear it in Ibadan, in Lagos. We could hear it in Lagos. We could hear it in Ibadan. We could hear it, major towns. Essentially, casting fear and all those things into the minds of people. Again, psychological warfare.
An attack on Lagos was imminent. Radio Biafra came on the air.
An attack on Lagos was imminent. Radio Biafra came on the air. This is what I was saying. Radio Biafra came on the air. It could be heard clearly in Ibadan and Lagos. An attack on Lagos was imminent. It said, Biafran troops are also advancing towards Ibadan. Banjo, leading his men with his customary panache, pressed on through the town but finally came to a halt at a bridge, blown up by the Nigerians on the Lagos side. Another bridge had been destroyed on the Ibadan road, blocking the Biafrans' advance in that direction too. It was the high watermark of Biafra's military fortunes. For several days, the struggle for Ore continued, and though probably not more than a total of 1,500 men were involved, it was a decisive battle. As decisive to the Nigerians as Gettysburg had been to the Unionists in the American Civil War. But it was typical of the confused military history of the war that even today, it is not absolutely clear whether the Biafrans were soundly trounced at Ore or simply checked by the blown bridges and then compelled to withdraw because the Nigerians threatened to outflank them by moving east along the network of smaller roads to the north of the town. In any event, by the end of August, the Biafrans were on the retreat, blowing up bridges as they went. Sorry, guys. So it says the Biafrans were on the retreat, blowing up bridges as they went. You know, the military history of the Biafran defeat in the Midwest, which took a little over a month to accomplish, makes dull reading. It was a dull affair. They also had to contain a division. The second was hastily raised and put under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed. The Northerner, who had featured prominently in the July coup and the subsequent power struggle, many of the officers under him who were blood, the Nigerians were threatening to cut the Biafrans off by slicing through the Benin-Asaba road from the north. Troops began pulling out of the Midwest capital. Many Igbo civilians had left some time before, and rumors spread like wildfire that the Nigerians were approaching. It was with some surprise then that at 7 a.m. on 20th September, Major Okonkwo solemnly announced on the radio the birth of the independent and sovereign Republic of Benin. It was the world's shortest-lived republic. By 1 o'clock on the same day, the Nigerians were shelling the city, and within a couple of hours, they had occupied it. The only fighting that took place was when a Biafran motorized column retreating westwards entered Benin, not knowing the city had been taken. They turned a bend and met a federal detachment head-on near the General Hospital and were decimated. Major Okonkwo, it transpired, was already with the rest of the senior Biafran officers safely in Asaba. His independence declaration had been pre-recorded. So Baba was telling everybody that that on 20 September that now there's a Republic of Benin. But while they were playing that recording, while they were playing that stuff, it was already in Asaba. But we're not going to go deep into what happened when the federal forces began to go into the Midwest and then later into Igbo land, because that's not the topic that we are concerned about right now. 1 second, let me see if we should read this one. I want to read this. Where were we? During my visit, who is speaking here? Olusegun Obasanjo. The book is titled My 1967. I didn't even finish what I was saying earlier. While he was proclaiming Republic of Benin, Baba Don Jakpa, the soldiers came in the same day and occupied the place. So essentially, the day they proclaimed it was the day it ended. That's why they called it the shortest, world's shortest-lived republic. During my visit on 10 August 1967 to all the West-Midwest border areas where troops were stationed, it was noted that the company base at Ore under Lieutenant Luyomade were not holding the between the West and the Midwest, but at Out, the quarry camp, a distance of 15 miles. By the way, a lot of technical, military, whatever, and if you study geography or survey, maybe to interest you, but let's just read it. So it says, again, this is Olusegun Obasanjo. During my visit on 10th August 1967 to all the West-Midwest border areas where troops were stationed, it was noted that the company based at Ore under Lieutenant Luyomade were not holding the also that we read earlier that they came in through on 17th of August. The river they crossed, the Biafran guys crossed. So it says here, which is obviously the boundary between the West and the Midwest, but at Out, the quarry camp, a distance of 15 miles short of where they are supposed to be. By the way, sorry. Thank you. I just want to be sure that audio thing, the mute button was working. All right, let's continue. So he said they were in a quarry camp, a distance of 15 miles short of where they were supposed to be. They were immediately ordered to move to Ofusu. In addition to the limited experience and training of soldiers being deployed along the border, At this time, I was concerned about the relatively large number of officers of Western state origin who found themselves in the then Eastern region as a result of their participation or alleged participation in the first coup, and those captured by the rebels during operations since the beginning of the war. There were more of such combatant officers on the rebel side than I had with me in Ibadan. I want to see if I can jump straight to what really happened. Let's just continue. There were more of such combatant officers on the rebel side than I had with me in Ibadan. Meanwhile, the rebels, in preparation for their breakthrough, had obtained through Igbo cocoa and timber workers, formerly in Ore. Jesus. I want to read something that I was thinking that maybe I'll read it. Please just listen to this. Meanwhile, the rebels, in preparation for their breakthrough, had obtained through Igbo, formerly in Ore area, and now recruited and disguised as Yoruba, detailed information about the strength and disposition of our troops. There were people working in the cocoa farms and in the timber forests in Yoruba land who were Igbos. They disguised as Yoruba people, and they were the ones who gave the rebels detailed information about the strength and disposition of the Nigerian troops. Why? Ethnicity matters in Nigeria. This is not whether what they did was right or wrong. It's like Yoruba people have to remember ethnicity counts. Igbo people who were in Yoruba land, disguised as Yoruba, they transmitted that to the invading forces. When the rebels advanced on the 9th of 11th August 1967, they were confident that they had accurate knowledge of our troops' position. The attack would have been successful but for our change of position and the concealment of our 81mm mortar and the radio set our troops had when battle was joined. It was, however, a great surprise to the rebels to meet our troops 15 miles forward of where they expected them. Let's continue. Though raw and inexperienced, our troops held their fire until the rebels' leading platoon and their homemade armored vehicle, the Red Devil, were within killing range. The homemade armored vehicle had a cab of quarter-inch steel plating for its driver, leaving behind a charred Red Devil with wounded to our troops. Lieutenant Iluyomade himself sustained a slight bullet wound on the knee. Our troops had received the baptism of fire and through sheer determination and doggedness thwarted the rebels' first attempt at breaking through to Lagos and Ibadan. Even the homemade tank with 1/4 inch of steel plating could not break the men's morale or dampen their initiative and will. Just before noon on 12 August, our troops, without ammunition and supporting weapons, and deprived of communication with their headquarters, withdrew to the quarry at Otu, 15 miles away, to avoid being overrun and to await fresh supplies. Umbo. It is significant to mention that earlier on 11th August 1967, Lieutenant Colonel Banjo and Lieutenant Colonel Ejo, at a secret meeting place at Benin in the house of a Roman Catholic priest, Father Rooney, where Lieutenant Colonel Ejo was hiding, and Banjo, in the company of Lieutenant Colonel Wajay and the other officer, had briefed Ejo on his mission and invited the deposed governor to come to Lagos with him that night. Despite all entreaties and persuasion, Ejo was of course not convinced, and he declined Banjo's offer of a post in Banjo's government, both in the Midwest and in Lagos. Banjo left disappointed at Ejo's stand, but was sure that he himself would be in Lagos that night. Ejo would later realize his folly. The reality was different. Banjo just makes me laugh. By the way, this YJ guy was one of the people that betrayed Ejo, and opened the gates for Oli. I know the funny part. Let me tell you the craziest part of all of this. While Banjo was asking Ejo to go with them, Ojukwu had plans for Ejo to be killed. It's a super story. What I just said right now, you find it in the book by The Revolutionary Betrayed. That they believed our position refused to pitch his 11th Battalion of Biafran Army against our one company force at Ofusu again. For this, he was detained in Benin prison. Reports from civilians in Benin also confirmed heavy casualties suffered by the rebels at the first Ofusu battle. Our troops went back to Ofusu in the evening after a refit and reinforcement in men and Mark IV single-bolt rifles withdrawn for their use from the Nigerian police throughout the western state. The men of the company to be relieved were rather surprised and demoralized at the sight of the Lagos battalion in new camouflage uniforms and with automatic rifles. On the other hand, the troops from Lagos, who were mainly of northern origin, could not understand why they should leave Lagos to defend the West, especially in view of the agitation against northern troops in the West. However, Captain Ejiga got his battalion reasonably under control. Earlier on 11th August 1967, Army headquarters had dispatched a battalion, 9 battalion troops under Captain Ejiga to reinforce the boundary guards and roadblocks. The battalion was stationed at Owo, with a new station at Ofusu, and heavy and regular pressure on the company there. The 9 battalion from Lagos under Captain Ejiga was dispatched to replace the 11 Battalion Company of Lieutenant Luyomade. On 13 August 1967, oh boy, I want to quickly rush to the part where they really fought. You may not really care for. All right, let's go straight to this part. The troops' position at Ofusu had become very well known to the rebels, and incessant day and night shelling. So that was the first battle. That was not the end, though. Incessant day and night shelling and mortaring made the position untenable. 9 battalion had to withdraw to a new defensive position forward of the quarry at Otu, as far as the vital road junctions from Lagos. To prevent a retreat by our troops and to put a check to the rebel advance, I ordered the Shasha Bridge at milestone 82 on I ordered the Shasha Bridge at milestone 82 on the Ore-Ijebu-Ode Road and another one on the old Ondore Road to be demolished. The Oluwa Bridge, or Oluwa, I don't know the exact one, it must be Oluwa, or Oluwa. Thank you very much, African Development. Thank you so much, and thanks for your kind words and your kind wishes as well. Thank you. Thank you. The Oluwa Bridge on the Ore-Okitipukpa Road was under construction, and that road was impassable. A Western State Ministry of Works team under Mr. J. Akinde, an executive engineer in the ministry, helped with these vital demolitions on the night of 21 August 1967. Thanks for the gift. Before the demolitions were carried out, there had been suggestions by the Army headquarters that I should withdraw my troops to Shagamu and defend the Ibadan-Ijebu-Ode roundabout to prevent any force advancing to Lagos. Ore, with a view, no doubt, to concentrating the efforts on the Ore-Okitipukpa Road to Ajebandele, without knowing that the road was as difficult for the rebels to defend as it was for us to hold. They demolished the Ore Bridge on the Ijebu-Ode Road. But boy, this book has too many typos. They did not demolish the Ore Bridge. The Ore Bridge was already demolished since 1966. Interesting. It was actually Ojuku's people that demolished Ore Bridge in September of '66. So I think what they meant here is they demolished, not they. The demolished or a bridge on the Jeburu Ode Road was impassable. Oh boy, this book has typo. The aim, no, there's another problem here. This Mosika is supposed to be O2. Excuse me. All right. Where was I? The demolished or a bridge on the Ijebu-Ode Road was impassable. Their aim then was to advance to Okitipupa and Ajebandele, and from there to Lagos by road and through the creeks. What remained of the 9th Battalion from Lagos, under Captain Ejiga, was assigned the task of defending the Ore Ijebu-Ode and Ore Okitipupa roads, while 11th Battalion Company, under Lieutenant Liyomade, was defending the Ore Ondo Road. All along Okitipupa and Irele, the terrain was effectively covered by a platoon of troops under Lieutenant Awodeji, whose platoon had earlier foiled a rebel effort to enter Irele and Okitipupa. Only 2 men of the rebel invading force were caught alive and brought to Ibadan. Frederick Forsyth had a plane to be made ready for a flight plan to Zaria in the north. And he further claimed that it was British and American intervention that stopped. Anything they happen, you say is British America, it's British America. We can beat you on our own self. But I'm just being petty. Let's continue. So he further claimed that it was British and American intervention that stopped the execution of the plan of what Gowon wanted to do. Public knowledge of such a plan, if there ever was one, would have demoralized troops and civilians alike on the federal side, and its implementation could have meant the end of the corporate existence of Nigeria, or as it was then known. Because I'm getting tired. Excuse me, please. By the way, I'm still reading the book by Olusegun Obasanjo, My Command. With the rebels effectively contained, at least temporarily, at Ore, and their mad race to Ibadan and Lagos halted, there was just enough time to hurriedly to raise 2 divisions under command of Colonel Murtala Mohammed to take responsibility for clearing some parts of the west and a large part of the midwest of rebels. This was the turning point of the civil war. Ojukwu had made a very costly mistake by subverting the neutral, if not sympathetic, government of Midwest State, and by invading the West. Tomorrow is another day. No, I'm not coming here tomorrow. I'm not coming here until Monday. Ojukwu had made a very costly mistake by subverting the neutral, if not sympathetic, government of Midwest State, and by invading the West. He compounded his mistake by his air raids on and attempts through agents to blow up installations in Lagos. The non-Igbo Midwesterners and Yorubas suddenly became fully aware of the dangers of Igbo domination, oppression, and maladministration that would be their lot if their land should be ordered and occupied. Who is speaking here? Obasanjo. Obasanjo. I'll take that part again. Gorilla Boy is always just Ojukwu had made a very costly mistake by subverting the neutral, if not sympathetic, government of Midwest State and by invading the West. He compounded his mistakes by his air raids on and attempts through agents to blow up installations in Lagos. The non-Igbo Midwesterners and the Yorubas suddenly became fully aware of the dangers of Igbo domination, oppression, and maladministration that would be their lot if the land should be conquered and occupied. The war had been ruthlessly brought to the homes of non-Igbo speaking people of the Midwest and dangerously close to the doors of the Yoruba speaking people of the West and Lagos. This, in a way, rallied these different groups solidly behind the federal military government in its efforts to crush the rebellion. And as a result of that gamble and miscalculation by Ojukwu, many young men from these areas reported for recruitment. But guess what? as we will see on Monday, Ojukwu never took responsibility for this thing. He blamed 4 people for it, and none of those 4. And by the way, he killed all 4 people, including Victor Banjo, sadly. This was really the beginning of national involvement in the civil war, as opposed to a war between the Hausas of the north and the Igbos of the east, as it had been seen initially by the uncommitted. Ojukwu's invasion of the Midwest and his brief venture into part of the West had turned out to be a blessing for the federal cause. Almost without exception, One Nigeria became a very popular slogan among men and women of all ages. Contributions in cash and in kind were willingly made to the troops' comforts. Overnight, Ojukwu lost any support or sympathy he might have had in most of Yoruba land, in the Midwest, and he was now seen as an arrogant, power-hungry, power-loving, over-ambitious, ruthless, and selfish man. The tables are turned on him. The 2 Division assumed responsibility on 25th August 1967 with 7th Brigade under Lieutenant Colonel Godwin Ally, absorbing all troops in the Ore and Okitipupa sector and taking responsibility for the area, and 6th Brigade under Lieutenant Colonel Akinrinade, absorbing the troops at Ifon and Sobe and taking responsibility for that area. The decimated 3 Battalion, recalled from Nzuka under Captain Joradam, was stationed at Okene to seal off Kwara State. Let's jump to the part that really is the end of the chapter. Even with the redesignation, this was the role of the Ibadan Command until 2 Division crossed the River Niger and its administrative headquarters was established in Benin. Then Ibadan Command was redesignated Ibadan Garrison Organization and charged with border defense and security duties in the west and in part of Kwara State. All right, so that's that about Owerri. We're going to talk more about, maybe one other day we'll have a session on what happened in the Midwest. We'll look at it from different books, but I don't want to go into what happened in the Midwest because we're talking about Victor Banjo. So essentially, they're on their way to attack Obasanjo. You know, one of the good things I like about what I do is that the real work is research and, of course, reading and explaining. So I have to tell you my own thoughts about what I'm reading. But the source material is not made up, which is what makes it really nice. You know, there is no book, and I'm not even making this up. There is no book on Nigerian history in the 1960s, of things that happened in the 1960s, that did not mention the phrase Igbo domination. Not one book. Every single book that I have read on the history of Nigeria in the 1960s, especially that first decade. Thank you for the gift. Thanks a lot. Every single gift that I have read covering 1960 to 1970 mentions that phrase, Igbo domination, Igbo domination. If Obasanjo is mentioning it, it definitely must be true, considering the fact that everybody assumes that, you know, he prefers certain people in Nigeria. Anyway, thank God we didn't have Igbo domination, oppression, and maladministration. And I'll tell you something I've noticed from this. You see it in the Midwest. You also see it in the Eastern region. I'm saying the minority areas. Sherry, I want to say this with all due respect. Adete kule funwara, shubole dawaranu. Tomba dawaranu, ton. Atigbe mungoman nira. So you will go to a place, destroy the place, create something, but that thing you have created would never works. Why? Because what it requires to build, you don't have. Sadly. And I hope it has changed now. I hope it has changed. What time is it? 6:37. On Monday, we're going to go into... So we've talked about Ore. We're going to go into... what happened after I was called back. So this terrible incident that happened, how Nigerian army dealt with Biafran forces. Well, Victor Banjo was called back to Enugu, and then something happened. We're going to be using a couple of books next week. One of them, the major book next Monday, will be Nelson Ota's book called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. It will help us to really get to understand. But let me tell you something. It's a very, very, very emotional thing. I hope we can finish it on Monday, because I want to read the statement that Banjo made in the court. So 3 people made statements. No, 4. There's Banjo. No, Alale first, then Banjo, then Ifajuna, and then Sam. And then, of course, then the judgment. So I'll see how much we can cover on Monday. But it's very, very emotional, because you wonder how you didn't give me weapons, you didn't give me anything. You are trying to get. Oh, I promised something. I knew I promised you guys something. Sorry, the people who said they had never heard about the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Banjo. Please, are you still here? I'm sorry, I just remembered now. We're talking about regional system. Are you still here? You did not know about the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. If you're here, please let me know. If you are here, I will read it. I will read parts of it now. Oh, I apologize for moving on. I knew there was something I needed to do before leaving. Igbo judges, one of them, Kloruko, no. We'll talk about it on Monday. Let me quickly read this one before I change topic again. From the military governor, Republic of Biafra, Enugu, 22nd August 1967. My dear Victor, for some time now, you and I have been discussing the circumstances that have led to the current and inevitable disintegration of what was the Federation of Nigeria. We have been fully convinced that the aim of the Hausa Fulani complex has ever been and will ever remain the total domination of every other part of what was known as the Federation of Nigeria. Let me tell you something. Whatever they are accusing these guys of doing, they are doing the same thing. You are tired, yeah. Just become. If you're tired, don't worry about it. But don't write it out here in public. You can send it to me privately, Bele. But we can take a break. Don't worry about it. Thank you. We can take a break. But some of these things, just send it to me privately. Let's continue. It is impossible to forget that the crisis which led to the army takeover in January 66, the coup of the northern soldiers led by Gowon in July 6. Like I said, I can't read this thing without explaining it. That's the issue. When he said the crisis, with you for just a little longer. When he was explaining what the Igbos did in January, he said army takeover was a crisis that led to the army takeover. But when it came to what happened in July, it was a northern coup. What do you hear today when you say there was an Igbo coup in January? Everybody starts crying like a baby. But if you say it was a northern coup in July, everybody says yes, yes, yes. So you must not. It's essentially the tradition. They're just following the tradition of Ojukwu. Let's continue. It says, it is impossible to forget the crisis which led to the army takeover in January 1966, the coup of the northern soldiers led by Gowon in July 1966, the wholesale and indiscriminate massacre of the people of what is now Biafra, and to a less degree the people of the Midwest and West, including the Yorubas, were all direct result of Hausa Fulani attempts to subjugate and use as tools the gallant people of Western Nigeria, namely the Yorubas. We do not need to remind ourselves of the heavy losses in life and property suffered by the Yoruba people in their fight for justice and freedom during 1965. Like I said, I won't read everything. I just read some points there. Let me read point 1. Actually, it's point 3 here. It's paragraph 3. It says, after clearing the whole question with my executive council, I, as the commander-in-chief of the Biafran Armed Forces, have decided to place at your disposal Biafran forces for the liberation of Yoruba land on the following conditions. Please take a listen to this. Listen attentively. Listen and be blessed. Number 1 condition. You, Victor Banjo, will have nothing to do with the military administrator in the Midwest Territory during your sojourn there, prior to your move to the West. Number 2, the willingness and preparedness of Biafra to assist any part of the... In fact, let me not read number 2 because of time. The ones that have to do with Yoruba. Guys, I'm rushing. Out of time. please, guys, let's try and make just becoming work easier. Please, let's power tap so that she won't have to type again and again. Please. Eshe? Number 4, Biafran troops will. If you want to hear everything, just look for the video in the YouTube channel, Busui Oris. You will see the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Biafra. Sorry, Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. All right, but let me just read the ones that concern us for this session. Number 4, Biafran troops will, after the liberation of the Yoruba land, remain in that territory only for as long as we in Biafra consider it necessary for the Yorubas to consolidate their position and sovereignty against any external threat. In other words, Ojukwu is telling us that he's going to send Victor Banjo to come and liberate us. But after liberating us, himself and his troops reserve the right to occupy Yoruba land for as long as they wish. So maybe they will still be in Yoruba land occupying us today.
Number 5, on the liberation of the Yoruba land.
Where was I? Number 5, on the liberation of the Yoruba land, you will be appointed military governor of that territory. Let me shock you. This promise he made to him, he also made the same promise to Adewale Ademoyega. You'll find it in his own book. The book is called Why We Struck. He was a tentative governor. And he said that this one will be, they will give him something to do. So Adewale Ademoyega in his head is thinking that he's going to be the governor. This one also was promised the same thing. Anyway, let's continue. Number 6, the liberation of Western Nigeria will be a prelude to the liberation of all Yorubas up to the River Niger and the severance of all connections between the West and the North at Jeba. Number 7. This one is mad. During the period of Biafran troops' presence in your territory, you know, he said we can be there for as long as we think. It's not as long as you want us, it's as long as we want to be there. He now says, during the period that we are there, all political measures, statements, or decrees shall be subject to the approval in writing by myself or on my authority. So if you want to have say LOC on Ibadan, you have to write letter to Enugu. You know, it's crazier. It's crazy how a lesser civilization would in a way be seeking to colonize a higher civilization, because to be honest, the Igbo civilization is actually lesser. With all due respect, but we have to tell the truth. It's very, 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 very less concerned compared to, because Onitsha was one of the highest places in Igbo land. And in 1857, where they were, Yoruba people left that place around maybe 4,000 years ago was when Yoruba people left that area, that level. 4,000-5,000 years ago, if you read the book by Professor Akinwumi Ogundiran, where the Onitsha people were, and again, I'm not insulting, I'm just trying to explain, because this letter infuriates me, I won't lie. It triggers me. I'm just trying to, contain it. Onitsha is one of the most important towns in Igbo land. Where Onitsha was in 1857, Yoruba people were there like 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. If you read the book by Professor Akinwumi Ogundiran, you're going to see those details. We were there maybe 4,000-5,000 years ago. But it's that group that wants to colonize Yoruba. So every decision you want to make in Yoruba land has to come from Ojukwu. Nigeria. Number 8. Should our troops arrive? C-Max, who are you? Let us know who you are. Because that thing you wrote is in Igbo. I want to know whether you are saying it to me or to Ojukwu. If it's Ojukwu, we are friends. If it's to me, I'm any problem. Let's continue. Should our troops arrive and liberate Lagos, the government of the Republic of Biafra reserves the right to appoint a military administrator for the territory. Such an administrator will remain in office until a merger of that territory with Yoruba land is effected by Biafran troops. In other words, we are going to go to the capital, Lagos, not the state, even plus the state. go there, take over the place, and then appoint an administrator there, just like we appoint an administrator in the West, and then just like we already appointed an administrator in the Midwest. So if we go by what really happened in the Midwest, what would you see? What you will come to terms with is the fact that just as Okonkwo was the administrator in the Midwest, and Iboma will be the administrator in Yoruba land in the West and also in Lagos. That was the plan.
Because in their minds, it's Ojukwu, not the entire people.
Did they know about the letters? Olori, because in their minds, it's Ojukwu, not the entire people. That's why, we treat everybody with fairness, but people don't really on your mind. All right. One more thing that is actually, yes, such an administrator will remain in office until a merger of that territory with Yorubaland is effected by Biafran troops. We're going to continue. That's enough. That's Ojuku's bright plan. So look at the conflicts that this man will be having while he was still in Benin. And that's why when you read the book by, who wrote that book? That was saying that Victor Banjo's coming, no, it's, I think it's Kole Omotosho, that the book is Just Before Dawn must be, that this one that Victor Banjo wants to come to Yoruba land now. How is he going to come to Yoruba land? Is he coming as a conqueror or Motiri? It says here, it was not going to be easy. Victor Banjo was going to Yoruba land as what? Conqueror in the name of the Igbo, in the name of Ojukwu. What role could he apportion to them in Biafra? How could he, in the short period available to him, convince his people that his aims and those of Ojukwu were miles apart and will continue to be so for quite some time? This Victor Banjo, who was told that it is Ojukwu that will decide everything, was busy promising David Ejo some form of power in the Midwest and also in the Western region when he liberates the Yoruba land. This is what happens to Yoruba bots, Yoruba idealistic, all these politically idealistic people who have no idea what real life is. They're just hanging their heads in the clouds, then getting very disappointed when Peter Obi joins ADC. By the way, he has joined. Of course, you know that already. Meanwhile, I didn't even read one news report today. LP gave Peter Obi, is it 24 hours? Let me even see. They gave him ultimatum that he must declare exactly what is happening or they will send him packing from the party. This naivety that we have combined with our idealism is a recipe for disaster. And if you're a Yoruba person and you have that kind of mindset, you're a good person. You are not bad. You want the best for the world. You want to change Nigeria. I get it. But you have not really thought about it deeply. 48 hours. Thank you, Mark Conjola. Thank you for even giving me. I was trying to find the page. They gave him 48 hours ultimatum to make up his mind. But guess what? I saw Yoruba people on Twitter just angry. He disappointed us. I was like, co-appointing Intele. You are the ones who didn't understand how this thing works. Say, oh, he's not like other politicians. Says who? Somebody jumped from AFGA to PDP, from PDP to LP. You think if he hears that they're going to give him something somewhere, he's not going to jump? He has already jumped, Zev. They asked him last week, which party do you belong? Are you saying LP? Baba was talking Tales by Moonlight. Anyway, today we have discussed Ore, I'm glad we have done that part because we've been waiting for that for a while. Next week, Monday, we're going to start talking about the trial of the officers, especially Victor Banjo, and how the second betrayal happened. As a matter of fact, no, not second betrayal. The second person who betrayed him within 1.5 years, thereabout. The first person who betrayed Banjo was Ironsi in January of '66, and then you had Ojukwu betraying him towards the end of '67, and that betrayal eventually led to unaliving him. It's a sad tale, but it's also a cautionary tale for Yoruba people who want to align with people and work with them. Work with anybody, but use your head. Don't be assuming that because I have a plan, because I have this pure mind, this other person is also pure towards me. What if they're not? Especially in politics. What if they're not? And I'll tell you this, in politics, they're not. In politics, they are not. Politics is a game of interest. It's a game of interest. It's not about all this highfalutin thing, it's about consumption to production. It's not about consumption to any product. If consumption to production, you're not going to be importing Heinz tomatoes or whatever. It is about interest. So the idea really is understand what the person wants. Understand what the person wants. And there's nothing wrong with people having interest. I have interest as well. Understand what he wants. Then ask yourself, can I afford to give him what he wants? If the answer is yes, we'll work together. If the answer is no, that's the point. But we act as if people don't have any interest, because most of us are naive. We don't even have any interest. Some of us, we just say, let's just win. What will it look like if people just have money? No, we're just able to go to school and fly to school every day. They'll be talking nonsense. They'll be saying with passion, Nigeria is going to a point now where everybody should just have a car. Everybody should have cars. We're an oil producing company. Can you not see Sweden? See Qatar. You'll be looking at people speaking English with so much stupidity and ignorance, and that's the reason we need the movement. Let's wake up. Idealism is good. It helps shape our spaces. It helps shape our lives. But those who succeed are also pragmatic, right? They are grounded in reality. They're not losing their heads in the clouds, just coming up with crazy stuff. That it's like saying, for instance, that today, in the next 24 hours, you want to build a plane. And somebody says you can't. Then you say, don't tell me I can't. It's not about motivational speaking. You cannot build a plane in one day unless you want to kill yourself. There's process. There's timing. All those things come together to give you what you really want. You have to design it. You have to test it. You have to build it. You have to get engineers. You have to get all kinds of. Everybody will work together. That's why when people tell you that they're going to fix Nigeria in 2 years, you know the person telling you is a liar. But no, you don't care, because it sounds somehow that maybe I don't know whether it's the voice that people even like. How can any sane person say they will fix Nigeria in 2 years when you did not get your advice from a madman? Even China cannot give you a plane. I'm saying from scratch. Anybody who tells you they're going to build a country in 2 years, anybody who says Nigeria is not rocket science, run away. Run, no. Let me tell you something, guys. Nigeria is harder than rocket science. Nigeria is harder than rocket science. Any politician who says it's not rocket science now, there's no big deal. There's no big deal. It's just, I hear them, all these analysts on. All these analysts. Nigeria is not rocket science. If you just give us electricity, everything will be. I used to say, okay, so how do you get that electricity? Because that same person tells you that why would you increase tariff? Why? We are oil producing. We should be able to afford this. Look at what they are doing. They are giving free light in Saudi Arabia. It is well. It is well. It is well. All the dreams we have for Nigeria, we will do well, we'll succeed. But I'm just saying that we need leaders who are actually grounded in reality, and we need followers who also are smart enough to decode or to code it. Like you can clock it when people are lying. You can clock it. We are not oil producing like that. Maybe one day we'll have a session on this thing. When you compare per capita, what they're making in Qatar to what we're making in Nigeria, we are oil poor. Who is this one? Who is not serious? Let me help you. Brent, go to the nursery, yeah? It is well. Nigeria will be better, but it's not something I can fix in say I will only be there for one term. I won't spend more than one term. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Meanwhile, original theory. kò wúlò fún wa torí àti gbogbo àti gbé sórí ìwọ̀n ó fúyẹ́. Let's bring people up and close the session. I'm enjoying this too much and time is going. It's going to be a wonderful weekend. We're going to see tomorrow, not tomorrow. We're going to see on Monday at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Let me thank everybody who has been here listening. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for coming around. And I hope you picked one or two things from, and I think we understand a bit better what led to the Ore battle and how it played out. Monday, we're going to go a bit deeper as we start attempting to round up this whole thing of Victor Banjo, and then we'll move on from there to Willings Commission report of 1958. Thank you, Brent Brown. Thank you for the cap. But you're not from Australia, you're disturbing us. Thanks to everybody in the comment section. Thank you very much for listening. And thanks to the moderator, just becoming. And I saw Dark Poet also helping out. Thank you very much for doing great things. And those in the comment section, thank you for tapping and sharing and engaging the live. Now, as we get to the last section of today's session, I'm going to bring some people up. We'll speak to the topic, and then we'll close the live for today. So if you send your request, I'm going to bring you up now. Please, I ask that once you come up, please mute so that it will not disturb others who are listening. Thank you for your understanding. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we're going to start with Dark Poet. Hello, Dark Poet.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Prof, great job as usual. I've like I do say, no matter how you read, you still learn. I've picked up some new knowledge from some of the things that was shared today, and I'm happy. I'm arming myself for nígbà tí àwọn ẹlẹ́nu burúkú bá gbẹ́nu wọn dé àlè kan àdáwọn jókòó lecture. I've always been saying this, that Emeka is not Ojukwu. I do call him Emeka. Emeka is not a strategist. It doesn't. When you are fighting a battle, your top 4 person that can even allow you, those are the ones that have even been your upfront this thing that are even giving you some edge, little edge. You pack them, you unalive them. You give them little weapon, half-baked, half-trained soldiers, and they are still getting some front little by little, even though they are being repelled. Now take them, you now buy all of them, and you want to win a war. You yourself, Emeka himself, he never go war front though. He never reach war front. That's the point.
He did not fight though.
He never go war front. And it's even a bad strategist. Banjo was way better than him. Strategically, everything Banjo was way better than him. Because he was able to work with untrained people.
And he cried. He went.
No, he went after the war had happened though. After Japan. Right? Yes, now after they fought in Usuka.
And he started crying.
She went in the lobby.
I said he never went to one. He never went to one real distance. So
maybe we should say it like this: he went, but he did not. They don't beat the people finish. He can't go. He can't carry F-Young. They go check when they come finish. He can't go and go. Can't they cry on phone with Njogo say, all is lost. This is 5 days since the war. War started on the 6th of July. Baba was crying on 10th of July. But he has built the biggest, strongest army in Black Africa.
Doesn't know how was. So he even saw it 5 days later. He was crying. What if he had been at the war front? He would have run now. Like
So that is just the issue. Strategically, he does not know anything. He just want to grab power and do all he wants to do. By spreading the little untrained soldiers you are spreading them thin to go on the offensive. Who does that? I know 1 or 2 things about war and strategy. You don't do that. That's why how most empire fall. If you watch it, when they are expanding too much, and they are thinning on their central or their bases, you will spread your base so that you will thin on all offensive, and it will crack from within, and everything will fall. if you are building, that's how most empire for. We wanted to build the kitchen, come to us empire. So crumble. That's why I said it knows nothing about war. It's just a uniform celebrated uniform soldier. So and then about Banjo, like Edato said the other time, is like we have a Banjo problem because of Edato. I hope So on the long run, I just urge to keep learning. I've put one in his place today now, telling him the history of his own people, because I do tell him, I said, I know your history more than you. Your own is to just shout marginalization and shout this, shout that. I put him in his place. He kept quiet when I just give him one or two and I gave him reference. Go and read. I said, I'm not the one to tell you what happened there. You go and read, so that when you read, it stay with you. You won't come to my front and start saying rubbish again. I won't tell you what happened there. Just read so book, read so book. Once you read it, come back and tell me what you learn, so that we won't go back to that again. We'll have passed that. Once you bring up another ideology that seems wrong, I will refer you to books again. You go and read and learn. This is what I'm doing now. And I urge us to just keep the faith. Whatever we can do to sustain our own land, let's keep doing it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dark Poet, for that submission. Thank you. So go to the next. Prof, I'll come back to you because I want one person to speak before you go, because I want to give you sufficient time. So let's have Yoruba girl, then we'll go to Prof, and then Adekomi. Hello, Yoruba girl. I hope the person is a girl. Yoruba girl, are you there?
Yeah, I go back into Wally.
Somehow I knew the person is not a girl. Somehow I knew the person, the one behind that account is a man. Well, not to Robert.
Ìbéèrè kan péré ni mo ní mo fẹ́ béèrè pé because mo pẹ́ kí n tó wọlé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ̀ ṣe mention ni.
Give me sorry, the way I'll check weekend. Me, Chevrolet can come me during the week. I think we ain't going to be our way to be. So I'll get back to you this weekend.
Okay, that's for me.
Yes, no. You sent me a book.
All right. That book is too big. You don't just check the first one. You can leave the second one.
Okay.
So, mo fẹ́ béèrè pé kí ló fún Ojukwu ní ìgboyà tó fi wá rò pé òun lè wọlé Yorùbá. As in, I've been thinking it. Kété mention pé he was coming to Lagos. I was wondering that. Kí ló fún ní ìgboyà? Why? Tó ṣe wá lérò pé tó ṣe wá fojú bíntì Yorùbá débẹ̀ pé òun kàn máa wọlé Yorùbá láti wá gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá. Kí ló fún ní ìgboyà gangan? Kí ló rò? What is the why did he think that he can just, you understand? So that's my question.
I'm ready and very bad for long. Kilo fún ìgboyà. Àìgbọ́n ló fún ìgboyà ká má parọ́. Yeah, we think about go. Sincerely, I don't even think it's about. Sincerely, I don't know. But I think there's a possibility. So if you read Collier Motor Shaw's book, just before dawn, when he was talking to Victor Banjo, they were talking about the people that will help him in Ibadan. Maybe he was banking on the fact that there were people that could help him who were. Sincerely, I don't know. But maybe people that who favored the idea of the federal government not fighting Biafra, because I really don't know what he was banking on, because it was. But what I can say is this: I'm Monkalulu because I'm thinking in my head right now that what could be responsible for that thing apart from just one simple thing: ego and ambition. Like there's nothing solid that you could work with and say, okay, this is the reason he did it. Apart from the fact that I just had this ambition, like I should be able to do it, and I will use this person to get it done. And of course, if you have someone like Victor Banjo on your side, who is very strategic and who is also Yoruba, you will just assume, because there's no weapon. People we like David and Goliath a lot. Which book was that? I did not read it today. I actually mentioned the fact that it was a David and Goliath battle, but in this case, Goliath won. I think it was. I think it's a book by Aborishade. He could not have won. I don't know what it was, Bojule. Yeah, Bongbo.
Because I was thinking that is it because Yorubas were not many in the army, or Yoruba have this like a physical behavior towards the
No.
I don't understand.
No. Yeah, it had nothing. No, it had nothing to do with us. It's not. Yeah, we may not have many officers in the army or soldiers in the army, but it was. Listen, the original plan of Ojukwu was not even just about Yoruba land. Anthony Nauro mentioned that the captured documents from Biafra showed that he had plans to take Midwest, which he took. That I can even understand why he would believe that, because he had Igbo people that were men in the army, and they were the ones who gave them that place. Who opened the door to them to get into Benin. He wanted to take Yoruba land, then he also wanted to take the north. When you really think about it, it's like somebody who received a message from a madman at Upper Iweka Road. That's the only thing you can see. It's not our fault that he wanted to come into our space. It's just the fact that he woke up with an idea and he wanted to just pick. By the way, if you read the book by Neville Graham Douglas, he mentioned how by 66 he was already talking about having his own nation. So it's on him. This one is not because of us. It's because he just has this great dream, whatever that dream was, to take over spaces. So yeah, let's move on. I don't have an answer to it.
It shows in the.
And to make matters worse, in his book, where is that book, Seth? He wrote a book, because I am involved. He didn't mention these things inside that book. To be frank, Yorubas were not many in the army at that time. That's why he had that. That's not why he had the Igboya. We have to be careful also of you cannot just say this is why. No. The Hausa had a lot of soldiers. Why did he have plans to go into Hausa land? What was he doing in Okene? No. You're in the comment section. It's not. I cannot blame myself for somebody else's stupidity. If it was because there were no many Yoruba people in the army, okay. So what was he doing in Okene? Was it because there were no Northerners in the army? Why was it? What was he doing in Benue? Because he was shelling Benue. Why was he bombing Lagos? The idea really was to take over the entire place and then use it as a base to attack Lagos and take over the country. It was on him, not on us. It is partly our fault that Emeka was brazen. Oh, please, do you mind explaining, Mr. Keshola? And maybe, you might have a superior argument. Like I said, I don't really know. The man was bombing places in Kaduna, was bombing places in Ibadan, was bombing places in Kano. Not bombing places in Kano. I was planning to bomb a place in Kano. It was a stadium. Waterworks in Kaduna. Electricity Company of Nigeria with Igbo engineers going to sabotage the place, giving weapons to Igbo students in the north. It was just, I don't know if it's, I cannot say it was because of I don't think it's our fault. And I know there's something about Yoruba people also. Sometimes we like to, and it's good because, you're able to take responsibility. Okay, maybe I messed up. That's why he's doing this. But in some cases, I think we should also be careful not to be too hard on ourselves. But that's just me, Sha. But Mr. King, I'm sorry, I didn't get your full name. Mr. Kishola, after a while, I'll bring you up. Maybe you'll be able to share that thought with us. But thank you very much, Yoruba girl. I don't have a better question. It's going on today with the Lagos situation. Our civility is still taken for docility. No. If that's what you are saying, you are wrong. See, you have to be careful with drawing conclusions and with drawing inferences. Why did they want to take the Midwest? Was it because the Midwesterners were docile? No, you can't say that. You can't say because we are. And by the way, when Yoruba people are not docile, also don't like this self-deprecation. What's this docility? Where is docility? Where? You're open. It's your blessing and it's a curse as well. The question is, how can you find the middle ground? But you have to be careful not to just say things like, oh, because we are docile. How are we docile? Let me ask anybody that wasn't, in fact, Mr. Akeshola, since you said it, please answer in the comment section. What exactly did Yoruba do in 1966 that speaks of docility? Because we throw things around, we have to be careful. What did Yoruba people do in 1966 that suggested docility? I don't like people throwing shades at. Don't just throw shades at Yoruba people because we want to. People just allow. They just say, oh, we are all in the same country. Let's live together. That doesn't. What means? Do you know the meaning of words docile? That's how one person was saying last week. Yorubas are afraid. From Guinea conditions are brave because they're always saying rora, rora, rora. No, words are powerful. There's no docility in Yoruba land. And if we, one good thing about what we do here is that if we mess up, we'll mention it. We mess up here. But we have to be careful not to take on the blame of other people. If a person decides to be stupid and carry his two left legs to enter Yoruba land, I'm not going to now blame myself and say, oh, it's because my fathers were docile. How were they docile? I really thought you were going to give me a better argument. I would have acquiesced, but that one doesn't work for me. All right, let's go to Adekomi.
Yes, Crowley, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Yes, sir. First of all, mo ti fẹ́ béèrè nǹkan kan náà. Bobo Said Ahmed veterinary medicine UI and ṣé Yorùbá ni in case tẹ́ bá mọ̀. And then
Yorùbá ni. Yorùbá ni.
My inú mi dẹ̀ dùn gan ṣá bí mo ṣe gbọ́ pé Yorùbá ni. Yorùbá náà ló lè ṣerú nǹkan báyìí. So
dẹ̀ wọ́n Yorùbá yín tẹ́lẹ̀ o.
Yoruba. Yeah, here's my submission. Otoni. Àwọn kan tó lọ fi picture ọmọ Yorùbá kan síbi ẹ̀yìn newspaper West African Pilot wọ́n gbé ọmọ Igbo síwájú gbàgàdà bí màá ṣe máa gbá àwọn èèyàn tèmi náà lárugẹ náà nìyẹn bí màá ṣe máa ṣe kinní nìyẹn so tit for tat ni kò sọ̀rọ̀ kinní. My submission is this. Táwọn people yìí bá máa lọ àṣírí wọn máa tú gan o sincerely afẹ́fẹ́ ti fẹ́ báyìí àti rí fúra adìyẹ. I wish a referendum can be conducted, and I want to give this in advance. Like, let me just speak as a prophet. If a referendum should be conducted in Nigeria, I tell you, the Igbos will not vote to leave Nigeria. They will vote to stay because they can't just go and stay on their own. Tomba law on their own. I can't just imagine what they would do. I can't just imagine even what they would do to themselves. The case of the Anambra, the Ebonyi State Welfare Association of the thing is so pathetic, very pathetic. And then when you look at likes of Victor Banjo and all Ademoyega and everything, I think our Yorubas bots should start learning their lessons because I can't believe likes of Uncle Dele shouldn't have known about these things or shouldn't have read some of these books at his level. It's just my own personal opinion. Yeah, and I really thank God for the type of the ancestors we have. Sincerely, Paawo did a very great job. Immortal Awo, he did a very great job. And if we are to adopt any style today, since these people are not even innovative, they are not strategic, they know nothing, it's just the same ploy, it's the same thing. History, you said the other time, doesn't repeat itself. It is when we fail to learn from history that we rewrite history. Sincerely, everything we need as a people, I think the foundation has been laid by our own.
I think you're the last speaker for today.
Egbon, please,
okay, we have one more
this.
person. If you are going to say it in 30 seconds, in 30 seconds.
In fact, 30 seconds. And as for Yorubas that are saying we want regional, please let's be very careful so that we won't be like those that we are even casting or that we don't want to be like those that we are condemning or whatever. We are on our way there already. If you can see, you can see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. One of these days we'll talk about this, but sincerely, I think we are closer than we were before, to be honest. You know what, before we go to, okay, let's go to Matome, Abi Matomi. Go on. Ẹkáàsán.
Iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Ó ti pẹ́ tí mo ti fẹ́ máa join ọ̀dọ̀. Yes, sir. Sì ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn enlightenment tẹ́ ẹ ń jẹ́ kí torí most of àwọn nǹkan tí àwa ń gbọ́ lé nìyí ó dàbí ìdánilójú títí wa because ẹ mọ̀ ìgbà yẹn I think màá mi mọ̀ bóyá kí n blame àwọn kan jẹ́ bí òbí wa tí wọ́n enlighten wa pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà civil war yẹn lélẹ̀ nǹkan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ìgbà tájọ wà lélẹ̀ and history tán tún mú kúrò nínú curriculum Nigeria yẹn ó tún ṣokùnfà so many things because ìgbà títí election Tinubu yìí àti everything ló wá mú kí irú àwa yìí carry so many things ìgbà yẹn tán bá ń sọ pé Yorùbá are betrayer kíní kan are betrayer èmi máa ń believe pé Yorùbá are betrayer èmi ò tiẹ̀ mọ anything nípa Awólọ́wọ̀ betray us kíní kan betray us not until tí irú àwa yìí tá wá ń gbọ́ history oríṣiríṣi tá wá mú ìwé lẹ́ǹkọ̀ọ̀kan tá ń ka ìwé tá ń rí pé even Yorùbá ló ti àwọn Yorùbá àwọn bàbá tiwa náà ti sacrifice ẹ̀mí tiwọn fún àwọn táwọn ń pe àwa ní betrayer wọn dẹ̀ ní ẹni nínú gbogbo history tí mo ti ń kà Yorùbá ló ti ń jà fún Nàìjíríà ló ti ń jà fún liberty Nàìjíríà ló ti ń jà fún freedom Nàìjíríà nínú gbogbo history mo ò tí ì rí Ìgbò ẹyọ kan èèyàn tó wá látọ̀dọ̀ wọn mo ò tí ì rí ẹyọ kan.
Azikiwe jà fún freedom Nàìjíríà o.
wọ́n jà fún but compared to.
Azikiwe jà fún freedom Nàìjíríà ẹ má jà a jà fún freedom Nàìjíríà but ìdípa wa nìkan.
kò ń tí àwa nìkan mo mọ̀ pé bọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n sì champion a máa ní Yorùbá sì àwọn ni wọ́n ti gbé lórí bíi pé bíi business wọn but at the end of the day náà ń pè wá ní ìfẹ́yà nǹkan kan Awólọ́wọ̀ betray us kìíní kan betray us so ọtí tí mo ń gbọ́ àwọn prógámù yín lóríṣiríṣi tẹ́ bá ṣe sórí X every video tẹ́ bá post sórí X mo máa ń wò láti even tí mo bá mí tẹ̀ mo máa ń lọ wà máa wò because àwọn yìí sì yẹn ló kàn pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lélẹ̀ and ó ní ọjọ́ kan ẹ̀ ń ka ìwé kan mo sọ fún brother mi pé kó bá mi wáwé yẹn ìlú tó bá wà náà àjà kán bá mi rà kán bá mi fi ránṣẹ́ mo ti gbàgbé ìwé yẹn wọ́n ṣẹ̀ bá mi rà ní nítorí so èmi tó wá ń síra nílẹ̀ pé kí n tiẹ̀ máa lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan because àwọn ilé tí wọ́n máa ń sọ yẹn ó ti fẹ́ di ibi tèmi pé irú tán àwọn land tó máa sọ you don buy your land finish you don do everything finish you know I was thinking is real not until tán bá jáde we no see our friends we no see all those kind of things àwa gan àti fi mo wá ti rí pé èmi gan mo ti sọra mi nù mo bí ọmọ Yorùbá mo ríra mi as inferior tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń ṣe kìnnìkan at the end of the day gbogbo àwọn election yìí ó jẹ́ kí irú àwa yìí kí brain wa open ká máa lè pe àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ bí àbúrò wa ká even èmi àti àwọn family mi àjọ máa ń sọ pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni brother mi ó fẹ́ Yorùbá ó fẹ́ Ìgbò mo ti sọ fún mo ní àwọn ọmọ ẹ tó bá ti lè dé kí wọ́n jẹ́ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé.
ọjọ́ 1 more minute o.
ok ẹ ṣe mo ní tó bá ti lè jẹ́ kí wọ́n jẹ́ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé kí wọ́n dúró lójú kan wọ́n jẹ́ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé irú èmi yìí èmi ò lè ta mo lè fowó sí ju ilé bàbá ti tèmi irú tí wọn bí irú àwa yìí sí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bọ̀ mo so much láti kí lorúkọ culture Yorùbá because ìlú táwa wà yìí culture Yorùbá ló sì tí wọ́n bá sọ pé Nigerian culture l'Amẹ́ríkà táwa wà yìí they are referring to Yorùbá culture because at the end of the day ṣe bá ní kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n like nínú culture Nàìjíríà wọ́n bá máa point àwọn nǹkan tán like ẹ̀rí pé Yorùbá culture ni wọ́n sọ nípa ẹ̀ so èmi ò mọ ọ̀tí tí mo tó kúrò nílé ni mo tó mọ value tí Yorùbá àwọn value tí Yorùbá ní because wọ́n máa ní àmọ́ra wa ní kiri mo mọ òwe yẹn àmọ́ nǹkan tí ajẹ́ ọ̀tí ta bá lọ síta ìmọ̀ bí mo tó fẹ́ pa òwe yẹn àmọ́ value ara wa
ẹ ṣeun thank you sir ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́.
Agbára Ọlọ́run.
Sure. Thank you. Meanwhile, but it was I remember now. Please, we have our bank details up here. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the details. And those who have been giving gifts, today has been really good. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. We're gonna have Prof now, and then we'll go to Mr. Remy after Prof, and then the other person who is coming up, and that will be the last person who will be speaking today. So, Prof, it's your turn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kabi, good work. Lots of, yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's been a good session. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just have about 5 minutes. You know, that's why I like to think. One, don't you think? I think there's a common theme, right, in the narrative of.
Ben Mungboy.
Okay. There's a continuity in the narrative of Biafra up to the period or up to present day. Because when you look at that poster, they will say,
yes,
it's liberation team. When Obi was contesting, they cast him as the liberator of Nigeria. Abi?
Ben.
Now, they are still casting, they want to save Nigeria. And sometimes they will say they want to save Yoruba people from godfatherism. So there's always this attempt to cast the Igbo people as the liberator of the Yorubas. So it's always every time I see it, it's always funny, right? I mean, I'm saying it even in the context of that Midwest invasion and the Ojuku's letter, right? Oh, we're going to, liberate it. They even call them a liberation army. So they've had it in their head since that they are the ones that will liberate Yoruba people. It's a way of working on the side. And it works on the Yoruba boss that joined them. They have the belief that, yes, this man is competent, he's going to liberate. When Zeke lost his 51 election and he was sent back to the East, the Onitsha newspaper said, the Onitsha gift to the West, that the West, Tinikon. Zeke's father said, that one is the craziest. One day we'll talk about that. Zeke's father said that he has warned his son not to cast his spear before the swine, that the swines do not need saving. So essentially, Yorubas are the swines and the pigs, right? So they always cast themselves as that, and it works on the Yoruba board. They've gotten to this point that it's just like what you see that just before dawn, right? They've worked on their psyche to really make them believe that Yorubas are inferior, and these people, can't you see them in trade? Can't you see them there? They are more competent. Our home people cannot liberate us. It's these people that can liberate us. So that side of, it's working, right? So people that just think about it, that these people are using side hubs against me, right? The second thing is also this false north-south divide. I don't get it. I don't believe in this nonsense South. Like, I don't know Igbo people until the concept of Nigeria came into play. So what made me South with them? Even if you say for political purpose, there's something in the North that combines Northern people, right? It's the Islam, right? There are certain things that you can say combines, especially in the corners. We don't have that with these people. But there's this set of people that believe so much in this North-South stuff, especially, educated people, and especially Kabi, this one we.
Me.
There's this.
Me.
And it just excites them every time, right? So it's nonsense. You can see the letter that he wrote was, casting the North as a common enemy, right? And the South as a common front. This game has been played over and over and over. People didn't know that the AG at NCNC was in alliance at a point. It is NCNC that ran and formed stuff with the North. But they are the one that we always shout Fulani domination. But every time there's opportunity, they are going to align with the North. Every time. Right? So, you know, someone mentioned something about Dele Farutini and all of those things. So, look, guys, it's not about reading books. Sometimes some of these people's hatred for the imaginary North, you know, is more than what they know. And don't even assume that people like Dele Farutini and co subscribe to the teaching of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Don't say because it's an Afenifere. One of the ways you destroy your enemy, every of his things. So they just pretend and they, you know, come into his organization and they are destroying it from within. So if these are people that you meet one-on-one, they will, you know, no inhibition. They might even tell you how they hate the man. Honestly, so forget all this one that these people are. They should know. They know what they are doing. They know. Go and read his book. See his position. You will see. He's more. The guy respects Ojukwu a lot. He venerates Ojukwu a lot. That tells you a lot of things. The last thing I want to say is that, look, we should not always be intimidated by PhD, big degree, big stuff, and all of those. I know I'm on this table, but I'm just telling people, don't be intimidated by all of those things. Sometimes PhDs are stupid people. You know, sometimes they know narrow things, you know. There are people that know so much about a narrow area.
That's the point. That's the point.
So they know so much thing about a narrow area, which is the focus of your, you know, your research, right? But what I'm even saying is, when you look at the event of that Midwest invasion and advance towards the Western region, Shinka was an activist, was a PhD. They were ready to open the Western region to Ojukwu because we bought into all this. We are all south. We are going to destroy the North. The North is a collective enemy. These people are our friends. We are in the university together. We lecture together. So they are civilized people. Right? The not so educated Obasanjo, right, was the one that has his head intact and said, what this dramatist is, this life is more than drama and poem. That what this guy is proposing. You know, if you had listened to him, maybe we would have just still been in bondage of Biafra today. And it's not just him. Taisho Lani was a big supporter of this. A lot of the UI intellectuals, they all supported this Biafra stuff. Some of them, if you see some of their writings today, you will see as they won't come directly, but you will see how they throw soft jabs at Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So don't be, I mean, Wole Soyinka, yes, I mean, with age, the man has realized that, I did it. But so, two things there for us to learn. Don't always let us throw away the Yoruba boss. Some of them might learn later. Yes. And two, we should not also vote for Yoruba boss. We should always pursue them because some of their actions can put all of us in collective danger.
Absolutely.
So that's it. So I need to go, but thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Esho, sir. God bless you, sir. I mean, nothing else to add. Truth all through, and you know, thank you very much as usual for that fantastic submission. All right, so as we begin to round up now, we're going to have, I think we have two more people. Mr. Remy will go, and then Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, I think what we need to do, sorry, Mabino, I just mute for a second, Mabino. Mr. Babatunde Johnson, I think what we need there is to like push the message. So, for instance, we want to try and get to a point where we're able to get all the the content, get it out, so that more people get to know exactly what it is. Yeah, so I hope, with your support, we're able to do all those things. Thank you very much. Mr. Now, please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing me up again.
Yes,
thank
sir.
You are doing a very great job. Wonderful job. Today you will see my hand again. You will see my hand later.
Thank you.
So, but let me now go back to.
By the way, you just okay. You're about something, yeah.
You will see my hand again.
You will see my hand is Yoruba. Yes, now. If you say that to a white person, they won't understand what you're saying. That's the beauty of Yoruba language. You can be speaking English, but Yoruba language, but lovely. Eshe? Thank you, sir.
So, come back to the topic. You see, these people, I don't know how they manage to put that into our heads, at least the heads of all these our Yoruba Ponu people. They always accuse us of Mala, we are Malam slave. But recently, I was going throughout the history of Nigeria. Apart from the dispensation, Buhari dispensation, most of the people that go into coalition with them is they've always played gladly second fiddle to the Malams up north. They were always vice president or second in command to them. But now, I don't know how they were able to achieve that, to turn the table on us and say, oh, we are Malam's slave boys. I don't understand that one. The second thing is all over the world, Mr. Busui, the victors always write the history of the war. It's the victors that always write the history after wars. Yeah, the allies in Germany, they wrote, even in Germany, the history of the Second World War they teach us is the sources. They always quote America, Great Britain, and the allies, They never quote any of their own historians. Because, like I said again, the victors always write the history. So why is Nigeria's case always different? Why did we allow these Yibos? Because when you mention somebody like Achebe or whatever his name, I regret ever reading that Things Fall Apart. It was imposed on us in secondary school. I shouldn't have read that rubbish. Walai. Okay,
it's fine. Good. It's a good book now.
I beg, Professor, imagine being you. So, why do you allow people? We've allowed so much things. We've allowed so much things to go wrong in that country. Now listen now, and these people, and for me, I believe the Malams are quietly enjoying the show because during the Civil War, while Moritala and all these Shua and all these people were waiting for reinforcement, they said they were waiting for reinforcement. Adekunle and Ismaila and everything, the Yoruba commanders were the one doing the fighting. Yorubas won that war for Nigeria. Yoruba won that war for Nigeria. And that one is not allowed to be written or to be said anywhere. You see, that's what me, personally, I keep saying, we Yorubas, we don't have allies in that country. The moment we realize that, we don't have allies anywhere. We are on our own. And that's why it's highly imperative that we stick together. So when you hear people like Faro Timi and all this, Rufai on Rise TV and all this, then it really breaks your heart, So then my final question, my final thing, points I want to make today is during the war, why did Ojukwu choose to turn west? Normally, you said okay, you have qualms with the Malams. They are up north there. That's the way. Apart from the government because that's what they normally use as excuse. It was because Lagos was the seat of government. That's why they faced Lagos. But for me, my military 001 course, 0 level, tells me you take the battle to the enemy. So you go up north. The few of them in Lagos will be fish out of water. Go and attack north, capture north, or go and start the fight there. But those ones in Lagos will be irrelevant. So meaning the Igbos, they had this ulterior motive to conquer Yoruba land. So all these ones that they are saying, I mean, even look at the letter he wrote to Victor. Telling Victor, look at the stupid letter he wrote to Victor. Look at the commands he gave you. You have to hold down there, like I will be the one to tell you what to do. I will do Kilode. And some Yorubas will read that thing. You see, in this part of in America, they would have brought it. They would repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. That even the child in the Yoruba woman's stomach, we know this story before this child comes out. So you will not have room for anybody saying, I'm obedient, I'm Erumala. You know, you will not have the opportunity for such rubbish. Like somebody, we are not docile, but we can do a lot more better. We need real conservatives in our position in Yoruba land. Look at NBA in Lagos. Every day is a new thing. Never ending story. When are we going to be free of all this intransigencies and obnoxious behaviors coming from these people? When are we going to be free? Every 4 years is the same circle, the same circle. What's it on now? Let us break up that country and let everybody go their different ways. It's tiring. So, Professor, later I would get in touch. Shego. A cool weekend.
All right, Esheon, thank you so much for that submission. It's Friday, so I'm allowing everybody to talk. But thank you very much. For me, okay, stopping.
You know how we do it on Friday now. You know how we do it on Friday, Professor.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you, Esheon. The Awero, please, if you like me to re-award, please use the bank details up here. Thank you, everybody in the comment section and listen. I hope you're. Thank you very much. Fantastic submission. Somebody asked a question. I was trying to remember. What book can you get on Benjamin Adekunle? The one I have seen that I have is The Tragedy of Victory by The Tragedy of Victory by Brigadier General Godwin Alabi Sama. It has a lot of stuff on Benjamin Adekunle. So please, you should get that one. There's another one I have not read, but I just saw it now. It's called The Nigerian Biafra War Letters, but I haven't read it. But I've read the one by Godwin Alabi Sama. And it makes sense to read that if you really want to know what it was like as a soldier, because Alabi Sama is 2IC. He was second in command, and Benjamin Adekunle was the one in charge of the 3MCT. That's the 3rd Marine Commando Division. So it makes sense to. I mean, it said a lot about him in this book. Maybe one of these. It's just that the book is heavy, it's big. All kinds of things in this book. Many images, but you like it. So when the time comes, we'll have conversations on that. But please feel free to get it. Please check out Redomi Books on Telegram. Redomi Books on Telegram. You'll be able to get some of these, books there. How can we bring Quara to our fold? General Kinraji also wrote a book. Yes. That's what I'm trying to get. Yes. As a matter of fact, this book, one of the major reasons for this Tragedy of Victory book, these officers are funny. Alabi Sama wrote this book primarily because of what Obasanjo said in My Command, the other book that we read earlier. That's why Alabi Sama wrote the book. He said that General Akinade called him and told him that if he read the book, he will feel sick. So he read the book, he felt terrible about it, he now wrote a rebuttal, and then packed it with images and pictures, because many of the things, according to him, that Obasanjo said, he made the claim that Obasanjo was not even there. And by the way, he's right, because they were there all the while before Obasanjo then went there to take over from Benjamin Adekunle. And if you read some books from the other side about Benjamin Adekunle, you would think he was this devil and everything, demon. But guess what? It was Nigeria's best in that war, and I celebrate him. He was a hero. All right, so we'll have our final speaker. That'll be Mr. Martin. So please, Mr. Martin, please go on. Please, I have to time you, because you know how we do it. So, Mr. Martin, please, 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. Because it's almost 8 o'clock. Kimberly Law, Sili Tiara Tinsimi. Please go on.
All these days, that's by the way. Christian in English will talk from a man time in the community. Come every time.
Any serious.
I'm not saying now. Every time I'm not saying.
No, so any suru. Time in letting you. It's 30 seconds. No, let's accuse me. So I can say coffee. Lots of let content more time. Everybody 2 minutes. Every day, people are timed there 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The only 2 people that usually speak without timing, Prof. Remy and a doctor. Every other person is timed.
Okay, I can get on with my time before you went down. Tell me what, I came back because of what I said in the morning. And when you're having problem, you must look for solution. Not talking. This problem has been persistent since 1940s. We should be proactive, not window dressing it. It's not going to change anytime soon. We saw the activity in Ghana. We saw in Kenya. We saw all over the world. We cannot make any progress by them being around us. And here we have to take a very painful decision. I know Lukumi is in that territory.
I don't want to talk about
Mr. Martin, that's not part of today's topic. I don't want to talk about it. Mr. Martin, I don't want to talk about it. You speak to the topic of today. I'm not talking about it, please. Speak to what we have discussed today.
My thing is that
speak to what we have talked about today.
I want us to campaign for regional government.
Okay.
Everybody there in his own lane. In the Igbo land, we are Igala people in Igbo land. We are Idoma in Igbo land. We are Ibibio in Igbo land. So if you can have Olukumi in Igbo land, that's nothing bad in that. We must look for a minimal solution for dangerous problem. We must be healthy and be stubborn. We must let them go to their territory. Olukumi is this community. You can go to Igbo land. We are Igala people. Many times Igala in Igbo land. We are Idoma in Igbo land. We are Ibibio in Igbo land.
Mr. Martin, we don't. Mr. Martin, you are wrong. Sorry. You are wrong. Please stop. This is why I don't like. There is no Igala in Igbo land. There is Igala in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Southeast is not Igbo land.
Yeah, but that territory.
You are shouting. This is why I don't like Ejo. This is too much for me, Ejo. There is no Igala in Igbo land. There is Igala in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Geopolitical zones are different from ethnic ancestral spaces.
Okay, but in Nigeria,
Jesus Christ, can you just calm down? Please, your time is up, but take another minute to finish up.
Okay, let me just finish my own submission. Let me finish my own submission, my jargons. In Nigeria today, we know Southeast geopolitical zone is Igbo area.
It is not. You don't understand this thing. I don't care what you call it. This is not the platform to just say what we think. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Areas that belong to other people in the southeast.
Just because we all say it doesn't mean it is right. There are areas that belong to other people in the southeast. Just because they are in the southeast does not mean that the land is Igbo. Please relax.
I agree with that.
Jesus Christ.
That not because that we have them there, that doesn't make this Igbo land. So if you can have Olukumi there, that doesn't make Igbo land as well. You can have them in southeast. We are Idoma, there is not Igbo land. We want peaceful solution. We don't want war in that country.
Mr. Martin, thank you. Please, going forward, whatever we want to discuss, I don't want to hear anything that has nothing to do with the topic of today. I don't really. People are watching this thing, okay? It's not like everybody we have to make our point. It's not about making your point, it's about speaking to the topic of the conversation. All this one about Olukumi is not today's topic, okay? But let's make something very clear. Again, this platform is not for just hearing our opinions. It's about hearing facts. The southeast is not Igbo land. There's Igbo land in the southeast. Majority of the land in the southeast is Igbo land. That is a fact. But this idea when you are saying Igala lives in Igbo land, it can't live in Igbo, just because you are saying it passionately doesn't mean it is right. Olukumi, for instance, are not in Igbo land. That is Olukumi land. You know what? Maybe because you're not from there, or you have not spoken to people from there. If you do, maybe you will change your mind. But you know what? Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your submission. But please, let's try and be speaking to the topic. We have people listening in different places. I want to make sure that we're not going out of. But, gosh, I'm tempted to speak on this thing, but no. God bless everybody. At Gala, at Doma, at TV, at Kini, everybody is fine. But nah, you have to be careful with this passion. You go and meet a person in his own ancestral space and tell him to move out of there because you have an issue with people. Like, you know, answer you. Love Vicky, we'll take a minute and then we can move on. We can close the session. Sorry, somebody is supposed to speak. Oh, Love Vicky and Olujimi.
Oh, he put the on.
No, well, auntie, Fiori, when you come back, Paro. 30. Mi mọ nǹkan tó ṣe lè tó fi gbé aró wá pariwo àlàó advice. No, sorry, it's just one person. I have to go. I really have to go. Love Vicky has been trying to come up since. I have to run. So after him, please, I'm going to have to end the live because of time. Love Vicky, please, you'll be the last speaker. 2 minutes, please.
Sorry, I've been at work all this while.
I saw you commenting all the while. That's why I wanted to bring you up.
My shift pattern changed, so I had to close early today so that I can join the program. Over the weekend, I'll catch up with some of the episodes. But I like the fact that you are now active on Twitter and people are getting to see the truth and all that. And we just hope and pray we can convert a lot of Yoruba obedience. I call them Dodoyo. I hope and pray that we can convert them. And TGIF, hopefully you've seen my own TGIF version too. Thank you very much. I love what you do. Keep doing it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to really, we started at 1 o'clock and we started speaking early today. Although we enjoyed some music in the beginning, but we started speaking a bit earlier, at least earlier than yesterday. So it's important that I go rest for the weekend, and I hope you're going to have a fantastic weekend as well. Mr. Makonjola Olanmideka. Let me just say something before we go. See, the Olori, you too. Sherry, I want to allow obedient, especially I want to buy jam kékéké láàrin wọn. I want to buy jam kékéké láàrin wọn. We have to be careful with them because a lot of them need they don't know. Oh, they don't know any better. All right. I think I want to make sure that we're not. I just want to say that let's remember that we can help them, to learn better. But thanks everyone for a wonderful session today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on the platform. But please, somebody said I was harsh or something. Okay. Different platforms are set up for different things. There are platforms where you can just say what you want to say. Then there are platforms where people actually want to listen because they are getting some. You know what? Everybody will be fine. All right. Let's share our thoughts, but let's try and make sure that we are grounded so that we're not misinforming people. All right. I understand the passion. I know that everybody is doing this too. We're saying this because we want Yoruba land to be better, we want Nigeria to be better. We don't want to get into trouble with other people. It's important. But at the same time, we also have to remember the place of facts. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your... No, Mr. Martin is my person. Don't worry. She's my person. We're good. It's just $2,000. Let's be thankful. At least it really but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, it's all good. Thank everybody for being here, and I want to appreciate all our people, whether on Facebook or on YouTube. Thank you for listening and thank you for participating, especially on TikTok, because TikTok is our home. It's from here we're able to, stream to other platforms. Excuse me. So thank you very much for tapping and sharing and gifting and moderating, just becoming. Thanks, everyone. Have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. But before we go, we're going to play our anthems. We play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. We do this every time because we are good Nigerians and we're definitely Omoko Yoruba. So we're going to play our anthems. But for those on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to let you go because we usually have issues with copyright on YouTube and Facebook as well. We're going to play the anthem. So if you are able to join us, don't worry. One day we'll do it again. But every time we do it, we have copyright strikes on both platforms. Did you see Chimamanda's video? I did. I even dropped a comment there, and I wrote there, "The danger of a single story." Quite ironic. Sherry, let me tell you what happens. It's not that the teaching Amanda saw is totally. For instance, oil. Is it part of your land? I don't even want to talk about, because that lady is the same mindset of victimhood. They did it to us. They did it to us. She has no idea. Maybe she has no idea, or she just believes in nonsense. But that's her business, and I hope they heal. But I put a video there, I put a link there to what Biafra did in Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River. I'll go and check my Twitter now. What people mean there? They always insult me, but it's fine. I wish you could post a video for rebuttal. Maybe I'll watch the video, I'll respond to it here, they will now post it. I've learned something now, that it's better if I want to really respond, I'll just respond to it here. But let's see how next week goes. I'll watch it over the weekend. But thank you, everyone. YouTube and Facebook, have a beautiful weekend. Those of us on TikTok are going to be listening to our wonderful anthem, Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem. So YouTube, Facebook, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure this week. Wonderful week hanging out with you. I hope you learned something. All right. Have a fantastic weekend on YouTube. I'll see you again on Monday, 1 p.m. Yeah, on Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have this. So we do this Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Anthems.